complex question.
I'm sure they know.
Yeah. I basically instructor, first and foremost. I train people how to survive and then go through non-committed demonic. That's kind of a hidden class.
Yeah, it's like whatever has a spray nozzle, that's what the insect gets that you could think.
When I came to this country about 4 years ago, I started to offer training of that nature. It kind of became subject matter how to not get into bad situations in countries or escaping from situations, for example, how to manage situations in places where you don't have the that we have in this country. Austin Medical, which I passed the time with that specific type of training. I kind of set them up for some of these instructor courses out there in the world. And also, become kind of the people that don't have a vote or don't realize about specifically people who were in law enforcement, and part of that weird war in Mexico, the drug war, that's still comes to they jokingly made a drug war event for me, clear on my head. With the related to and the words that people like myself that went through that conflict, but I've seen things from the inside and outside of it, and kind of bring a voice to the fight. Honest ones, every time I mention laws in Mexico, they're all kind of in the same way. They're corrupt, out there, the job. Bankers got a job without retiring, a job that could end abruptly and without.
I don't want to do the story because, like,
in a lot of ways,
people like their naps, and I don't want to be the person to tell them that that's bad.
Try to bring awareness to what's happening. Show us, sure.
That's the important way to think.
Sure.
I was drugged and left for dead in Mexico. Stupid t-shirt.
It's a movie reference. Half the part two. It's from a company called Black Triangle. Shout out to them. They sent me this t-shirt and said, "You're podcasting."
So when it comes right now is distracted with what's going on in Ukraine. No one's talking about Mexico.
Just like I posted something about that 2 hours of that conflict, which was basically a on stuff rush into Mexico outperformed in the percentage of well as far as body count. The amount of people that died altercations of Mexico in the first 72 hours outperformed the war. Like on the cell phone. Not just that, but also if I'm not a numbers person. The amount of people that have died and the amount of people that are missing was that's down. And the amount of mass graves that are being found all over the country now. Out of control with some of these criminal groups have terror in Mexico. Because that has kind of my vision of the situation based hacking computer systems of the sedan. And a lot of documents that the government itself is living the way. And I think Mexico itself
that's what I think.
Mexico was under some sort of control that there are no fly zones over some places because they're down. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, how sad is it
It's
that is now
it's
because
really
we're
amazing.
taking license?
It's
Like,
like
I don't know
I
what to do. I might have crazy dreams about this.
aspect of it.
Yeah, sure. Downtown and the detail
Just
all hours of
basically
the night now. It's should I really have this ice cream and take it out?
insurgency going on right across the border. And it was in many cases getting every single definition of not only criminal, also terrorist in a lot of ways.
I gotta say, I read this story. I got a little weak.
Assassinating
Remark is live.
It's the latest CHP officer died after rushing to retrieve turned mixed verdicts, trafficking and racketeering crimes shot in films
U.S. is trying to bury this, or is it because
this report
does the shit going on in Mexico benefit itself?
There's two levels to it. Mexico is the second largest the U.S. Think about it as well. So we're very much dependent on each other. You see a lot of people calling for them. Close the borders now. Stuff like that. There's a reason why one of the
California's most active traffic courts on Jimmy Harmon.
Mexicans cross the border. A lot of parts of the
Download the
that are
number one app
very
for
much
radio.
back there.
The free
A lot of
iHeartRadio
you
app.
want to think about how we're
Free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, only one. Discover it from our library and hundreds of thousands of titles. Podcast Radio.
essential workers. Yeah, I guess illegal immigration. The places where the legislation has stopped illegal immigration. They send money back to Mexico. So we very much living in a very much living through commerce economy. And now through basically living on the planet, which is having periods of seeing the population feel sound. Law enforcement in places like Seattle, where you get to see right around the light brown and seeing the government actually supply the tools to put that into your body
All in one
has
app.
been insane.
Radio ways to experience iHeartRadio on the
There's
go,
a program out
iPhone,
in places in
Android
the
app.
United States by swing
Way to connect to iHeartRadio. So
track by places as well.
iHeartRadio.
It's a price of which basically
Screen in the
is a
iHeartRadio. Roll the Sonos experience directly from
there's a denial in the United States and also lost habit for it to the foreign problem.
iHeartRadio.
From having a distributed integration, having
Central U.S.
in a lot of mentalities in the United States, that are coming working in the industry really central to the United States. The problem is it's not that in the immigration system, basically on that border, not
severe weather on July 4th.
people come to should be a thing
Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Western hail, wind gusts,
some
Dallas, Phoenix, along with northeastern Colorado. Southeast Washington. One podcast network.
in some cases,
Free iHeart app and explore
going across that border, getting protected by some of the countries that border.
Will use this suggestion
And what is unusual now? So, people, there's a big conversation in this country about slavery when there's actually slavery going on in this country. Myself, actually, coming to this country and not being able to pay, having their family stateside paying for that process. This happens in this country. How much does it cost? You have the 10,000 of 6,000 in some places. Some people say, well, I'll just go off my
well, that's coming up after 7 o'clock.
So if I'm holding you back, across. You have to go to, I mean, try to do it. Get caught by the same smugglers and all that you do and try to block yourself. You need to pay to go. Some of them get caught. And then get over ways. Because comes down there, really bad. Some of them are not too trusted. Take their back into whatever border.
Live everywhere on the have suggested a ceasefire in Israel. They have not.
They offer
Israel had
both
agreed
on the Mexican side, just this except the other cross-buying, so there is corruption. There is corruption. The story addiction charges about that. It's one of those addictions. It's not only if you're funded, but I've also seen acts of trade out of pocket for like toothbrushes and cold cases because I don't you also see the fact that but also well, it's a complicated issue. Corruption is stateside as well. It's not the border. But then you go into Mexico, municipal, state, and federal police agencies. Or some of these people that are coming to the border know that if you're coming across the country to try and cross that border, you probably have some cash on.
Correction for Shema Yisrael Adonai Correction for
It's not even that I train people specifically for that. There's a lot of students in my classes, including to this. So let me go. Basically, some students that went through some of the training that I provide, basically train people how to work in Oxford, and stuff that some of the classes I've done, people that have a background themselves, like military, go back. He showed up and said, "Oh, this material would be current, war center." Like, "Oh, do you want to go there?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I would want to go, but I'm just in no conditions to go physically." I'm at 40, and outside, so some material will go out there. Yeah. I gave him what I could as far as specifically how to utilize what they had on hand as far as equipment, that from some of the people that I worked with before, and get out of that situation, get out of certain restraints, like
So as the army
a lot of
advanced
stuff
into
that are out
Germany,
there.
he did more horrific scenes, but different than the ones
These
we just
Russian
described.
forces, so they're
We started
improvising a lot of
seeing
stuff they're doing,
boxcars
which kind of
around. He says
mirrors
we'd
a lot of
open
stuff that I
up
saw
the
in Mexico
door,
as far as some
inside
of the
was
stuff.
700
So it made
suitcases.
sense. What has, as far as the guys that are out there, what has shocked
Jewish people.
is sort of
The Joe Rogan. The Joe.
a lot of
Many people that want those jobs, and there's a demand, which is why they, right? So they develop unions to keep people from being exploited, and then unions get exploited, and then the unions have a lot of money, and then they decide, okay, fuck these unions, let's go to Mexico. This law, Ross Perot famously talked about the jump south, headed south. Remember that? Oh, I remember. Well, boy, was he right. Was he right? All right, look at this. You're the
ain't no easy answers. Let me throw that out there. I don't have a magical solution. I think the first thing, General Motors, I got all this technology. I can produce my much more efficient, right? Right. I'm sorry, Mr. GM. I'm sorry, Mr. Ford, because this country is more than just you. We are human beings, and you're not going to throw people out. Many of them will have a hard time getting out. So let me reframe the question again, which admittedly it is complicated. I don't have a magic answer. It's a nation, forget Ford, forget General Motors. It's a nation that we deal with that's exploiting technology. So that all of us, and Mr. Ford, Mr. General Motors. And it's going to require radical solutions. So for a start, it gets something we talked about a little while ago.
very racist.
You had, as a human, as people in almost every other wealthy country have, your job, that would be a major step forward, right? Yes. Question.
imagine you have access to land now any longer.
So, this is the way I we're the wealthiest country in history with all of this artificial intelligence and robotics. We are going correct. So, 20s where people have to work 100 hours a week to grow 20 years. 20.
What the hell is this freak show?
All of this productivity. How do we use
Thank you. Thank you, McBro.
standard of living will be? Let me ask you, all of this technology can we wipe out poverty in America?
Should be. You should have been able to if that was something that was
Politically motivated. Yeah, if you want to do it. But it's easy enough. I mean,
if it was profitable to poverty, which it should be. All as a community, like I said, less losers.
Of the country.
Yeah, if you really love it, have a chance.
Right. So what kind of, I mean, so and again,
Right.
these are complicated issues.
Kind of do not love this sucks, but you're really cool.
We throw out
What?
our goal is, if we're going to, that we have healthcare system that guarantees healthcare to all people. And we have drug companies whose function is to come up with cures to diabetes and dementia and alcohol illnesses rather than just make huge profits for themselves. All right. Have a publicly funded healthcare system that guarantees healthcare to all people. Doing that would less rate in this country enormously.
Okay, sure.
Okay, you got that. We talked a moment ago about education. I think
Yes.
we want the best educational system. What does it mean that you don't have to work? You're a working dad out, have a lowest level. You can't afford to go to college. You know, when you get leaving school, $50,000 a day. But, you know, you mentioned public. That didn't happen by accident. Back in the early 20th, you know what? We don't only want the rich kids to get a decent education. We want our kids. That's right. Right. So it said, okay, everybody in America, state by state, essentially, have public education from first grade to 12th. God didn't grade 12th grade as right. You go to Germany right now. You know how much? Zero. That's great because they want such good cars. They want engineers. The bottom line is what you said. If I want the best. What's the question?
That's how you family, and if the country is a community. Yes.
Got to start not just what Mr. Ford and Mr. General wants. Right. You're right in saying they're motivated in making millions. Out on the street, bringing the technology and screw. It's not doing this action. You got to tell them. All right. You got to sit there and say, all right, all this technology is a human right. I think we're talking about education. Is a human right. Right. I think we should be this technology. We got to be thinking seriously about lowering the number of hours that people work. You know how many people have worked 40 hours a week? They work 60 hours. Yes. That's we can say all of this work of productivity. Guess what? I don't know what the number of 4-hour work, 4-day work week with no loss of pay. Introduce the bill to do that. I got to say, I have to go around people seem to be people now by the amount of hours they have to work. So, saying here is let's take a hard look at this technology to improve life for all people. Our goal should be getting Iran. Our goal right now, our life in America is lower than it is in other major countries. 4 years younger than lifespans than other wealthy countries. If you're working class in America, you live 7 shorter life than 1%, which is just so alarming. Iran, we increase life expectancy so the longest lives of many people on Earth. How's that for a goal?
Well, that's a great goal. And how do you
care is one, reducing the work week, education, all the things that we will increase life expectancy, but have a goal out there.
Also taking toxic food.
Exactly. Yeah. Bobby Kennedy, I have gone in different directions, but just the point about food.
Who spend the most for the sickness?
Absolutely. Food is one of the chairman of the committee who worked very hard to get serious labeling. Some color. There's like 10 teaspoons of sugar in that product.
Yeah.
Well, no, that we try to get laid. That will happen.
Also, weren't aware until like the last 20 years of the consequences.
That's right. Absolutely.
Also because of money.
I mean, yeah, don't get me going.
You know,
How hard is it to say you have a bottle of soda or you have a food product? Tell people in English the damn product, right?
right?
Do you think anyone grams? Do you think anyone in America gram is? I mean, that's how ridiculous it is. So, that if the food that they're giving their kids could lead to obesity, which is an epidemic, diabetes, which is an epidemic, costing us hundreds of billions of dollars. So you're absolutely right. That ties into rebuilding family-based agriculture. Be nice.
Yes.
In my state of this country, family farmers are just being driven. To me, it's a real tragedy because, and again, Vermont is a place in America. Farms, they say, that was a pretty good. So you create an economy in which we want to put an emphasis on family-based corporate agriculture, family farmers who are growing, in many cases, organic food for our kids, rather than
Regenerative. You got like White Oaks pastures, the way they run it. Absolutely. Farms. Well, we'd be a lot healthier. That's for sure. But the problem is people are into other food. This is the problem with money. They've engineered these products and these eight corporations, unfortunately, that were in tobacco. You know, this is where all the major processed foods and they make stuff that's unbelievably addictive. Scientists, we have the brightest and the best who figured out what's the best way to get these people totally addicted to whatever. It's pretty sick. And these people, they have choice. They can eat one. They want to go to the house and have enough they can, but shouldn't they also be able to get popped?
It's interesting. You remember there's a photograph, a famous photograph. I don't know when it was done. 50s, 60s, 70s. Executives coming before Congress.
Yeah.
And the congressman said to them, tell me, I get this a little bit more. Are you aware that cigarettes kill? No, Congressman, we have no evidence. Right? They were lying through their and it's exactly, your analogy is exactly right. Manufacturers know exactly that they are causing obesity and what else it gives, leading to diabetes. Know exactly what they're doing in their mind. And they're opposing all of us who are trying to have food.
Yeah. And right, this is a function of wanting to do better in each quarter, you know, having this endless growth cycle where they're never set. They never say, hey, every year this is perfect. That's right. Let's concentrate on doing the
decision that Wall Street.
Right. You gotta make right, because the shareholders will be like, dump in your stock. You gotta it's gonna go on the toilet. Yeah.
I mean, this is what we have as a nation. Is not acceptable. Right? Is it?
No. Right. It's a good question. Yeah, it's a solid question. And I think the things that Bobby Kennedy and implementing, I think, are very valuable. First of all these things that have been kicked out of all these other major. There's the same fact these food products in America literally have to make a different version of it for Canada, and then they're complaining because it's not profitable for them. They're making them and you're shipping to Canada.
I saw it be back from Canada.
Fruit Loops.
I think. Yeah. So I think this it almost gets back to the need to American democracy and logic. You know what? You can't poison children. Right. But don't poison our faith. Large corporations. I mean, that's good. But you're not going to just throw workers out on the street.
But that too, we kind of glossed over that. So automation, and one of the things that Andrew warned us about, and back then I kind of saw instance, I was like, yeah, he's got a real. But the speed in which it's happening, I didn't anticipate. And when we live in Austin, and when you go to these Waymos, so
all right, I'm gonna Waymo.
Waymo is so you use an app, you call it because you don't get a shifty Uber drivers trying to or whatever. I'm not saying that they do that. Uber, don't sue me. They're very good. They don't get in accidents. They're good about merging. They're good about pedestrians all around them spinning. They were very effective. And the thing was during these riots, lighting those things on fire. And I was like, I disagree, but I also directionally correct. You know, I mean, that's your enemy. Your enemy is an enemy of human being that lives functional society, and everybody has nations can take all that away. So if they just, okay, we're going to lower your work week. There's no job left for the human assembly line. This about China and some of their coal factories. There was this video of the coal factory in China, which is entirely every step of the way. The trucks, no human beings at all. I mean, there's probably overseers that make sure that all the systems are functioning correctly. Engineers and repair people. But the trucks even park themselves next to the charging station, and then they're moving 4 hours a day, documenting where everything is. It's all in computer databases. It's wild people. It's all just 24 hours a day. What do? No need for these people. And what universal basic income, what we're talking about, I support it. I'm a big supporter of social safety nets. Kid, my family was on welfare. And we were on food stamps. Like, if you don't have that, like again, if we're going to community, we want people to be able to survive and be able to work their way out of it. They did work their way out of it. Cool for me as a child, see my life, but then succeed and get out of it. What is that if all the jobs are gone and everything gets automated, even if people have universal basic income, they don't have meaning. Good.
Really deep issues.
Right. This is the big, because a lot of people want to get your car fixed. You go to KC. He knows how to fix your car.
Work gives you just that purpose.
It's huge.
I don't care if you're sweet. There should be a purpose they want to do. Work is right.
Yes.
At the end of
Your identity a lot of times.
right.
Yeah.
A productive member of society. I'm picturing.
Right.
So you ask my question, and I think we can just bat around. Answers here, but I think the good news you talk about not every fact, but people do not have dirty work. Is that good? Yeah, I guess that's good. But always we have to be thinking how it benefits not just the bottom line of a corporation, well, being. If what we're saying is that income, a significant part of work is going to be by machines, by computers, whatever.
I think that's
We have to rethink our own purpose us safe. All right? And it's not sitting 24 hours a day. So I think you raise I would say the simple answer, and then you got to go a lot on that. Those circumstances, so that kind of technology, everybody has a decent standard. All right? That people don't have survival, they don't have to worry about food, they don't have to worry about
profitability of this corporation, a fund that's a basic income fund. If you're going to replace all these people with robots, and you got to share some of that profit, then it'll be more than if these people just, right?
well, I mean, whether you will be or not be, I think
Once the machines are running 24 hours a day, and you're not going to have to pay the machines, it's going to be more profitable.
right. And we want to, right now, I think maybe in Norway, they have a huge wealth fund. Oil. They have public companies, they made a fortune, and they have like $1 trillion in their wealth fund. So, and they have free health, affordable housing, all that.
Here it is. Norway's growth, $1 trillion oil empire. Norges Bank investments inception. That's great. They use that government pension fund of Norway. Well,
so they use that wealth fund to provide free healthcare, education, all that stuff. But that's what we got to be talking about here. Profits, the wealth that's created by this technology to improve life will be question you raised.
of meeting.
That's right.
Yeah, what do you do about that?
If I was a workaholic, it would be hard for me. Because
You work on.
that's the nature of the job.
Do you have hobbies?
7 grandchildren, that's all. I used to play ball as a kid, as a basketball player.
People can do with their time. Like if I never can, I'd probably play pool 8 hours a day because I find a thing. I find a thing that I find value in.
Once wrote, you think about what are the deep, what's the goal of life? So somebody says work. I think, one of the sad things that's happened about the decline of, we mentioned in communities where people worked hard, they were proud of what they produced, right?
Yes.
They earned a decent living. A lot. So work, love, there's a thing called love.
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
There's people trying down on apps too.
well, let's get to that one. To be human, nobody wants to be alone, right?
Right.
You want to embrace other people, physically, sexually, emotionally.
Have community.
That's community. Yeah, that's right. That's being. All right. So you want. I think you forgot that. I'm sure. Like, oh, that's good. Sadly enough, I have to confess that when I was all right, so
Why is that bad?
Knowledge. Just trying to and
Curiosity.
fantastic travel.
Absolutely.
Just came back from Ireland. It's fantastic to see and talk about one of the things we didn't talk about Trump much, but it bothers me. It's trying to divide us up. It's to bring for so many reasons with all of these issues that we're talking about and everything else. Yeah, okay. And meet people in Canada or they're kind of around ridiculous. And that ain't easy, but we have to. That was when the Soviet Union still existed. I don't forget this. Russia. Yaroslav was in Russia. We brought them to Vermont. Boys and girls from Russia, boys and girls from America. You look at these kids, they had a great time. People do stupid. It's
You don't even know them.
exactly. That's why you hate them. They're all like peace based on ignorance, right?
and there's a lot of speed attached to it. It'll explore. They exploit that stupidity, and
Exactly.
yeah, and it's foolish.
And by the way, I don't know. I'm surprised if we
No,
continue.
the greatest fear. The greatest fear is war.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, pandemics as well. Let me tell you. COVID was on the last one, but
It's engineered virus, and Obama tried to stop that gain of function back in 2014.
that's a long.
It's a long time funding that kind
No,
of
we
shit.
should not.
No, we should not. Yeah, we were.
Have to bring the entire world together. But I think we
You have to bring the country together.
anyway, and I've been kind of negative, but take a deep breath in. We have made so. Because if you think about racial relations, some days ago that some black kid couldn't go to theater.
By the way, I want to tell you that when people say Bernie Sanders, I point to a photo of you at a civil rights. It was 63.
Sounds right, Chicago.
Yeah, always been at the forefront. And people always try to accuse you of that, made off your book. But you have through the entirety of your life. That's serving Congress for as long as you have and become, don't just cash in. When you have people that are making $170,000 a year and yet they're worth hundreds of millions through some magical way that no one can explain, and you haven't done that. And I think you should be applauded for that.
Thank you very much. I remember just you talk about education and so forth. In a white neighborhood, Brooklyn, and you go to Chicago, you think things that people did not. God, I had hair in my head at that point. I'll tell you that funny story about that one. What this is.
Look at the guy with the cigarette. Nah, fucking hippie. I got his hand in his pocket. Here it is.
This is back then, the world has changed. There was the Chicago Police Department. What they said is, if you're line, you're going to get arrested. As I recall, someone crossed the line. We were protesting segregated housing in Chicago. Okay, so I get dragged in, and they're taking me to a paddy wagon. And the people threw me into the paddy wagon. My glasses went flying someplace. And then, just as this was happening in this picture, some genius on the side of a brick. It's Jesus. I mean, some cops lying down on the ground. It was a scary moment. Okay, we're in the paddy, and they're taking us. The paddy wagon stops. You look out. It's like the building. Right. This was not like in the city going to a jail. We're going to be taken to jail. Oh my God.
They're going to kill us.
Yeah, why the hell did they stop me?
Right.
What a reason. Anyway, so we spent a big night in jail, which was a weird experience.
You get street cred for that.
Remember that? Yes. Other than not sleeping, this is, you get up in the middle of the night. They go to the thing at the door. It didn't open. It was the weirdest thing of having a door that did not open because you were in a jail. Right. It's like a weird thing. But anyway, the idea, and we've made progress. And we have a long way to go. We've made progress. Women's rights, we've made progress. Gay rights, we've made progress. We should be proud. In progress, 6 years growing up. There were many kids who were gay. Nobody talked about it. Right. so there's a lot as a nation that we should be proud of in terms of trade.
Agreed.
What we want to do, we don't need people that disagree. Christ, there's so many issues out there.
Right.
Hatred should not be.
Most of the political exploitation that you can use the division people already have to unite the country.
Politicians in the South feels like they want your job vote. Yeah, that's true for office. But we're making gays and they're going to the school system. So it's, we've made progress, but about is if you create a society where you have mass can live, right? That's the question. And I think one of the goals to bring this world together should not be having wars right now where countries have disagreements. They're bad news guys, no question about it. But bring them killing people. Right now what's going on in God, my heart goes to death.
Yeah, no, we all agree. I think this is something the entire like giving meaning to people, like just, and then the same fear that I have when I talk about climate change, that it's going to be exploited. State for universal basic income. And then the question of like now you're in tough, like you get being from the government. If you step outside the lines, if you do that the government doesn't like, if there's a deal or if a new administration comes in and says, you know what, we're figured out for themselves, the United States really $37 trillion in debt, we can't sustain, you know, you have to adjust, learn to code. Right. Remember that? Right. Yeah, that kind of shit. Well, how do you give people a meaning? What do you do with all the drive? Like, think about how many truck drivers in this country. This is going to be taxi cab drivers. Yeah. And there's a lot of people say, yeah, well, those jobs are terrible anyway. You know, they freedom. But they go, what interest? You're a 60-year-old man, you've been working for this factory, retirement, and the plug is pulled, your 401k has been erased, your company's been by another company, now everything's automated jobs. I think that is the question. Right, so if Andrew Yang was talking about this giant epidemic in this country and the solution being universal basic income, but that's not the solution. And how do we convince all of these people we have to not just take this money, take action to give themselves meaning in their life? What you're is a revolution in human existence. Yes. Throughout history, so hard. To stay alive, right? Right. Sure. Hundreds of years ago. Today, parts of the world, people are working in and of course, struggling every day to put food on their table. So you're saying is, what happens when that? Well, what you're saying is, what happens when those people no longer did that? Right? Yes. Okay. So if works money to do work, right? Because you find meaning in your life. This is absolutely that is trying to say, it's one. I'll tell you this scene, Samuel, Samuel. I don't know, but I mean, talking about. If you're lonely, we got a machine for you, right? I mean, yes. Yeah. That's what this
friend view on AI, and her name is 20 hours a day, and she really loves you. Man, I don't think that's so.
It's very, and we the guy who proposed to his AI, yes, and he was crying. We're cooked.
At the end of the day, all we got is us.
Yes.
Right? And we're going to have to clean through this thing. And you're raising, again, I'm trying to think, Jim, I wish I had that answer. You're asking, correct me if I'm posing, is if future technology is going to work like human labor, correct?
Yes.
What do you mean? Right?
Yeah.
It's a good, because work has been so essential to human existence, right?
Right.
And you're suddenly taking that away. What do people do? How do they relate to each other? All I would say is the answer of AI.
Yeah, don't do that. But also, how do you find meaning? If you check and you can just stay at home and stare at the TV, and that's what is life? Like, how do you, a giant percentage of our population external meaning? Find something else. Find a thing that you can do even profitable computers can't do.
And I think we don't have the easy answer to it. And
it's the question, right?
It's not going to happen. Well, what's going to happen tomorrow? Just automated cars and trucks. That is going to.
Yeah, that'll be stuff.
To me, I have some answers for that one. And you're going to throw millions of truck drivers and taxi cab drivers out on the street. They need protection. That's an easy one. What you're talking about is years later.
But it's not even an easy one. No. Just step one. The real wave is going to be white. There's a lot of people that do things that they think are very valuable that are going to be worthless. Ain't do it.
It's the immediate. I think that is what is when actually all work is replaced.
Yes.
But right now, I mean, for a start, I think getting back to the point, I think workers, you can have healthcare as a human right, you can have education as a human right, and we're going to substantially lower the work week. In this process, we're going to have 20 hours a week. You're working 20 hours a week. What happens later when even more work gets eliminated, and what the purpose of human life? That is a very profound question.
That's the question.
The other one was related to
it's because it's so far away from what we have ever lived thousands of years. And you're saying, what else do they have to do that? Right?
It's inevitable.
Then the answer will be, we're going to have to find different meaning and find it in ourselves in ways that you don't know and I don't know, because we're not there years from now.
I don't even think it's 50.
Yeah, who knows? But things are okay. Finding other emotional things, I think we can do it.
And on an individual basis, is having literally 100 million plus people displaced to all those people to give them to eventually redefining life.
Good point. Okay, I don't have the answer to that question.
That's the problem. I don't think anybody does. Foot on the gas, full stead with no consideration. And then there's the thing that you're dealing with in terms of corporations constantly higher and higher and higher numbers. They're just you've got this exact same issue when applied to all these human beings. Like if you have 100 million plus people, that what do they do now? And to what? Just be able to get by. What about savings? What about the ability to pay? What about the very ambitious hours and go to school and do everything right? So what do these people do? What does everybody who's dismissed by this very impersonal thing that you need because you can't compete with China?
I agree with everything except okay. People out on the street, utilize the technology and that is the aspect of things like tax reform, like making sure that in America we do not have the massive wealth inequality that we currently.
That is, the taxes go to what? Incompetent, corrupt government? That people have. Good, fair enough. We're willing to pay willing to pay more taxes if we lived in a better country. Like this would be great. If I felt like I pay more, everybody's surviving, everybody's doing well, that's great.
Then is the issue of my lives in American democracy. I'm not argue with you that the system.
Right. And ironically, it's bad because there's no competition. Corrupt, but it's not a free market. Like the government itself has a monopoly and when they're making insane amounts of money through taxes and they're not accountable.
All right, no, I see it.
I'm not ad for making a protest. I'm talking about the realities in our current government.
What we mean by corruption, not believe by because I know these guys. Yeah.
Okay, let's say incompetent. Let's take equation and just competence.
Ways you got it. All right, but let me back it up again.
Okay.
Because I think it ties into everything else we talked about. You know why I believe it? Why what we didn't talk about helping their own companies.
Right.
You familiar with that concept?
Yes.
And I meet every year with them pretty well. When workers purpose, they are more than just a cog. They make decisions and they feel good about it. Absenteeism is less because they have a real
Yeah.
okay. We should be about toward more power. But so the course, my view, that very far removed from the needs of ordinary people, usually controlled by billionaires in political parties.
Yes.
One of the things that with my campaigns for president work around oligarchy towards Texas is to try to say to people who are working class people, you gotta get work long hours, you gotta get involved in the political process, you gotta make on government that it serves you, not just. So to answer your question, I think one of it's not only that we've talked about how you deal with the exploding technology and what purpose. The other thing is control over their own government. We can argue what the government should or should not do, but I think we can allow more people with incredible bodies.
Well, it's dangerous.
It is.
It's very dangerous, and I mean, no one who the founding fathers of this country never.
That's right.
They made this incredible system, Who could have ever possibly saw that coming?
And what I worry about, Sean, is, I read, it is astounding back in the 1780s when these guys wrote the Constitution, how perceptive they were.
Amazing.
I mean, they
Standing of human desires and the power and all the corruption.
exactly. And they wrote that having just fought a war and won a war on Earth, King of England, right?
Right.
And I think in the back, right, we just beat the King of England. How do you create a country which has that power?
Right.
And I gotta say, I mean, one of the things that was a lot of culture that worries me is that going at media, suing media, taking the authority that Congress has.
When you say suing media, don't you think there's an issue with what they did? You don't think that editing conversation on an answer more than what they really answered?
Joe, I
Okay.
Do I sue you? Ask me some stupid question that I don't like, right? What they do? Shall I sue you?
Yeah, but that's not what.
BBC
Mm-hmm.
suing them. He's suing the Des Moines Register because of a poll that came out during the campaign that he didn't like. So, think how many? I cannot tell you that over stories done about me that are based on stories, right? That's what free press is about. You don't like it, you gotta like it. All right, you do something.
Right, but it's not that simple, right? Let's not talk about Trump, but let's just talk about another candidate. I'm on the right, some on the left, and there's a concern to promote this person that's on the right. The polls are rigged, or these are funded polls. Look like this person on the right winning by a substantial margin, and it decreases the motive to have to come out and vote against them.
That's happening. By the way, that happens.
It's happening right now, and I think is that part of it? Doesn't. But isn't that what he's suing them about?
Well, he's suing ABC for one thing.
But what about the poll?
Yeah, I know the polls were there. Yeah, the poll was wrong. So what? Guess
Right.
what?
But what did they say correct when they published it?
No, they published what they thought was an accurate poll. But that pollster, by the way, what's the name of it?
I don't know this lawsuit, but I'm aware that in talking to people that understand polls, that some of these are politically.
The answer is yes. The polls right now doing exactly what Dr. Paul, I could talk to the rest of people, get the results that I kind of want, right?
And they do it to demotivate people to vote. And it's effective.
Right. On the other hand, this particular language is not huge. I've been pumped into them. You're on the Democratic primaries. I'm very okay, they don't talk to me. So it turns out that Trump worse one.
But what is the base of his lawsuit? Like, what is he saying?
To his opponent. He's saying, like you told me, yeah, I don't believe that's the case. There are
the other law with the they had with Kamala Harris, where they edited the answer she had to make it more precise.
60 minutes. They were suing 6 minutes. To my mind, historically, a long time. They're not out. I think you look at most objectives will say has a sterling reputation for investigating.
But that's not investigative journalism if someone's answer. If you ask her a question, rambling answer doesn't make sense out, and insert another answer that seems more cogent.
And you're walking.
Kidnapped.
It's a really, you're walking down a dangerous path. The impact of intimidating. All right, if somebody sues you, all right, they're not finished.
Okay.
Why not? You could be sued tomorrow, right? Because you are doing this. You're pathetic to this.
Right.
And you did that, and they have a big law firm behind us. Next time you do it, maybe I'm not going to.
It's not that. It's editing things. It's deceptive editing.
Joe,
So
I don't know what
people a different perception
I
of it
understand
is than reality. But that's not objective journalism. But that's campaign. Would you agree with that?
I don't know details. I don't agree with your analysis of it.
That universally accepted that that's what they do.
Suing ABC. Why are you suing
Well, 60 Minutes.
But it's not just
You go to ABC.
George Stephanopoulos said something that but the point is
What did Stephanopoulos say?
I honestly don't know.
I think what he factually the results of one of Trump's trials.
Guess what? If I were to sue and said things that were factually incorrect about me, I'd be suing people.
Right, but
you're saying, does media get involved sometimes? Absolutely. Should suing media, what is the impact of that? The intimidation. Once the public broadcast NPR, why is that? Well, because they also were uncritical. In my view, without getting into any, it's part of a pattern that says, hey, I got the power. You criticize me. You criticize me. I'm going to sue you. So it's not whether this show was right or wrong. There are shows every day they get it wrong. Whether you do an media to do the best that you can. And if I don't like what you're doing, I'll go someplace else. But I don't like presidents suing, threatening to impeach Judge Morgan.
My concern is when you have media organizations purported to be objective and then things that are defamatory and incorrect and know that before they say it. The person have other than a lawsuit. It's important that shine the light on political bias. We're from I would hope would be objective.
Needless to say,
Needless to say,
I don't sue.
they don't say
The President of the United
but do
States.
they say things factually incorrect.
Everybody in the world knows that he is Donald Trump. Donald Trump get up and say it was one.
But yet then they do it again.
Then you take them on.
The more people do, you don't have any consequence for doing. You have, and the most people only see that. They're not like if you're a left-wing leaning and you print something that's factually incorrect, your viewer or left-leaning are most likely not going to see Trump's rebuttal and some speech that he does in the middle of Pennsylvania.
The successful solution. We should take this time to really enjoy this life.
You don't get that.
Fragile mind.
You got to trace it. Use example. Corporate power. The owners of owned by Paramount. Paramount wants once you saw Sky as a
Blue Sky's that social.
no, then it's no, I'm sorry, it's I was forget the name. It's a lot that's paramount.
Okay.
To get this merger, huge merger, they have to go, guess what? To the federal. Right? So, of CBS, you want the company, this guy has many millions. You remember how much the books sell? Billions of dollars, to be sure. The federal government, and the president sues you. You're going to sell, give them millions of dollars and get your merger approved. Right. So, look,
I see a problem in that.
Right, and see where you're coming from. We want but you is that respond to the lies which take place is to take them on, not to intimidate them. But the Constitution, First Amendment, is freedom of speech. Right? You're right. You're sitting here. You disagree. No. Right. All right. I'll never take it away from you. Right. And I'm not going to threaten you with a lawsuit. But if you start suing me, hey, Joe Rogan has about $1 million. Joe may not have those issues. Okay.
No, and listen, I'm not a fan. That's why I never pursued CNN. CNN, I was taking horse dewormer, and they altered the color of my face on television.
I can testify. He ain't green.
I didn't sue them. I'm not a fan of them, and my them was just speak out and say how ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying. Joe, anybody in the public eye, you're in the public eye. I'm in the public eye. You're gonna get every day, right? That's what you're in the public eye. Public eye. But now,
Agreed. Yeah.
I mean, so I just worry.
I also agree. CBS should be altered.
It's the case interview. So I'm not gonna say what it is. All I know is that is a well-respected program. Do they make mistakes? Anonymous. All right. I don't know enough. I can't.
I understand.
All right. Go, Chef. I should get a plane and get out of here.
I mean, I appreciate your positions on all these.
By the way, one of the you have to talk about glorification in the media. Right-wing people don't talk about that. I happen to think that the podcast is a really positive step. Because I got to tell you, I've been on a million TV shows. All right, Bernie, you got 7. Well, I can't.
It's impossible. Yeah.
And the fact that you give people a couple hours to say discussion, I think that improves life in America and helps people think about things.
My pleasure. And one of the things that this conversation highlights is that there's a lot all Americans agree on, and this ridiculous position that we find ourselves in, where you have one thing because your side supports the other thing. It's just terrible for all. Look at the issues that really face our country. Citizens live here as a community. We agree on almost all of them. We agree that you should have a better life. You should have health care and have safer streets. A community that lets do as long as they're not harming other people, and divide we have in this country accentuates the farthest ends of the spectrum. Not recognize that most of us exist in the middle.
We share it, and I think this file. I was talking to you know where I was? I was the local states in the country. I was to Louisiana.
Right.
Here in Texas. Right. I mean, I have so much more. Now we can create a better life for all of us. So you're doing a great job.
Bye-bye. Bye, everybody.
The Joe.
Train my name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name. Doing something at the Viper Room to come here the next day. The Viper Room is just notorious. They're in the building. So,
It is notorious.
yeah.
The only way I'd ever been in there, you know, the door on the side street there. You know, the cameras out, took me around the sunset. Massive place.
Never been through that door either.
Yeah.
I've only been once. It feels weird. So there's certain buildings that just have bizarre history.
Yeah, well, Sherry was telling me last night, man, River Phoenix died on the sidewalk right out there. I didn't know that. The whiskey. For some reason.
No, it was the Viper Room.
I never realized that.
No. It's a fucked up place. Hey, man. Nice to meet you. I love your music.
Really?
Yeah. My turned me on. Yeah. Your music is, you've lived a life. You can't fake that. About certain dudes' voices. So like, all right, that guy's done some living. You know, you can't create that with
I mean, it's crazy. We're you know? Yeah. You can tell the difference.
I think we're right about there. There was a new one that just got released. The new one today. It's even Google one that was released last week. Yeah, it's weird. Some new AI engine that does video. It's pretty cool. We're able to make stuff that looks exactly like real human beings. It doesn't look fake even a little bit. Yeah. This is called Bite Dance. Is that the China one? It's the company that owns it. Yeah, China. Yeah. This is their new AI. So this is all fake people. It's all done by computer. Indistinguishable. You know, very strange. You got it?
What's that? She goes into it. She's like, yeah,
You got it.
okay, now, Red Spring
This is all fake.
and so anyways, doing the instruction, just telling the crew's doing.
What the fuck, man?
Full story with the details. They tell one,
We are living in the weirdest ever Charlie Pocket. Oh man, this is the weirdest time ever to be alive. We're being able to tell what's real and what's fake. I mean, we're essentially right there with video, and then eventually move into some feel. How
And that man is Twitter. So he's DMB.
it's coming. It's coming. It's people are working on this now. Like we have to because China's working.
Lighter, and he had tears in his eyes.
Space race.
Wow. He's like, you don't do this, man. You have so much going for your sport. Kid, I didn't recognize that first one. He came up, I was at the car before. I think she was riding the thing. Something was like, you that funny guy. He's a crazy person.
That's younger when I started.
A lot of friends too.
He's a bit special because
I figured
I'm so distracted.
that would be the one. Sorry, he was human beings. And
I go to Super Bowl. Didn't do when we walked in. Michael Irvin's there, like, he's the life of the party. He sees me and goes, oh,
It's fake.
well, what's up? Sometimes I want to grab his hand and grab my head, just hold me down and kisses everybody. How do you know him, Jay? We did the tournament together, the charity tournament together. One of the best people on earth. You gotta imagine. Travis. Across I was talking about, that's 2023 for you. Rick Ross DM'd me, so I didn't text. Something like fish tanks. I like fish tanks. And he must have saw it. He DM'd me. I told you when I was
on television. Television was the first time the news stations, the networks didn't have a direct. What they had was they filmed the moon landing. They showed it on a projection, and then the networks pointed the camera at the projection. Did you say anything? Wow. You know, there was a movie that came out of that back, and it's all about. I should see this actor's name because he gets cell phones. It shows up and it's cheaper to reproduce today from 1960. Sort of perception, feel. You're going to be able to open up, go into some bizarre world. You can't stop it. It's coming. It's coming. It's in America, like we have to. Like, okay. Guess that's just what we're doing. Space race, even if it's it's essentially the Manhattan for intelligence. It's around the world. Joe, did we go? I don't think. You sound fucking completely. Because China's working on it. Like, okay, that's just what we're doing. Space race, even if it's just a show. Artificial intelligence is around the world. Joe, did we go? I don't think so either. I don't think so. I say it fucking completely insane to say it, but I lost a lot of friends like that. I gained a lot of friends too, though. I gained a lot of I've talked to scientists that don't want to talk about public. Yeah, scientists. Well, see, you know what I figured? That would be the one time in the history of civilization human beings got to a new place and said, "No, I'm good. Turn out." Exactly. I don't want to look around there anymore. Bro, he's this researcher that's been doing these documentaries. And it's like, I met him in 2000, I believe, and he put out this called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon," and he's got a great quote. And that's not faster and cheaper to reproduce in 1969, except is the one thing. Well, and everybody knows that they so much money. Why would they spend the money on that again? What are you talking about? This has trillions of dollars rolls on it. It's also be very beneficial to society, and it was always going to be that we're going to have to go to other places. I don't think so. I mean, if you look at just the way they filmed it, like when you watched it on people that watched it on television, there was the news stations, the networks didn't have a direct feed. What they had was they filmed the movie, they showed it on a projection screen, and then the network the projection screen. That's why it looks so shitty. Wow, you remember there was a came out, it wasn't that far about this, like a legit movie, and I should remember this because he's getting better now. He's a really great actor. He played the man that shows up, the takes them down. But
really making the moon landing and all that stuff for like, American. Dominance over Russia and all that.
That's the reason why Chris Rock. No, I didn't train with him. I got different vibes. What did you say? It's for you.
Oh, yeah.
No, I didn't train with him. I got different vibes. No. You didn't say no. Because he caught him. You know what they say?
I don't think after COVID, realizing how much stuff the government can hide, how much stuff we'll just accept as being true, just all the evidence to the contrary. Easy it is to keep a secret. Basically, a secret that is set up. Like, yerba mate. Yeah, they're good.
You know what? I didn't realize it for like a year or two now because it's like. I think that's the secret. It's like Coca-Cola.
I like to try them.
He does guns.
Not having guns. Right? Now in the first act, heroin, the original bear.
I don't know.
Yeah. I think you did.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
More lives, right? How many times?
It's I think a preacher of the choir thing, right? Planting that flag.
Nice. 13 people.
I
don't fuck with any of that, man.
It's a ride culture thing.
Yes. Look at his eyes. Let me see. He just went through that word.
I mean,
He's not doing well.
Kinda, I guess.
yeah. We definitely are, military. We definitely.
No, he's not the guy. He's just weird.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm a plot from the sky.
Right.
We gotta get that.
This guy is notorious.
Treat that and Dr. Scribe it's not that much. Sears Worldwide. Time back then.
That means they're illustration, man.
2 needles, 2 vials, heroin, all you know. Just the fruit plate. Wow. This is the 90s. The Sears catalog used to offer a heroin kit.
That's it.
Just
Face.
That's 2015. No, 2000.
Try Jesse Plemons' conspiracy for space conspiracy.
Sure it wasn't it? Because there's a lot of those. I thought Keanu Reeves and New Dracula. Fake love. No. Possibly fake. What was the other question? Oh, bigger heroin. Yeah, man. They've been tricking people a long fucking time. Can make money. Yeah. And they're probably beating themselves. What was the day? What wasn't? Recommend cigarettes for people with them. You gotta ask.
Yeah.
You need cigarettes.
Yeah, they were drinking athletes.
Drinks Coca-Cola. Floyd Mayweather, after would drink Coca-Cola. There's actually that, like having sugar, like right after, actually to replenish glucose in the body.
Like dairy.
Yeah, it's probably not a.
My wife's got me drinking dairy.
There's better versions.
Yeah, you're right.
Electrolytes. Gatorade's okay. It's got a lot of shit in it.
Yeah.
Corn syrup. Here it is on the other one. Oh, Channing Tatum. Is that it?
Oh, that's the.
That's it?
Wait, that's
2024. So,
that's the one. Yeah, he's not.
historical romantic comedy. Huh. Fantastic. Interesting.
What year?
How do you have a movie with Channing Tatum and Scarlett Johansson and you never heard of it? Isn't that crazy? There's too many goddamn movies.
I'm still thinking of a different one, but I never.
There's another one? Really?
I think so.
Channing Tatum. Is that it? That's it?
Wait,
2024. So,
that's the one. Yeah, he's not. No, he isn't. I think.
historical romantic comedy drama. Huh. After creating a false moon landing.
Year was it?
I never even heard of it.
No, I think it's still.
How do you Channing Tatum and Scarlett Johansson heard of it? Isn't that crazy? There's too many goddamn movies. You know what I saw last night?
I think I'm still thinking of a different one, but there's another.
Another one? Really?
I think so. I saw it. It was a wild movie, and they find the landing is just being faked, and then I mean, I won't spoil it, but they get taken out.
Apparently,
landing, JF.
yeah, there's a lot of things. Vietnam, Gulf of Tonkin. There's almost nothing from history that's being told. Almost nothing. Yeah. It's all crack of shit.
Because I was thinking that's the one thing that they did that everybody liked, and then they've kept that flavor.
Right.
They can muscle everybody out. Like my bars, shit like that. Yeah, only if you can. Coca-Cola price. Coke changed. When I was a kid, that was the only person Coca-Cola's because it was
Right, because it was cheap. You knew it wasn't Coke. Yeah. They tried new Coke. Do you remember that? When I was a kid, I came up with a new someone in the 80s, I think. It was terrible. They it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Why don't you get rid of it? Perfect.
don't change. They can change as long as they keep Coca-Cola flowing.
Yeah, and then Pepsi's weirdos. People who
I never liked it.
yeah, it's weird. Coca-Cola is to this day flavored with cocaine. Know that?
I mean, like,
The savor of Coca-Cola, the company that makes Coca-Cola, they are producers of meth.
wow.
So they take the coca, extract the flavonoids out of the coca, extract the cocaine. So there's no cocaine in Coca-Cola. Then they take those coca leaves and the flavor of Coca-Cola, and then the cocaine goes into medical cocaine. Yeah. To this day, I think they're the only company that uses coca leaves. I think their grandfather. I believe their grandfather. To this day, that's what they use. As I sniffle. But these, I watched the fucking Substance. Have you heard of that movie?
I've heard of it.
That's that Moore movie.
Yeah, I was afraid to watch it.
Holy shit.
It was intense.
Oh my god. One of the most movies I've ever seen in my life. Sitting there, someone put her with this new experimental drug that allowed as a young person for 7 days back to the old person for 7 days. I don't want to spoil anybody, but fucking insane. Like I left something a couple hours before I go to bed because I'm weirded out by this movie.
Yeah, and I haven't watched it yet. I'm just saying that. Guys, can I get Overload, like a horror movie, like classic horror.
This is essentially Overload times 10. It's fun. It's really good. I mean, it really grips you. It's very, but just good lord.
Have you seen Uncut Gems?
Yes, love that
Isn't
one.
that a good movie? It was like a for me, but it was so good. You know?
Yeah. Well, I grew up with a lot of gambling addicts, so for that movie like really hit home. God, like
Howard is Howie Howard. You know,
so his name is Howie.
he's selling diamonds on 42nd Street. That's every manager in the music business. It's that guy. A lot of them.
Bunch of gambling addicts.
They're that guy out there. They're juggling all these balls in front of you. What I don't like is when somebody's got all these balls, they're juggling. And they're like, Charlie.
Well, there he is. He's great in that movie.
Yeah, he's incredible.
Yeah, I never knew he could. You know, I mean, he's always been great, but he's incredible in that movie. Incredible.
That was like a serious look way back. Remember Punch Drunk Love? You ever see that one? Masterpiece.
Yeah, I never saw it.
Yeah.
Just the gambling act, like that sickness, that the gambling, wild sickness.
I grew up around gamblers too.
Yeah.
Yeah, my uncle was a big gambler. I spent a lot of time in casinos with him down in New Orleans on the Mississippi coast and all that. Man, yep, exactly.
Craziest.
Man, I didn't, you know, he let my. But we were stoked. Yeah. Well, and anytime you won, like if you won big, we used to play as big in New Orleans. And because we could, both of us, we could play 9 card pages for them. We got that. Keep up with it. And because nobody in there, and my cousin being like, 8 and 11 or whatever. And if we hit, it was always a good time. It was toys. Fried shrimp.
With how much privacy is being on, VPNs are no nice thing to have. It's a necessity. Some people think, I don't need a VPN. I have nothing to hide. But that's what brokers want you to think, because their profits depend on you having nothing to hide. It's your business. You need VPN. With ExpressVPN, 100% of your online activity through secure, encrypted servers. It hides your IP address, so you can use, track, and sell activity, and privacy is restored. ExpressVPN is a tool to secure your sensitive information from hackers. If public Wi-Fi, like at a hotel, airport, or coffee shop, any hijack your connection and access your most sensitive information. With ExpressVPN, your passwords and banking info are safe and secure. ExpressVPN is the #1 VPN by the experts at The Verge. And right now, they're offering 4 extra months free if you vpn.com/Rogan or tap the banner. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can get your 4 free months by scanning the QR in the description. For some people, that's life. Just that next bet. I grew up around a lot of pool halls, and when I was in my early 20s, I was just around so many people that they would go betting, and they bet on anything. They bet on 2 raindrops coming down a window pane. They bet on anything, you name it. They'd flip a coin for $1,000. They would win a tournament. Like, this is guys would win a tournament, flip a coin, lose the whole thing. And you had to have a heart. Like, that was like part of the cult. Everybody takes the loss. Yeah, the only way it's constantly flowing. So if someone's trying to be conservative, so I'm trying to say, they call them a nit. Like, you're nobody likes a nit. Like, those are the guys that get shunned. Like, they're bad action.
Where'd you grow up?
Well, but
where were those pools?
New York. When I moved to New York in my early 23, I got indoctrinated to pool culture. Most fun group of degenerates and weirdos and outcasts, and as a comedian, I know society, and then I'm like, okay, you guys are just like me. You don't fit in either. Like, you're my,
And Joe on the street. I played up there. But play on the street all day. And then I moved downtown. I was trying to play the street corners in the villages, dealing with traffic, cops, and that's what drove me down into the subway. So even there, I started playing at the nobody wanted it, or nobody's really competing for the spots or whatever. And I would do that all day, and then five boroughs everywhere. And comedy guys were always the coolest because we weren't in competition. Like really competitive on the circuit, and obviously the same thing on the music side. But I ended up like playing a lot of the circuit there in the city and shit, hoping songs would play their breaks or whatever. And all the good folks liked me, I think, because I wasn't.
Yeah,
we were cousins or something.
Right. There's always been a relationship like that. It was at this weekend, and it's the first act we've ever had performed at.
That's cool.
Yeah. Perform that too if you ever want to, man.
Yeah. I like that you got it down there, man.
It's a great spot. Such a fucking wild place.
It is.
Perfect. And to have it at the old Ritz.
Just started tonight's show.
Is that what it is? The old Ritz?
Yeah. Old Ritz. Yeah. We have to keep one of those historical buildings.
Oh, it's a great time.
It's a great time. That's so in the tunnel on the stage, there's a big picture of Steve on the stage. Yeah.
You like SRV?
Fuck yeah. Oh, come on, man. Play Rothschild doesn't make me sick.
Man.
Other than Hendrix.
That's right.
Two Hendrix. I'm sure.
Yeah, just
There's certain songs that you can't fuck with. Although I did see one time I saw Gary Clark Jr. play Midnight Rider, and the Midnight Rider with that, like Gary's signature sound.
Oh man, you seen Gary? You seen Gary live?
Oh yeah,
man.
Times.
Yeah, I love Gary too.
I love that. He's so good.
And I remember.
Oh my. You want Mammoth pick out of Woolly Mammoth.
Damn, that's
That is 1,000 plus years old. John Reed from the Boneyard in Alaska. I got a buddy of mine who was in Alaska where they just pull all kinds of crazy mastodon, woolly mammoth, fucking caves of skulls, all kinds of wild shit out of property where a lot of animals died. And he's taken a lot of the woolly mammoth. That's where I got this too. This is a tooth that was carved into a piece of art with a mammoth in it.
big old goddamn tooth. So.
Yeah. It's crazy, right?
It's beautiful too.
Any cool guys who play guitar.
No, I've never been good at holding a pick. So I learned how to play with my hands, and because I can hold a pick well. They play these really hard picks, and can really. I still can't.
You learn?
Yeah. I just couldn't hold a pick sideways. Like a string. Kind of like pawn shop south her guitar.
And you just started messing around with it?
Yeah, they gave me on the piano when I was younger, and I just couldn't focus. Yeah, I don't know. 17, I needed it, started banging around. And I mean, it must have sounded terrible. Me and my mom lived in this little ass place. I was like in front of her. But it was saying, Mama, let's do it. Yeah,
When you play, people
you ready? And then the next time anybody
I'm the definition of half drunk. Ask the club, bad boy, that's what's up. Who's that? Woo! What the big things? Check the hit list of this shit. But the name, you still here. You're rocking with the best. Right, alright, check. Who's the boss? Dudes is lost. Don't think because I'm iced out. I'm a cool off. It's ugly, trust me. Get it right, dog. We ain't never left. The silence, it's a fish. Y'all had time, but the saga continues. We ain't going nowhere. Going nowhere. Can't be stopped. Cause it's bad boys for life. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't. We can't be now. Cause it's bad boy for life.
the way he was describing it to me,
Oh, that was
in
amazing.
this barn or whatever, it sounded like a Garden of Eden or something. And I wanted so bad that
Woo!
me and this other guy that was playing guitar too, that he would take us. And his house.
You ready?
He was still there.
Let's do
I was like, man, you ready to go? What are you talking about? It was a trade, recognition. It was kind of like, it was the first time there.
So you've been playing before?
Yeah. I was playing outside because our place was, I wasn't playing out to like make money or anything like that. I would go to this park, sit on these bleachers or whatever, and I'll never forget the first time anybody pocket full of change. And I'm sure it's, worried about me or felt bad for me. like that. It wasn't like that money hit the, and not like a light went off or anything. You know, it was a slow deal. Like I was playing outside because there was in the house or whatever, you know, and then a lot of trouble, which put me on the road. And trouble was a lot. You know, I've said it a lot. I used to about your family, and they hear about it, they get mad. But it's so funny because the internet, they're the ones that have to go around it. But anyways, yeah, we just kind of, you know, shit hit the fan, got up in the newspaper. I didn't go to high school. You know, neither my sister, neither. You know, I'd say still born the real us. But my mama had moved down there to South Padre Island area, Callan, Harlingen area. Anyway, there, you know, hell, I didn't wear shoes. Like 9 or 10 years old, you know, playing. Brother and sister, they're 10 years older. And they really lived. They were pretty tough, whatever. I'm telling you that back because I'm a hustler, you know, because of a lack of education, you know, because of poverty. And I've honestly, you know, he used to take me around the door selling newspapers when I was right, and you had broken my arm, and he realized if you card those apartments when that lady at the door, dude, bro, Mom's got a broken arm, she's gonna buy that. She's gonna go ahead and subscribe. Yeah, and in a nutshell, man, he, you know, through all that stuff, you know, started out as a door-to-door salesman, you know, right, selling men's clothing, door-to-door off, you know, and and eventually he graduated to, you know, hard knock type of guys. You know, you keep knocking on those doors in that Wild West business scene of towns like, you know, or Houston, you know, find what you're looking for. And he got in with some big old wolves, you know, and eventually, yeah, a lot of people died, people went to prison. You know, we were in the paper, and I found myself not being able to get a bank. Nobody I knew would go near me, you know, and so it ended up being like a Bob Marley said, if you're not living good, travel wide, right? And I literally just walked out of town because, you know, we had scarlet letters on our, that's when I really started playing that guitar, and right, slowly but surely I learned how to play it. People just were giving me money, kind of, over time. That, and, you know, exchange for a story.
This episode, do you think your family's got drama? Meet the Buckleys. I'm talking about the new Netflix drama, The Waterfront, set in a little town in North Buckley family. Havenport for decades, but now their fishing empire is falling apart fast, and their legacy is on. There's power, crabs, addiction, hate, love. From the creator of Beam and Dawson's Creek, The Waterfront is messy, twisted, totally binge-worthy. Watch The Waterfront now, only on Netflix.
You know,
do you ever wonder, like, how things could have gone? Because things have turned out popular music artists.
yeah,
Worldwide. You're famous.
I'm surprised I never got heavily addicted to drugs.
Yeah.
My sister passed away 10 years ago from substances, all that kind of stuff. And everybody, top to bottom, left to right, tournament. But I really do. You know, I remember I was living with that who can guitar. He's on the football team. I knew him from sports. Harmon. And he went out there to California for that first time. Farms, working on horse farms, working winemakers, all kind of people. You know, just doing the fence work. They didn't want to do moving soil. I mean, digging ditches. You know, laying pipe across really hard. You know, rocky. Not anything anybody can do. You just back and you know, to be young. And before I ever left, I moved in with his sister, and she was just my relationship with her or anything, but she was working West Dallas at 18 and making more money than, you know, crazy money. And she looked her and kind of a deal and all that, and I ended up writing a song kind of about it more recently called Easy Money that I did with Shooter on this album, Launch Rick Direct thing. You know, if you're a poor kid from Texas, there's no such, you know, that's easy money, but I was telling you that, but it was hard on, I remember like you see like young women working in strip clubs, making big money, and the ones that haven't been around, very, very hard for that line, my line of work. You're like, yeah, you know, and I don't have all the best. Most of the best artists I ever saw struggled with addiction. But I have, in that way, I have been very fortunate, very, very fortunate. I don't know, you know what it is? I never had no kind of talk. You know, I've always been, I just get drunk off of one drink. It's never changed. All like really strong, you know. That's probably, yeah. Maybe it's a survival instinct too. I'm really why, but I have considered it because he did a lot of time. You know, my sister had, you know, they both had, you know, teenagers, you know. A lot of it I do credit to my mama, you know. It's like, you know, she told me something that stuck with me. I've been saying this all the time, Joe. We had a lot of people that we knew, a lot of trouble. But what my mama kind of got out of that is the person in the said I changed the trajectory of my generation. You know, she took herself back. You know, cleaned up acting and got out of it. You know, isolated me shit, and which I think is a big part of it. Right, you got a role model. Yeah, model. Yeah. You know, there was no male role models, at least not at home. Pro athletes, coaches at school. You know, I mean, it's difficult for young to find strong marriage and vision that can help them. Good men too. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's very difficult to find in your personal life. It's hard, man. You have to find it with people online. Found it in world athletes and like excellence and right. You know, where the only way to get there is hard work. Yeah. And the odds are stacked. Yeah. And it requires incredible focus. I think that's why I'm always, you know, in such awe of those people when they're able to succeed. What I wanted to say to you, my mama said, she said, "We're young, but now you're a man. I've been living, you know, it's like, if you don't take responsibility at some point, never leave the home.
Right. You can't think that victim. Yeah, you can't think that it's not your. You gotta take it. That's hard for people to accept when they know they've been lost. When they know they've been dealt a shitty hand of cards and just kind of wallow in it. That's a trap. That's a trap that'll fuck you up. Up everybody around you too. Yeah, but it's a mindset thing. You can think your way out of it. Just you have to have an example though. Be your own example. Find an example of someone else who thought.
You know, I think he was trying to, he also, you know, and so, you know, his work ethic, in another sense, and helpful to me, you know, because I remember he used to hand out flyers, and when I'd be like a teenager, he'd be like, listen to me, now, if you leave an event at the other day that you're handing out flyers, you can see that pavement underneath, you know. So he used to tell me I was like 15, 16, and that came in handy for me. Because, you know, I was just a street performer, just an itinerant performer, and, you know, I did have to market myself, you know, and part of the reason that I was being underestimated is like the best thing that could happen to you. I think one of the biggest challenges first is that the way the business works now is they're almost exclusive. You know, you ever seen Brad Pitt flick Moneyball?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You know, they introduced that concept and the data to like maximize the potential kind of stuff, which has totally changed the game. You know, all it money right? Which is like, you know, the business is young amateur, and for the way that they invest and can move on if it doesn't work out, it's like kind of a, you know, it's kind of a pump and stuff. The thing about that, I mean, it works. Like if you know, if somebody, like you mentioned, all these guys, they have a viral hit out of no place, a venue or anything in their life, you know, it can happen really fast. And then obviously there's tremendous, you know, down the line that, you know, quick rise up there. But that day weren't any good. You know that they were terrible, right? What in a lot of cases was developing these artists on these rosters, taking boys advantage, you know, poor black artists from the South, whatever, basically, you know, like guys like Willie Nelson, Waylon Jennings, those guys were making 2 records a year, you know, and Waylon breaks through, right, in the mid-70s, you know, like, you know, coming into his own 1974, 1975. I mean, how many records in? You know, I mean, you know, Willie's Red Headed Street, which represents more like the Outlaws compilation record that the two of them were on together. It was basically a compilation kind of marketed as the Outlaw subgenre. 16, 17 records in, you know, Aretha, 9th or 10th record. Wow. These artists, the way the business will make 9 or 10 records per year. Right. That's crazy to me.
Crazy. And what develop producing new music and learn along the way.
And being neglected or misunderstood by the deal of it. That was it was really a really big, so many reps, you know.
Yeah. This has always been so predatory. But it's like it's the way it's like when you combine with a bunch of people that want to make money off medicine, whether it's music, you get a bunch of people that just think they can make money off you.
Man, I always thought comedy was the hardest. Always was the hardest. Because you mean, like, you gotta make them laugh or they're gonna fucking kill you. All the time, nothing behind you. There's not even a guitar covering you. Pretty much all those guys. So, like, I was always amazed. Like 10 people go on open mic, their routine. You know, that always terrified
when I watch open mics. I watch the bombing. I gotta leave the room. I fear that it's contagious. If I was on the road and pick my opening acts at the club, and some local act was fucking terrible, I would literally not listen. I'd have to leave the room when I was going to go on stage, so I could go on stage with a fresh mindset. I couldn't think that this audience had been poured shitty comedy.
I get that.
You know what I mean? It's like it's terrible, and it's like nothing could be. He just said like he's hypnotized them with this like mediocre state of mind. I can't listen. I gotta hide.
Yeah, but it's crazy that they could have that on the audience like that. I mean, somebody can be up there fucking it up.
Yeah,
and you kind of get a pass, you know,
right?
Get a license or whatever.
Well, you know, it's tolerable if the guy's into it. You know, he's into his own music, and you're like, I'm not into it, but he's into it. At least he's like doing. This is not fucked. Engage those.
Yeah. I see that. It's unbelievable.
You gotta be connected. Fake it. Like, you can't even be saying the words perfectly and be thinking about what you're saying. They know. They smell you. They know. They know if you're faking it. And you just gotta lock in, man. And you gotta lock in. It takes about 10 years. Just fucking bombing up for people. And
that's music, though. The 10-year deal, you know, thing. About it.
I think it's probably almost everything.
Yeah,
almost everything.
Anything yourself do. You like?
Yeah, sure.
You ever seen
Norm Chomsky?
Yeah.
I listened to him today. I'm like, Jesus.
Yeah, he's popping off, isn't he?
He probably just went the COVID vaccine stuff. He was out of his fucking mind. Be isolated, quarantined. To take this fucking experimental.
I haven't kept up with him in
He's old. He's an academic, so academics tend to trust experts in the field they're in, and if he doesn't have an understanding, like he is, of how compromised people are politically by money, you know, he's brilliant work on essentially the way media is compromised and the way, you know, politics are compromised. Apply that same skepticism towards the pharmaceutical industrial complex.
Strange.
Well, people have their blind spots.
Yeah, we all.
They trust experts, and if he, you know, he's got academics and he trust them. And also, he's old and old diseases. They get real scared because they don't know who they are. All the people that I knew that were old had the craziest reaction. My own parents tried to, you know, talk them through some of the stuff. They didn't want to hear it. First, they want, like, I don't think this is what they're telling you.
Yeah. Man. You're crazy. They got full of. They've been so sell you.
And they're incentivized. That's what's really crazy. When I found that out, I learned so much during the pandemic about the medical industry. I just thought they were there to. I'm so naive. I didn't even realize that hospitals are privately owned. Things set up by the government can get healed.
Right.
You know, it was all about making people better, and it's
they're not public. The closest thing to public is if they're owned by like a religious or
right,
church.
Yeah,
Great.
Yeah, it's crazy, and they just fucking people in and out. Actually incentivized to prescribe, and then they have extreme overhead because they have the insurance, they have student loan debt, and they have a high keep the practice.
Where's Bernie Sanders when you need him?
Yeah.
Well, no, see, I had open heart right here in Austin.
What was wrong with your heart?
I was born with Parkinson's, white disease, it's a shoot. In your heart, basically, your heart missed all this movement all the time. Like a semiconductor or whatever. There was like a section of it that was like, it would cause my and when I was a kid in South Texas, that's all I knew about. And we were told that it was an annoyance. Because I almost died a couple times and I was really, really young from it. My mama noticed and saved my life by driving, into the city there. Them hooking me up to all the saving me. Anyways, they told me as I got older that I could do an ablation. They apply heat, basically, electrical channel that's stuck in a loop or whatever. But it wasn't life-threatening. And then I was on the street for years. Through kind of blues jams, and I was working on ganja farm, selling, weed in the mail and all that off the street, buy myself some better clothes, myself a good guitar and amp and all that. Started showing up at blues jams, and then because everything takes money, like probably open mics that have too damn, and they'd see my crazy ass, knew that I was pretty wild and they didn't have any money. And it didn't smell good. So they were, through. I started leaving. The first I ever got in Austin was right there in the club, on 6th Street, playing kind of solo in the afternoon. He gave me 50. He wanted to pay it out of the web. Those whatever the hell he's got over there. Anyway, I was staying out of Greenhall, handed because I couldn't get into the show. Handed a guy a CD. Felker, he was the time, but he's the front man for Turnpike Troubadours. I gave him a CD, and he took it home and he listened to it. And lo and behold, his agent, John Vogt, called me up and started booking me. And then that's when I started playing the older, I like to call it Williams Circuit, the kind of old country chitlin circuit. Kind of inherited it from like Lee attractions from an earlier generation. Lucky Moeller and that old South circuit. R&B and the hillbilly folk kind of inherited it and and then they come in, CAA and Morris and Wasserman, and bought it all out. You were going to part it out no matter what. And that's the way that it works. Right? And they're like, good job. We're taking some of our money away from us. We're going to buy you out, son. Right? I think you can refuse them once or twice, and they'll come back, right? And keep turning on the knocking you. I mean, as well, it doesn't change the flavor of Coca-Cola, right? That gangster shit, all the other gangster shit is really what fuck up the original flavor, right? 200 shows for a bunch of years in a row, playing all over the place. It seems like sometimes he played 21 nights in a row, you know, for shit kickers at Bonita Creek Hall and clubs in New Jersey, playing at the the Saint, a little club, the Saint, that's 40. It's a badass place. And, I was like blacking the bus and shit. And I was like, it's getting really lightheaded. And I'd be sitting in the back of the bus, lightheaded, blacking. No, you're right, just sitting there. But I just thought, you know, and then I'm playing all these shows, I'm going as hard as you can go. Yeah, just doing all this dumb shit, working hard. And I was playing at the old Shady Grove here in town. That's now closed down. They used to do radios. No one put it on or whatever, and then it turned into, you know, ACL Radio, and then Shady Grove closed down there on Mark Spring River. Did a handful of times. First time I played, there was nobody there. I played it as packed, and I had Willie's old Stranger. It was one of the ones he lost in the era. He never got back. Oh wow! And this shyster, Chuck Light, some motherfucker was selling this thing on the side. The Reddited Stranger with the mural, beautiful bus. Somehow this guy gets. I shouldn't call him a shyster, but he definitely shysted me.
Shyster then?
Yeah. You know, this is crazy because it's so.
There it is.
Wow. The one, man. Yeah, that's the one. It's on the other side. Driven finest space players. You know, because somebody. I had that bus. I used that basically for about a year or whatever. And we just. Gone out. I almost died in the back of that bus. I did because it won't go. Here I am in my early 30s. My arrhythmia is out. It's going out, and it's getting harder and harder to get back in the normal rhythm. And I just kept ignoring it because somebody told me in South not to worry about it. You know, it turned out that my heart had large and all surgery. Around my point that I'm making to you about the medical industry that I learned the hard way, man, it's like no one's advocating. Only you. You have to be, you know. They don't. Like, they were just going to automatically mechanical valve in my heart, right? Automatically present any other option, right? Heart Association web page or whatever. I have insurance at the time, right? You know, they covered me at the time was the Affordable Care Act, you know, where they could not less. I don't know what. And that is absolutely an imperfect system, right? I just didn't have insurance. Here they are covered, probably because I don't have money, and they're dealing with, you know, how American business practices or whatever. Just because go and look it up, Joe, and it's like, you know, if you automatically are blood thinner the rest of your life, automatically. And you can't, that's just how it's going to be. It lasts twice as a prosthetic valve, which I had not heard of at that point. But that was the whole thing. This can last up to 20 years. You have like a 300% higher risk of a stroke with a mechanical about prosthetic valve. And then was that you can hear that thing clicking. My buddy Everlast. Really? You can hear it. And I'm reading about that, man. I'm like neurotic. Like I'll never get. So found out about the bovine cow. Yeah. Edwards Scientific makes it. I carry a little card around my wallet with the tag. You know, that product number in case they see me on the sidewalk. Wow. You know, and they're supposed to last around mine and right there, you know, 38 in January 2019. We're coming back around to it, kind of. Yeah, but what they did, they put a. Here's the thing about right medical industry is, I think, and really predatory, totally profit driven, and like, you know, people's health and preventative well, we don't give a fuck about that in this country. You know, I mean, there's no money to be made off of people eating right and being preventative, and like, there's nothing in that. The part about it that is, even in the like sanity of a land of advancements, the technological advancement of the medical field, though not real, available to the common person, they are incredible advancements, right? So it's like they're moving that by the time I never have to open again, because they can like go in through. At that time, it was more experimental, and they didn't want to do it. They were only doing it on really high risk patients, you know. But mainstream cut me open right. Probably get around cutting, going through an artery. Yeah. What do they have to do? What was happening was, so I had the Parkinson's white. I had to get first to deal with before I could deal with aortic valve disease. What it's called, and what it basically is over your aorta. There's these three valves. They look like Mercedes, and some people, it's a bicuspid or whatever. So 2 of the 3 fused together, or just one missing altogether. It turned out that I was missing one carburetor, you know. So like, as the time that old carburetor in that truck over time, just leaking more and more and more, you know. I mean, just got lucky, man, because I was like in the back of that foot. There was this lady driving in that like was like holding seance to the stage over the top. Like the man in the back of the bus, like that was gonna heal me. And she doesn't drive me anymore. Get a good bus driver. You have to get good sleep. Yeah, we got sleep. There's a lot of late night drives are scary. This guy, there's a video going around. He drove us around for a little bit. There was a video passing on the industry. This guy called Jimbo. He's this bus driver that was like, you know, just speed freak. And it was like this video of him where he was like on whatever he was on recorder. Like, they put a phone up. It was like, you know, as an amphetamine freak, you know, driving the bus down the road, and he was getting all passed around because it's like he was driving us at the time. I remember we woke up somewhere in New Mexico one morning because we're going on. I get up and I go to the front of the bus. Some fucking crack, you know, G fucking dirt road game in a bus. And I get up there and it's looking all crazy at the door. The inside door. When we got back down here in Texas, man, I never saw a phone. Jesus Christ. Well, you gotta think, if you're all through the night, there's a high likelihood you're on. Yeah. High likelihood. Yeah. For the way to stay awake. Oh, no doubt about it. Yeah. It's very addictive. And you need to get to Cincinnati. You gotta get to Cincinnati. It's an 8-hour drive. It's only one way to drive through all the old performers. Prescribed. I mean, yeah, they were getting prescribed that shit. Yeah. You know? Oh, yeah. Let's give you a
a greater appreciation for life, the value of life. Like, you almost lost it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know. I hadn't thought about. Immediately after that, I just started thinking about. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about it.
Everybody.
They're helping me take this home, Mr. Motorcycle. Hey, no problem, Streams. Yes, when you gotta go home by yourself.
I guess I thought I could live like that forever. But I thought I could get pastures and,
Helping me take this tote.
do the gentleman thing forever. I was 26.
There's something romantic about that too, right?
Yeah, that I would take it back again. I believe that, mental slavery is something, but it's us. We do, Yeah, and so that's what I was going to say about it. I remember somebody said, was talking about like American consumerism over the last 100 years. It really kind of illuminated my working really women. Your sense of purpose. Explicit goal. Making you more efficient. Right? All live and a life of purpose. What is something that you can dedicate yourself to? 10,000 hours, the 10 years. Or your buddy with this ancient tooth and this beautiful piece of art. Yeah. I don't know. It's like a heavy thing, but I kind of realized that a lot of who I was like this bunch of people just trying to find radio, just blasting my brain as a kid. Program that, it's like so much programming is so hard for me to watch because it's only for the commercials. Whenever I'm watching something, as soon as I think that it's not that good, I stop thinking about like, well, no, this is just a vehicle, I think I need whatever the fuck, so I feel like I killed like a lot of this version of that I was becoming, that I when I walked the city, you know what I mean? And then I could, that's when I really started becoming me.
A lot of people, prisoners, the only value they place is in if they're able to acquire. It's the only value that they numbers on a ledger. So they look at numbers in their bank account and they look at the stuff they're willing that they're able to acquire.
Right.
Success life.
Yeah, your very definition of the word rich has changed so much over the last, it's kind of moved entirely, really rich material, but richness of life, fullness of life,
fulfillment,
health, community,
family, friends. But so many people, they forego they'll throw everything out the window just for the numbers, and they think they're successful.
I mean, it's the way that it's being run, you know, like, I mean, there's no such thing as a free lunch, you know, all this free social media shit ain't free.
Attention. Very, very valuable. Your data, privacy,
Transparent society.
yeah.
Like, you know, y'all pulled up that AI stuff. I remember, I won't tell you the thing, but I was playing on the street in Europe when I was younger. Down on the Lower East Side, a Danish jazz. He would show up over in the States a couple times a year. He was doing really well there in Denmark at the state arts there. You know, it's a small country, high quality had it made over there. When he was coming up, it was almost more of a leisure thing for him. Benjamin Augerbach is his name. Lead singer. He'd show up at the open mics and all this shit, and he liked me because he saw the way I was living this lifestyle.
An image of Marilyn Monroe in a red bikini,
in Copenhagen for like 6
beach background, holding a sign that says "Please hold peace."
novelty in the boat and like around Copenhagen world. And I wound up street, but this time in Europe. And as soon as I started playing on the street in Copenhagen, man, and being a real Texan in Europe in front of tourists on the street, man, that's when I started making money. It was crazy. My money like quadrupled because all of a sudden I was like truly exotic. Texas is exotic, and everywhere you go in the world, it means something, right? They don't want to shake your hand, or they said, no matter where you go in the world, there's not an inch of the world that I've heard in Texas, you know, and that's it. Basically, you know, culturally it means something, no matter what, you know. And to play music in Texas is worth a lot on its own. It's a big part of it. It's just learning how to hold his own under the tradition. Austin blues players in Texas. I mean, that's not in the world. So if you see them live, you know what it is.
Oh fuck!
But I no self checkouts at grocery stores and shit in the United States. One, and then I was like, I ended up down at Frank in Copenhagen, and I had left, and I put ticket to Paris because it was my mama's favorite city. And I grew up quite a bit in Louisiana. I didn't really realize it until I was pulling into the city, you know. Actually, there was an Algerian guy who spoke English that was like, man, go to Montmartre, go to Le Sacre Coeur, whatever. And I kind of learned how to hustle tourists with jets. Were using me kind of as a decoy on the steps, and I thought, this is great. And I'm sitting there playing, and while I realized that I'm just a tourist. It was a good trick. Of course, I didn't say anything. Also, I didn't stick with it, but like the automation thing. Europe is way ahead of all of that because in a lot of ways, America, when you try to like analyze against Europe and these countries, like in some ways it's similar. We're more similar to Latin or South America in a lot of ways. Just how big because the country's so big, we got state technologies like and the people become it's a slower process. And one of the things pandemic was obvious to me now is our lives that they can speed that up. And to eliminate the risks and what's the word? What are they like? External how do we get these machines and people out? And we've probably jumped ahead in the process in America a decade or more in years. And I just remember probably 2010, you go into a grocery store, there was one person, working else was self-checkout. And that was years before. And then you think about the way that that's hitting every city in America.
Yeah.
Right?
To be completely disconnected from other people now. You don't have to. That's part of it. If they don't have to maximize their profits, then it becomes a very impersonal experience.
Soylent Green is coming, baby. It's coming.
Yeah. It's a good movie. That's a good movie. That's a scary fucking movie. Yeah. It'll be they undersold it. It's going to get real weird real soon. Yeah, because automation is not just going to apply to self-check everything. All that truck driving shit, that's all gone. That's gone.
Right.
It's all going to be self-driving. And they're going to be more efficient, less tax.
Just remember business people. Remember those people. I know a whole lot of who relied on undocumented work for decades against the very thing that they were using themselves the entire time.
Yeah.
Relying on undocumented workers.
Right.
Ain't paying taxes on it. Got no safety net.
Right.
And then, here comes. That's where it's going to happen. This is anything like see this in the youth, this monolith, with this, and saying that in the music, like in country music, like Mark Twain said, history doesn't repeat, it rhymes, and so, but I was thinking of it last year, 2020, because like 1974 in music was this crazy year, like thinking about the Nashville system, the race is different than anybody else. It's a specific guy who breaks the Nashville system has on its artists that you can't use your band, video, right? Like any of that. Waylon, to think how crazy that is. You couldn't use band. You couldn't even pick the studio. You couldn't produce. You didn't have creative control at all. Waylon is the guy that breaks that. How did he do? I think a couple of ways. The yin and yang of Willie Nelson, they were both on RCA. Willie was, at first, it's like Stapleton's career as a songwriter early on, and that's what got really for everything, these guys going on now. There's a really great found guy that's spent his whole life writing songs, and that's what Willie did. Success pretty early when he got to that with songs like Crazy and all that kind of stuff. Aaron Young and Patsy Cline, and these guys were really there for cutting his songs pretty early on. He was so weird to the establishment at the time. So, kind of had this thing into his writing that was going over the heads of the hillbilly. Really neglected as a Waylon was more favored actually by like Chet Atkins. But like you'd be number one on the in Nashville in the 60s. Waylon was like, man, I'd be number one all the time, and I was fucking dead. It's like they got you out there a week, coming back, and Lucky Motor's telling them that you owe him fucking $10,000. It was a crazy system. Willie ends up Gary Wexler out at A&R out of this Texas scene of that era that was so unique, and it happened then, and unique. The whole scene, everything here, the Cowboys, where everybody could wear the Cowboys. You know, it was weird, but they were in the same rooms. That's what I'm really proud of. You know, and glad that this town never turned into LA or any of those towns. Just didn't grow up like that.
Right.
I really do believe that because it's unique culture to continue to grow. It's like I said, sometimes it's to be neglected by that machine for sure. But so Willie, Jerry Wexler pulls him out of there because RCA doesn't give a fuck about him anyway, right? He goes to Atlantic, sells 400,000 records. The boys up in New York don't even division records, which is a lot, right? They closed the division, and that's when Willie lands at Columbia. He's having success. Well, to think that Waylon was past his prime too, but then Willie's blowing up on the other label, and Willie and Waylon got the same manager at the time, Neil Reshin. Reshin's leveraging it all, and so Waylon was about to leave RCA, and they doubled down and matched Willie's deal because they didn't want they lose Waylon, and Waylon was like, I'm only staying if I gotta be my man, you know. And he do that. So it's not just Waylon. I mean, it's Willie and Waylon tied together. You know, their careers just kept cutting through the record book. You know what I mean? And you know, because you'd be in Nashville. When I got signed to Nashville by 30 Tigers, purely because John Folk was my agent, and those guys, they tell you this themselves. They didn't understand what I was only put as a favor to my agent with some other artists. Oh, man, I don't understand this. Right? Which at least they're being honest. You know? But so weird is like they give you, like if a major label would give you, you know, $1 million on your deal, these guys would give you 50 grand, like a tenth of that, you know, kind of on the end of country Americana circuit. But they would, what frustrated me, giving you a tenth of money with these like 2-year record cycles. I just killed like that note that hasn't broken. It just kills you. That's a 100% industry model because they can always, you know what I mean? They can always get, and they can always, you know, they bet on one of those kind of amateur realists up, you know. But you're never gonna get
it's not
out of that. It's not gonna, you know what I mean? It's not gonna happen.
The world has resulted in a
How did Waylon
in that region by Israel that were very by or a result of many things, including advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu was not listening.
What is the United States to be clear about where we stand on the need?
But it seems that Prime Minister Netanyahu was not listening.
Vietnam. This is America coming out of, you know, everything was, I feel like in a lot of ways what was happening is like, you know, the commercial culture was really starting to take off. And then by the time the 80s, you know, it's like this level of pop culture, like American pop culture global export, you know, by it's like I guess maybe it's finally truly realized by the time Michael Jordan was the like most visible person on the planet, kind of in the 80s and 90s. It's like Nashville was such an old. It's kind of like in country music today. Like one of the reasons everybody's to right is it's like the only places left where there's like a loyalty,
October 7th
long-term
was
loyalty
awful.
fan base.
Absolutely.
Terrible. Like, you know, what happened in the last 20 years?
Fucking insane.
Hip-hop and all
And if you can't see that, if you can't say that, Israel has a right, and it's what are you talking about? Against what? Children? Against art? Against aid workers that are getting killed? We can't have a rational conversation if you're not willing to address that.
Yeah, I think they're hard. If I'm trying to be as charitable as possible, the Israelis, maybe from the and what they saw there, their heart is hard. And I think a lot of people, especially on the Republican side, they're unable to see the Palestinians as humans, especially as people that and all of that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's very strange. My dad is a
Tell me the story. I want to get into that because it's kind of crazy.
Yeah. So, my family is which is now Israel. They were expelled where Palestinians were started. And they went to like.
How does your dad describe that? How
Born Syria. So my grandma and my uncle, so he was on the roster. Were kind of that is fight. They tried to but it was like this force. They weren't organized. There wasn't. And he was always
the whole thing kicking me out Palestine is such an inconvenience day when people are talking about Palestine, the conflict. They do not know what happened in 1948.
Yeah, and I think it's important. Like I think for us to reach some kind of peace, which is really aware of that. I didn't know what we even yesterday.
Yeah, people that were waiting for food. It's insane, and no one wants to talk about it. I don't know.
What I'm saying is,
prominent Palestinian
culture to me is kind of like Willie.
This RCA back into that's anti-Semitic.
How is it anti-Semitic?
They criticize the state of Israel. Our position, every modern Palestinian position is two-state.
I don't think a lot of
Never
left.
Palestine.
So that ended up happening on
Yeah, October 7th
for an
was
album called $10 Cowboy.
absolutely
Obviously.
terrible
I
attack.
was this close
But also,
to
what they've done to Gaza, insane. And if you can't see that, if you can't see, they need all the right to defend against women and children getting blown apart, against aid workers that are getting killed.
He won't do podcasts. Sent me some cool shit. So, but maybe that's probably better. He wants to just as possible. That dude spends time actually working on a range.
Well, that's what he loves to do.
Yeah.
Saskatchewan?
No. Yeah.
That's what they do up there.
Yeah.
I've been right through Saskatoon, even that big town there, you know, and I guess he's not too far there, but like.
Yeah. That guy screams authentic.
Yep, he does. And he grew up on, you know, and all that stuff, you know, and all cowboy, you know, he knows that cowboy music probably better than anybody.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that when you're talking about artists, that's what they feel, you know, all artists, what do they want? They want something that resonates, that really connects with people. But if they think the vehicle to doing that is a hit pop song, that route, right, then they'll hear something like, oh, damn, that's what I really, you know.
You can't do it. The only way to do that is live it.
Yeah, it's got to be. You know, there's something just like what I was talking about with comedy, like they know that you really. It's something in the music to know that this is, and they like it too. You know that it's coming from someone's mind, that their soul. It's coming from their life experience of who they are as a human being. Art is a true expression of their being. That's what makes people. That's what
those just want to take a picture standing next to others.
Yeah, they do. Well, they want to be it, but they don't know how to get there, how to do it, and they've never lived it. And they've been focus groups, and they've listened to the executives, and they've been dances, driving the Mercedes. They're doing all the shit that leads to the path. And then one day you realize, like, fuck, that's not what I want. It's interesting because it's like something that pops through that's real. People gravitate. And there's always the trying to capitalize on it, make money off of it, trying to figure out how to, in an authentic way. It's not possible. It might save us from this AI shit. Because AI is going to create a bunch of really catchy songs, you know? It's going to create an all-branded song. It's never going to create times, you know? So it's some of your shit. It's not going to human being. And there's a, you know, you're always going to want something. Maybe there's something in it, you know? That's part of it. You know, I love looking from their soul, came from whoever they are. So they lay down, whether it's music, whether it's art, comedy, whatever it is. It's like that's human being, you know, and that's, we're always going to want to be connected to that.
Yeah, I was looking at you, sir.
This type of fraction of music led to possibly the history. It's because the birds sampled it on their sweet symphony. But they got permission. It's actually something much more. The story begins back in 1965 when the Rolling Stones for the last time. This doesn't sound anything like a sweet symphony, because the sample doesn't come from this original, but instead of a.
Can you imagine how it sounded coming through the radio?
As a side project, Oldham will produce his under the name, including this record. One of the songs featured on that track is a cover of The Last Time. 30 years later, in the mid-90s, Richard Ashcroft of the Voice decided to take a small sample from this song, completely new. He took this full rest of the band and dozens of instruments and wrote a complete sample. Recorded so many more tracks. There's a lot more to this song for last time. But explains the sample hardly featured in it at all.
Literally just there to make sure the speaker doesn't belong to the band. And you know, Jimmy was playing right above him.
This music
incredible. It was insane. It was just like
this music led
because Jimmy live. Someone live. So I can't do something live.
So and it was like, when they start the song, Ryan comes in at the beginning. There's a lot more to the song than just the last track.
Sponsored by
The sample hardly featured in it at all. Everybody sings the sample is Will Malone's score. It's the high string line that comes in at the beginning and then it's got nothing to do with the styles. Nonetheless, they got permission to use the who are recording. Just before the song was released, they had a problem. Previous manager of the Rolling Stones, who are writing copyright, filed a lawsuit claiming that the Verve had breached the agreement. Firstly, he claimed that the Verve had used more of the song than originally agreed, but also that the vocal melody was taken from the original Rolling Stones song. The similarity of these melodies, the Verve was sued, claiming they stole the song from Mick Jagger. Keith Richards. And soon the Verve's biggest hit. Whilst this lawsuit continued, but when how successful the song was, he no longer wanted the Verve credit with Jagger. He instead wanted all of the credit. The case was settled out of court. Asked to hand over all songwriting credits, all royalties, Jagger, Keith recalled one of the most amusing history. And Ashcroft joked that this week's symphony was the best song Jagger and Richards had written in the past 20 years. The songwriting Grammy, and it was Jagger and Richards' name on it, even though they played no role whatsoever in writing the song. Mick Jagger and Keith Richards didn't get involved. It seemed like there was nothing we could do. Jagger and Richards couldn't hand over credit because his client's publishing company was this most aggressive tactics to protect the music rights of his company and managed. He managed a number of high-profile artists, but because of the artists he worked with often or even resenting him. Decide that I thought he was. Well, you concluded that I thought he wasn't. I realized that they could see, and it wasn't often the Verve who had been. Andrew Old produced the cover version in the sample, soon he was entitled to more money in advertising. And David Whittaker arranged the older version, sometimes it was sick. By 2019, it was estimated that the symphony had earned Jagger and Richards a song which, by the way, the Rolling Stones we came up with the last time, which was a traditional gospel song that had been sung by the staple singers. But luckily, the song itself goes into the list. This is a great example of the typical English music courses. It's the manager who people want to call the most famous case in recent years has been the gay versus hetero, but this isn't an artistic case. It's people on his behalf trying to get his money. And in this case, Jack said in the song, it was their manager from the city, Richard Ashcroft, still. Years later, in 2001, his publishing company was announced of his son, Joe. to speak with Mick Jagger and Keith Richards to see if they would have
That's like a thing now.
the 20
Well, shoot.
The song is now to Richard Asher.
Man, you know, listen to the character.
He returned, and of course, because streaming has completely reshaped, there's very little to be made these days. So,
You know, because if you're
I just wanted it to be perfect.
Texas, that shit over there on the other Mississippi, like, it goes away for us. You know, there's a brashness, there's a boldness. Any sound, whether it's coming out of honky tonk or coming out in Texas, it's a totally different sound. You know, it's like Billy Gibbons talked about this a lot. You know, like when they're on the national scene, the idea of Texas is just a total stigma. Right? It's all hillbilly, you know, and all this shit. So it's like you go to Nashville or whatever, and it's all Appalachian. It's all, you know what I mean? It's because it's, I don't give fuckers, you know, because you get explain away this place. Right? You can't explain away region where you're from.
Yeah.
Gary Clark Jr.'s from right here.
Yeah.
Like it. You know what I mean? He sounds like it, and it's like it's not that it's sultry, whatever. It's Texas, and what happens with Texans, right? They discount you. Look at us as right? I mean, people got some ideas about what Texas is who've never stepped foot in the state. That's not any different, you know. People who've never been to California, right? And so it's like there's two roads for this artist. You either let somebody in Nashville or New York or LA convince you to your accent, you know, wash the Texas off, do it our way, or which is the only say your brand of Texas. It is. Whether it's Gary or Selena, anybody, just keep it on. Yeah.
That's with comedy too, man. I mean, there's one thing called
My favorite.
right from here.
That's right. The scene was hot, man. The scene was hot.
It was hot because of him. Because of him in Texas. You know, I remember.
Did you know Hicks?
No, I met him once. Real briefly. Didn't be, but I saw him perform live a few times before.
You didn't see him live?
I saw Kinnison, but he'd already passed his prime. Kinnison passed his prime real quick because it was a cautionary tale. Like, he was the man.
Comedians got a party scene.
Party scene in LA at the time with cocaine. It was a different party scene. Kinnison, and he had voice a year, like literally, like schizophrenic. Voices in his fucking head for a year. I'm talking to him. Yeah, they were doing cocaine, and they were doing that fiber of himself, and became sort of capped by this the perception by this character that they had created, and Kinnison is what birthed Hicks. This is a great comic, but he was the Outlaws. It was in Hicks that sort of defined Texas style. And when we were living at the time, I was living in New York, and there was really two places in the LA where you wanted to go to get on TV. Everybody wanted to go and get a fucking sitcom. They all wanted to be Jerry Seinfeld. New York, which was like the comics. That was like the David Tell. These guys that would like, you know, guys would do the clubs. And they were thought of as like the real pure comedy, you know. And then there was this new scene out of Houston. This new scene out of the Laugh Stop, River Oaks. And I remember the first, man, you can feel it building. You know, they were both gone, but by the time I worked there, they were both dead. But you could feel it. You could feel it in the open mic scene. You could feel they were pure. You know, there was a Texas quality to
to the way they were comedy. It was a fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Yeah.
Fuck with both sides of the room.
Absolutely.
And just cross him over and put him in his pocket.
No one knew what he was. They didn't know what he was.
That's right.
The first time I ever saw him, he bombed. Except for the comedians.
I've seen video of it. Because there's quite a bit of video of him from these clubs here in Houston when he was younger, because they were even and I've seen some of those clips where he's like you're talking about, he just couldn't fuck him. Afraid of him. Like, everyone's laughing. He's like super
comic, really, that had a message.
Right.
He had a little commentary to his, like a dark poetry to his comedy. And so many people tried to emulate it. At the Atlanta, there was people wrote a bunch of shit on the walls in the green room, but one of the big ones said, "Quit trying to be Hicks." I remember seeing that. We all did.
It's great. It's just like
wanted to.
So after Stevie Ray Vaughan passed, I remember, we were, and you'd come down here, we'd come to high school and shit, and go up and down 6th Street. Never forget this. Every guitar street, one of them, like Stevie Ray Vaughan. Every single one of them, and there were 30 of them. Coming out of bars.
Yeah, there's always going to be someone like that.
Quit trying to be Hicks.
Yeah, quit trying to be. Was a
my daddy died flag. Oh, really? I bought it at Kmart.
It's made in China.
because he's a Texan.
Yeah,
the vernacular is real, and then he turned around and fuck up the other side.
No, it was genius. Well, when I first saw him, he went on in Boston, and the guy who went on before him was a nice guy, but he was a hack. It's like normal shit, stupid jokes. But the stupid jokes was cartoon character smoking pot. What would happen if Daffy Duck smoked? It was dumb. But
Watered down Dangerfield.
But it was given. And then Hicks went on stage, immediately started bombing. He opened up, he's tired of performing, tired of going up and people a bunch of shit you couldn't possibly. But the comics were dying. By the time he was done performing, there was 50, and there was maybe me, my friend Greg Fitz, just dying laughing, and maybe 10 comics. We'd all come to see Hicks because we'd heard. And I saw him a month later at the Comedy Murdered. The Comedy little tiny club. It was like 150 seats, real low as well. This is when I was like 1988. Before he'd really popped, I'd heard about him from the Rodney Dangerfield HBO special. Rodney Dangerfield had these young specials. Rodney was introducing the world to talented comedians. He had these Rodney Dangerfield young comedian specials where he'd have on like Robert Schimm, Lenny Clark, Bryce Clay, and that's where Kenneth and Hicks was one of them. I'd seen Hicks on that, so I went to Seinfeld. And like the first time he bombed, the second time he fucking murdered. It was me and Hendrix at the mall. He was doing this bit about Jimi Hendrix, like Tiffany playing at the mall, and Jimi Hendrix shows up. It was fucking just genius bit. So funny, man. I wonder, because I don't think he ever put that on anything. It might be on an album somewhere. But it was back when there was all this pop mall comedy, or pop mall music, and he fucking hated it. And it was, and he was just rallying.
There's a genre for
it. Against corporatism.
It's gonna make that little subgenre.
Yeah, I mean,
New with it.
It kind of has. Austin has a great comic scene, right? It really does, and it's really just emerged from the pandemic.
Are you here?
Well, we all moved. We didn't even move here. We moved here to LA. but LA had shut down, and all like we were all without a country. We were living in LA, so we shut down for a year and a half.
Wow. Man, it was so shut down out there.
It was so shut down, and I knew I'm those dudes. It's just like I've never had faith in system government, and I'm like, these motherfuckers down. They're gonna keep. And I came to Texas, and Ron White was already here. So Ron was a very good friend of mine, and Gary. I knew Gary from LA or two, and that's why I became friends with him. And he moved here, I think 2017 or 2018, and I talked to him on the phone, like, why'd you go back? And I can't fuck with those people in LA. It's like I'm tired of it, man. He goes, I love Texas. It's just real. It's like I'm back home. And I was like, wow, that sounds right. And then when I talked to Ron, and Ron's the same way. Ron's a Texas boy. I just don't want to do this anymore. I'll stay here. It's great. He goes, it's great. It's fucking contract flyer. Fucking food's good. Nice. I knew when I didn't know. Ron's here. Ron's a good friend. And we could perform live. And I first started doing shows outside. Me and Dave Chappelle started doing shows at Stubbs. And we were doing outside shows where we had to test the whole crowd. Everybody had to get tested. So everybody hours in advance. We tested everybody for COVID. They had to wear a mask out. Fucking stupid. The whole thing was so ridiculous. But we were hanging drunk, smoking weed. It was like normal. It was like normal times. And it was a real thing. Like, we were the only ones doing comedy. And, I started coming. And then we started doing shows inside at the Vulcan Company Music Club that's on 6th Street there. Nick, the guy was like, fuck it, let's just do shows. Yeah. We started doing shows in November, and it just felt like we were baby killers. We're out there just spreading diseases. We were super spreaders.
You spent enough time on 6th Street. Anyway.
Yeah, we developed some strong antibodies. I never got sick off of 6th Street. I got sick in Florida.
That's what I mean. 6th Street will make you bulletproof. Yeah. We'll set the bullet.
Yeah, there's that going on there too. So we live, and then comics started moving, and they started moving and drove Texas because they could just walk. Without doing shows, we just all felt lost. And then by the time 2021 rolled, like 15, 16 world comics live in Austin. Wow. And then I was like, club, and Ron talked me into it. You gotta get a fucking club, you gotta do this. Because, he knew I got it from the Spotify deal, so I was like, and so then in 2 or 3, I guess we opened, and it's now it's like this is in the country, which makes it the hub of comedy in the known universe. It's all here in Texas. It's all at that club.
Well, that's really cool, man. Props to you for pulling that off.
Well, I mean, I think I pulled it off, but I think it's pulled it off.
People are proud of the, history of this town.
Yes. And it's a great place, and it's all life, man. Everybody likes to use that term inclusive. Well, our scene's inclusive, but everybody's gross because they just everybody's fucking diverse. Artists, they're all weird people. And what we didn't see out, it was just who's good, who's really all about this, who really wants to live this life, who really wants to do comedy. And we set it up where we have 2 nights, and we've got Kill Tony on Monday night. We get a chance to be seen in front of the whole world, and the biggest show in the world on YouTube, and in this hub, man. And now it's just fucking every night. It's so easy. It's a. And now on, there's 5 full-time clubs. Of my clubs. Yeah, the scene is insane. I mean, it's the best scene in the country. It's like there's never been a scene like this before. They just, and we had to hit every green light. Like, to close down. I hired everybody at the Comedy Store. Before we even had a club, I said, I'm going to pay you full time. You get benefits, you get all insurance. Move to Austin. We'll call on you in it's going to take like a year to build But meanwhile, you'll be able to just like live here, get established. It's a beautiful place to live. Everybody fucking loved it. And then we opened up one night. We did a couple of tests, try the venues, make sure everything works good. And then was like, fuck it, let's stay open. Before you know it, it was 7 nights a week. It's been almost 3 years now. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. We're talking about doing it in other places now. That's cool. We've talked about doing it in some other city. But it would have to be a city with a real group of talent. Yeah, like that's every comedy community. The only way it works is you have to have a lot of great comics that live in that town. It's the only way it works. And then we each other. It's the only way. There's no lone wolf comedy. It's only iron sharp. You know, there's no like the best comic in the world living in Pittsburgh. It doesn't exist. Live where they're not in competition, but in cooperation. We're all inspired by each other. You have to have that. And so we had to have like every green light down for a solid year and a half. All these people had to be unemployed. I had to have all. I had to be in a place that allows you to open up and have everything in California. It was close. They wouldn't even let you do outdoor shows. We weren't even allowed to do shows. We tried to do shows in the parking lot of the car, and they wouldn't allow us. It was crazy. 70% of all the restaurants.
A lot has changed. Really fast.
Yeah, real fast. So we had to hit every green light, and we had to have all these people that were willing to take a chance. Whereas Tim Dillon, Hinchcliffe's, Duncan Trussell's, all these just like, we'll move there. Brian, Tony Hinchcliffe, and so all these guys just said, fuck it. Let's take a chance. I don't want to live where I can't do comedy like junkies.
I was still working the Red Dirt circuit. So to be honest with you, those boys was like they never quit. Not all those dance halls and beer joints.
Thank God.
Places closed.
Thank fucking God. Thank God they were right.
I was just working really thought about anything else, but South California shut down which is not funny, but like the pandemic hit, and I was unknown. I had just finished that record. Well, I had the 2 surgeries through a relationship burn and a tailspin. You know, I'd gotten rid of a management relationship that was going nowhere. And I wrote Welcome to Hard Times just kind of out of my own kind of dark feeling where I was going through. Just the whole like rigged casino, America's a casino, That's since I was a kid because I kind of lived it. And then the record, I cut the record just South Georgia with Mark Neal. Right, like the whole thing, I cut it. Like I wrote the record in November. In December, got the masters back, and I remember me and Taylor Grace, my now wife, we were dating. I dined her in Cloud Cross, and my manager at the time called South by Southwest, and that's here. That's when nothing could stop the machine that was South by Southwest at the time. Strangely for me, I've not knew a lot of the way area. So I'm not saying it's a good thing, but for me, my career totally changed because no one was putting out records. No one had any records. For that reason, David was riding his ass. Actually, thanks to John. He's like, don't let him show up your record. right now. You know, talking about, July 2020, demanded more money. No one in my records. I'm talking about more the shit hit the fan. Talking about spending like 10, 15 over marketing local art. Wow. Twice that. And that's still a cheap record. But I mean, I remember a publicist told me once, like, you should spend marketing at least on here I was. Like, that's what I mean. I was like caught on this like Americana scene, on these 2 record cycles, with no money. I was at a broke dick deal, just like Waylon was talking about. Just didn't. I'm not bagging anything. I mean, I'm glad I'm on the map somewhere. We went ahead in July 2020, and I had been wanting to buy billboards. Just so happened, especially in California, but even in New York, everything was shut down. I mean, totally shut down. Remember, we bought a billboard in Silver Lake in Times Square, right? Static for like 80% off because nobody, not a single other billboard for the course of like 9 months or a year in those neighborhoods changed. I bought all those month billboards, and some of those motherfuckers stayed up 6 months. Wow. You know what I mean? 5% off. And sometimes that I was writing about personal experience, and it spoke for me. It wasn't a big risk, but it changed my trajectory because the song really spoke in America. Yeah. And that's what my role. That role. You know what I mean? It's like, and then I did all those records. Welcome to Hard Times, Music City, USA. I'm like kind of right for the Nashville machine, and then the man that I made down in Lockhart, Bruce Robinson. It's like the first time really that I'd made a studio record with as and Bruce Robinson. The song was not stopping me from being me, and the Billboard 200, and then $10 Cowboy, really big step from there. And up with Shooter, I used to open up for Shooter because Shooter was getting booked by folk too, right? And the 2 guys that took pretty much nobody else did was Evan Felker. Shooter would take me out. He didn't have to be cool to me. He's fucking Waylon's son. So he's just cool. And so he's a great guy. And he would give me little things to live by, like when he's like, it said you can't have the National Palace. You fucking camp there. And I lived in that fucking parking lot. That's the kind of shit you get by on, you know what I mean? And I got this funded, how slow movie business is, that I made. It's this thing I put together. I finished my at the rodeo finals in Vegas. All the pressure that's on me. And I'm just trying to get away from my manager, machine, and my phone, and all that shit. And I decided. And I had heard from journalists about this great shrine in a liquor store in Waylon Jennings in his hometown of Littlefield, Texas, there on 84. In the movie, I'm playing like I've never heard of it. I'm going over Mitch, to find this little museum really exists, which it does. It's run by his youngest brother, James D. Waylon. And so went to get the to get hooked up with James D and them, and we got the idea to get his mama, Jessie Coulter, involved, and all that. And I was similar to use some of Waylon's music for the film, and I was to death to ask for it. But Shooter had always been good to me, and so we had a conversation. We caught up on a lot of stuff, because I'd been hearing that he was producing. Big heads or tails of it, where he was. Truthfully, I was like avoiding producers altogether. because a lot of these guys, like, you know, they're such big names, it overshadows the artist. You know what I mean? And then, like, they have, then the artist just kind of, in a lot of ways, gets talent, you know, shut the fuck, you know, movie lot or whatever.
Yeah.
And but I kept hearing records that he was making by people I knew, like Jamie Wyatt. And I said, yeah, it's the best thing she's ever done, Shooter Jennings. Van Emerson, thing he's ever done, Shooter Jennings. Like over and over. Been noticing that. And he's all about the movie. Yeah, I'm gonna sing songs. We'd love that. Your music and all that. You know, she decided she's in the movie. Was helpful with everything. At Sunset Sound there in Old Hollywood, the old Sunset Sound studio. I wanted to go in there because Mark, I was tired of making records in Georgia. I wanted to make a record in California. Sure, in passing on the thing, falling through, and it's like, man, Charlie's crazy. I'm signing the release on Studio 3, the Prince studio tomorrow. Just in passing. Well, then let's make a record. And we're right in the middle of the trilogy now. I did Love Drifter with it. And then the next one that's coming out is $1 a Day on 888, which I think is a lucky number. For that we're calling Sagebrush Trilogy. And Shooter is the first guy I've been in a studio with where I judged. You know what I mean? And now I've got all these. It's just the perfect timing. Like, have been out on the road 10 plus years ago, and then, you know, like Big Business, right? He started cutting records ago. I mean, he's a crucified son automatically, right? I mean, walking, you know, in that shadow, maybe said it. The other day, in regards to some other situation he was in, he was like, he said, I went from one shadow to another. It was a beautiful line. I think he was talking about like an old relationship. But like, he's overcome that because, you know what I mean? Like, if you listen to his record, you know, when he's starting out, you compare it to, you know, in Nashville at the time, like, he's totally swimming up. Nobody's sounding like that. They're not sounding traditional. I can tell you, constitutionally, he's just like his daddy. I'm like, you are well. And for some reason, the more weed you smoke, my brain is just like pulverizing. You know, but I'm really proud of him and everything that I'm doing with him because I just think it's so long, man. And here I've got a part of records that isn't just, but also higher. You know, because I'm trying to figure out how to transcend it too. You know, everybody's always, there's a lot of, you know.
It's a primary contributor to a changing climate, producing around 27% of greenhouse gas. What are your thoughts on that? Turning off your computer for 10 minutes before you go. iHeartRadio environmental experimentation. To find more tips for smart living, portrait action, iHeartRadio.com. The free radio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library. Thousands of titles. Radio podcast preview.
Yeah. Really? How old is it? Synthetic selection people said right away assassination that might have been And who was this? What was the situation? This specific incident?
Exactly. Same things we wrote about it. I don't advertise it about it. Exactly. It really seemed to come on about 1976. The bicentennial. And there seems to be in the number of people that have this given bigger military correlation. That was interesting. It has a recognition, but honestly, it's been well forgotten for many people.
Do you know if Elon has any sort of government contract with Maryland?
But what I think is like some projects I work in so I think it's a technology and civilian scientists come up with ideas to make it new.
Podcast for free on the iHeartRadio music, radio, and all in one app.
Big bonding from that. I think this is a magical sitting in a KFI AM 640 live everywhere. It really brings together. I heard major my section and video cases and just only a couple of center in LA one and criminal law specialist and you're cutting your message budget to have you join us on KFI. Able to solve a problem. This is a case that's twists and turns. Let's start with the first one. And that has to do with the entire population. It would appear that Sean Puerto Rico case, they couldn't even bring it in.
We'll take another experiment.
Actually,
Brain on much brain.
there was there was that rare yes, and age the art of the experiment.
Might have heard it.
Me. And they didn't end well, but they were trying and that's the term. It was the army and one other group. And so, carry with them because they didn't break down behind bars. They weren't able to break down the evil of the say so. Brains use this experiment, but the ego license itself. Else, even though we have two hemispheres of the brain, it's an illusion. Emotional consciousness. So, at the end of all this, what happens is when they ask you is they weren't able to recognize birth itself. Behind bars for a long time. Was not given the chaos hard experience is they have to break down a greater while or like that's terrifying. Yeah, it is. A world wide global.
Now, then how many people have spoken with or the same experience? And what when you win? was in Miami when you met with Dustin. How many people has he seen that he's diagnosed, and specifically, how specifically did he diagnose you? What neurological diseases that were similar or in the same? Or did he actually diagnose quote unquote humanity?
He diagnosed me with acquired neurosensory dysfunction. That's the name of the paper that he published about Chivas. If you read it, he's a
You can pull this up, Austin. What's his name?
Hopper acquired
Dr.
Okay, well,
I didn't know that's part that I talked to him about the trial, and of course,
tax
right now, most Sean Combs put it on the most charges. So it's likely that, and again, just to end it out of blue, you feel there's be some discounting multiple years that we
Sir.
don't know.
People who experience it, their people, their roommates, so all people experience symptoms or signs of concussion, and they all have concussion.
Even 8 years is still that's a long time. It's busy. All time.
And they all have severe abnormalities to the level of not variation because the
The idea somehow that
well,
you might just go house and chill out, and we're talking about suicide there, and that's not
some
going to
people
happen.
with diet abnormalities, but not to this extent. Dr. Donovan really explains it in his lecture, his paper, function, Melbourne, a test, I this could be right. This is how they tell
Go ahead, I'm sorry. The prosecution is going to be asked for the maximum, I presume. Right.
type damage to the brain from a concussion. So they're both damaged.
The conditions of that is sure he is.
So there's an eye test,
What is that?
Yeah, correct. The eye test.
but the damage, effective damage is the same, but there's no like abrupt. There's no trauma. There's
So the same thing for University of Trauma Center. They
But as this test, how on someone would he have that experience, or would he have a different?
specific type of MRI that shows kind of they found abnormalities.
So you wouldn't recommend this for 4th of July weekend, it doesn't sound like.
The doctor should
You know, there you go. You know, Deborah Shapiro is the guy I need to, he's about the gun that's now costing me $9,000. They got so much I paid it's the basis. Apparently, like the dog for my insurance $6 this year. And there's no way after the fact.
the sensations kind of would be that feature. Develops this package. But
Blue on hold. Deborah, this
So, find out. Right.
Here is the service guide experiencing a medical emergency.
Say,
TV tax credit bill.
yeah.
Youtube.com. Weather Central Energy will be busy. It will be sunny again tomorrow, 7. Brought to you by White. Go back to 10.
This is
Passenger days on the eastbound side of Fair Oaks. Delays, however, still getting away from on the scene of the crash. She's got a heavy slow drive to head off Boulevard. A stall.
And how many
Has since been cleared out of lanes on the northbound side. Moving up on Moraga.
politicians
Moving up at a Culver City away from the down for heading up to that southbound side of 15. All the way towards Genesee. 7 California. Most accurate report.
Is anybody transparent about
Is the number 1 for
and government is being transparent about?
Discover a new podcast from our library and titles. It's iHeartRadio streaming.
Site, which is a journal publication. Investigating events from 2 days, talk to ways, experts, and article, small town, contact us. I think otherwise, they will not be able yeah, that's perfect. Some form of financial blackmail. Talk about is there any
Mother played a role in this. I don't think she got away with it.
with timing of the attacks? Are the timings of the attacks similar between experiencing it at the same time? How are they being triggered specifically? Are they being
Follow
triggered?
this podcast on the iHeartRadio
Yeah,
app.
it's
Number 1 and podcast on
severe. It's so except the Russian creating a runway process and treatment plans, increasing blood pressure, any sort of respiratory system or heart would get that something like that. So it seems like stress. Many of them 24 hours I can't sleep. Weakens the brain sleep. You're more easily suggestible. He said he has major brain That's a hypnotic state. Which control. A lot of people believe that we hypnotize. People think hypnotism that they training. So, each for example, that's cash.
I've always been a pretty polarizing figure for some reason with audiences. It's a love-hate thing. And I've done a lot of styles, you know, and a stylistic chameleon. Here in Austin, even first time they put me on the Chronicle, I'm just stylistic chameleon. And I had a hard time with that, you know, because I wasn't taking it as a compliment. It's not a compliment. No. Yeah. But it's, I can play blues, I can play country music, I can play all that shit. Matter of fact, it's surprising to me that people would question to me playing and stuff as this aha moment that I'm not who I said I was. Isn't that hilarious? Why don't you go try playing those?
Well, that's people that are just talking.
Brother, I'd rather get on a fucking bull. You know?
Yeah. Man, look, synchronicity, fate, is a real thing. Just think about how all that lined up. I feel like sometimes, I mean, it's a very egocentric thing to think, you know, things be, like there's a plan. It's silly, but it also is or another be a thing. Sometimes the way things seems like it's meant to be. There's certain things that just seem like they're meant to be like on the right frequency and you're following the right path. Those doors open and things do happen. And they happen when they happen at the right time for the right reasons. You know,
I believe completely in fate.
Yeah.
I don't really believe in fate. I think there's a surrender and a helplessness in a lot of ways to a lot of people's idea of fate. People are like, love your struggle. I never liked it. It's like, no, love strength that your creator gave you. Overcome the struggle. Don't love the struggle. Nobody fucking loves it. Right. Strength is the real struggle. Yeah. Like real struggle is not knowing if it's going to work out. I never understood that. I mean, I guess like after it's successful. Fate is a thing that's like that's destiny. Waylon, like Shooter, and like the Waylon Jennings thing for me, you know, it's like, you know, I did my debut at the Houston Rodeo back in the spring. For me, that was like my career of Selena and everybody, you know, no matter what your background is as a Texan, any Houston Rodeo, that's the top. Culturally, I think the stage for an artist to perform, I think it's the Houston Rodeo. You know, it was the Astro Stadium. And I would have never known. It's the truth, and it crosses, you know, economic, racial, everything. It's Houston Rodeo, it's rodeo on Earth. you know, which is why you got everybody from, like I said, you know, Waylon Jennings, Merle, George Strait. Nowadays, you got both playing. I mean, it doesn't matter who it is. Like that's the platform. Anyway, I played there, and we were out on it, and me and Shooter were mixing it there at Sunset Sound, and then I stayed party at the Viper announcement of these 3 unreleased Waylon Jennings records, and they're legit unreleased. It's not AI remixes. This is truly legit released music by arguably king, or certainly the king of all the outlaws. But when it comes to like Nashville country, whatever you want to call it, man, like a buddy of mine, John Spark, in town, Texas, we were at the Sagebrush interview, and he was saying that like country music is like Che Guevara, right? Waylon Jennings was the long-haired Prince of Darkness, right? And he's the guy that Texas, right? He learned on stage. He learned how to play bass. Fucking stage, backing up Buddy Holly, right? Who at the time, man, you know, I mean, that style of rock and roll, right? It's coming from everywhere. It's just making. Nowadays, they're kind of strangely making music in a vacuum in a bedroom. But like, in some ways, right? It's like whether it's Robert Johnson or B.B. King in the Delta or whatever, or Holly out in West Texas, you're influenced by. There's something to be said for like how hard that earth is out there in West Texas. Like people talk a lot of shit about love mills, shit, these cows everywhere. Flat, you know, the thing, stand on a fucking tin can and see 100 miles or whatever they say out there, right? But like the big play a show for, probably in many ways, in my opinion, it's like a show. I love it. Like that town, it's like it's just the best place. Like Willie Nelson is now in the Dolly Park now too. Waylon Jennings was always rock and roll. Like he was never traditional country. You know what you're listening to, even on the like country folk, right? There's nothing. Anything coming out of Nashville in like 1960 next to Waylon Jennings. He's the long-haired Prince of Darkness. He is going to be up there. That's what they did. Is they built a wall around Nashville because the coast had all the money, and in response, Nashville walled themselves. Right? You know what I mean? That's really what they did. And then Waylon busted through a lot. So like my path that led to making records was sure figuring it out. Like the map is when I like cracked the code and realized what Waylon was doing music. Like I finally fell in love with him musically, and it was on the specific record from 1968 called Hang. Every swinging dick in this business that I ever knew that had anything to do with the Texas songwriters and country, every one of them wanted to be Waylon Jennings, Willie Nelson, Towns Village, Joe Shaver, every single one. And I naturally stepped wide of that because I was trying to do it. And like imitating an artist's advanced part movement in and of itself, that's worthless. It's worthless. It's that you don't go walk your own path. So a lot of guys I knew when I started playing all the shows with Willie called me up, got me on with his agent and shit, put shows. And a lot of guys I knew were like, you gonna play with Willie? And at first I didn't know. Right? Realized guys that I knew, they knew Willie Nelson shit. So like, fuck you, I should have that spot. And like, at the end of the day, right? I'm you know, times. right? How I think I've landed and his family and playing all those shows with Willie, getting married on his ranch and all that stuff is because, not because I worship Willie, but because I think Willie and was like, I like what you're doing. I like how you got where you're at. You play me. You know, your picture lets you know when you're going to take your picture with him. You know what I mean? You're going to let you know. It's time to get your picture taken. That's how they did it. Wow. And we're still 100 nature scans behind us and shit. It's like the greatest photo of my life.
Natural inclination that people have authentic to imitate authenticity. That's the thing is
you have to put yourself out there, you know, like when I was playing on the street, people knew I was different, and artists, the hipsters, like in the Brooklyn scene and Bushwick and all those shit, like to be on the street playing like that, right? And like I didn't want to play in subway cars. Jadon Woodard is his name. And he kept seeing me at the Metropolitan platform, you know, for the cars coming by the L train or whatever. G-Train sucks to ride on. It's great for performance. It's like, it's the slowest train in the world. So you get huge audience between every fucking, you know, train.
Head to the 5 and leave. And I in Pasadena, still top East 10, backing up just about weekend. Blazing stretches out of the Beijing Boulevard for Southern California's most active traffic reports.
History fan, iHeartRadio. History podcast.
Actually, I saw my neighbor worked over 25, and I sort of briefly ran told him about the spot, and I talked about it, and he said, "Oh yeah," he goes, "He's like, I know we work like that." It's a great yeah. That's really good. You can't talk about it, but you can currently hiking. How people like you, college, going to school, studying artificial, what percentage of you guys do you guys have aspirations to work in the military, working for the CIA, to be spies? What not? I was just saying that I think again, work on everything. Some other things. Just it's also not for a lot of people don't know how we're putting together the system because Facebook wasn't working that was simply I was yeah. What is that? If you can use these right after in a way it's
season in Toronto. Short of the American League at the start of the season, he was 14. He finished the season hardcore in the American League. Dodgers owner Arizona was the first Japanese player to be selected for All-Star games.
So it's a gold mine for a street performer. Terrible drag for the, New Yorkers waiting on it, right? Kept trying to get me like a different guitar player and shit, like an amp. I didn't copy. I got an amp, ran off a 9-volt battery. You get about 7 hours of Telecaster. I learned it from this guy Ghost, who was already doing it. Ghost, it was like kind of part of Citizen Code, Clarence Greenwood street team. He kept trying to get me to go on subway cars. I was like, man, this kid's rapping and shit. Man, the subway. I'm all right, Eventually, he actually what it was, and then I was finished one day in the car. It's on the L train, and I'm riding in the car, and I'm just down the train, and all of a sudden I see a motherfucker in a white tee toward me, and he's moving, but can't really how the train's gonna be. And I'm trying to put together, and when he gets, he's got that guitar player with him with the amp behind him, he's playing this ass bluesy hip hop beat. I'm into it. The next stop, but the verse and shit. He's got all hands. He's handing them out shit. He sees me, he hands me one. That's how he got me. It working. And he was making the money. And I thought, holy shit. So in comedy scene music, say you got a place on 6th Street, holds 100 people, and you play there 30 nights a month, right? And you get 100 different people show up there every night. That was at 3,000. Like, dude, you could hit 3,000 people in like half a day on working. And so it was like, he was a spoken word poet. This kid started fucking in like Philly, which is fun, man. Philly's tough. I have to tell you, Philly's tough. Some train cars, and then he comes to New York with that, and takes that spoken word improvisational things. I saw they were all like spoken word poets because they just were smart, quick, and we mashed it up. And again, where I, all of a sudden we would make $300 a split, and we turned that into a whole pretty well-oiled machine where they started being. We're bringing guys up and down from New Orleans and shit. See the trumpet players, different word rappers. We were squatting in warehouses, renting out space that was supposed to be for rehearsal, but really everybody was living there and selling it out. And I cranked that up. We cranked that up, and it did get discovered by the heart of the pop machine right there on the art train. Wow. And just what you would think. You can see video of this. They were just trying to figure out, and that's one of the spoken word dudes right there was Eric. He was from Jacksonville, Florida. Hippie right there. That was my younger brother from down here in Texas.
There's something about performing that is, there's no, you're performing for people that are,
man, they don't want you in there. You're breaking 10 laws. You're breaking 10 laws.
If you're good, it means a lot. You ever see a video of Biggie when he's performing on a street corner of Brooklyn?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
You pull that one up.
It's like you watching this kid with this.
Talk about it, even though I know he's still underrated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's crazy.
Oh, he was so good. He was so good.
Yeah, standing on the street corner. Yeah, that's the one. I got Never. What did you say?
Yeah.
Clever.
It was so clever. It was comedy in his lyric. You know,
I met his aunt. Train. Yeah, we did. I don't know who she was because he was running the train where I was. And he knew all those people because working at Smart was like, it was crazy. Some of the people that we, like who you come in contact with subway cars, you know what I mean? It's like, I saw Jake one day and then some other day on it'd be like the NBA commissioner and shit, gave us $100 bill.
wow.
You know, it's like, that's all. That's all it is, you know. It's like putting yourself out there, public, man. It's when you go out in public, and you really do that. That's a you know, for anybody.
Yeah, it's just undeniable. Authentic form of performance ever. You know, that's not your audience. They don't know you. You have to break through. You have to break through it. It has to hit. It's very real.
That's all I've been doing is swinging.
Man, well, you're killing it.
They used to sometimes call me the Muhammad Ali of country music. Too good a compliment, but
this, you know, that's the only way you make rocket. You gotta, your story is important for people to hear because it's the only you know, you don't make someone like you and a wall like you. A bunch of executives making these decisions based on think it's gonna be popular.
Man, it was crazy. They were doing that shit. So this woman, Nell Mulberry, she was in the Sony system and managing artists, kind of the star maker of like 2010, 2011. So they bring us up in Koreatown, right? And like on the edge of Hell's Kitchen there. And her office was like kind of catalog room. Because at the time she was married to Rob Santos, one of the legacies. Off the side of the like library thing, whatever. And she rented it. And they're putting us kids and showing us like gym class here and the Gorillas and Oscar and Janelle Monáe and like focus group things, you know, and where they're gonna plug you in to the thing. And it was like, more about it for me. I'm not, they didn't do anything desperate. Man, playing in public transit, you know, be careful what you ask, you know. And I was a long time, but I've been eating off that plate forever because I realized, man, you don't know what you want if you don't know what you're selling. They're gonna sell it for you. I mean, it doesn't matter who it is.
Yeah, that's not their fault. That's what they do.
No, that was the best thing that could have happened. I believe that there was some deal on the trades for it, but I knew I really did. I had it was big, and like, you know, it got there, it fell apart. That's when I got the street. I went back to California, ganja farms, because I realized, you know, like Big L's, whatever, you know, I was gonna get street. You know, you can't stay out there forever. You really can't. That's when, you know, that's when I looked at it, and it's like, man, okay, what am I willing to sell? You know, what is Charlie Crockett willing to sell? And I think that that's stronger than playing it cool and letting somebody else figure it out for you. You know, that's where it gets dangerous. You know, and so it's like, I know a lot of these guys in business, they're like, oh man, you know, I'm paying and all type of stuff. Man, they're crazy for that. James Brown, they were poorer than you. They paid cotton, and they learned the attitude. So, bullshit.
We need to understand the business. If you're in the business, if you don't understand, taking over by it.
There's no doubt. That's your own time.
Yeah, and then you have to have autonomy. You have to have some sense of self, or you could avoid the influence. You have to stick to your guns. And that's the hard part, right? Because then they dangle that carrot, especially if you've been out in the street.
It's right there.
Oh, it's right there. It's so juicy. A lot of people bite it, and then they don't want it anymore, and then they don't know how to be authentic.
Where you do, like on that circuit, comedian, and I know you also got into the like dealing with the network, TV shows, all that kind of stuff. Like, did anybody ever fucking?
I got lucky in that television so early, and I didn't want television. It wasn't something that I wanted.
Yeah.
But money to be on TV. I was like, what? Okay. But I kept doing my at the college store, and that was the most important thing that I just kept. And then the money was just like, fuck you money. So it's like, because I have the fuck you money myself, and you know, like, I remember the producers of Fear Factor. This is out. I'm like, this can't get you in trouble. People go, this is not out. And I was like, well, then I won't do network television anymore. Like, once I had a certain bank, I was like, all right, this is more money than I ever thought I'd ever have in my whole fucking life. Wealthy. And then all of a sudden I have money. So you don't say fuck you. What's the point? Say fuck you. That if you're gonna be a prisoner to that, like everybody says, man, you're afraid to be yourself. The only time you can really do it when you have, you know, it's like it's a gift. What is the gift? Is a gift of freedom. You have to choose to either accept it, take it, and be captured by it, and then want more forever, and there's no end. You know, we were talking to his friend who's worth $3 billion, and he feels poor because his friend's worth 80. You know how crazy? Think how crazy that is. Like, this guy's constantly chasing to keep worth 80 billion, man, because he's getting. That's how it works. You can get trapped, and then you know, yeah, you gotta hit show. You gotta hit. I want to have a Grammy. Oh, you know, you start getting crazy. You start. He's that demon of success that just lures you deeper and deeper into hell, and the next thing you know, you are knows who you are. And if you don't know who you are, don't decide who you are. They'll sell you as a thing. You know.
You know what's crazy about the music business? The manager is in many the most powerful and the least regulated. I think that's what's wild about the music business. There's basically no regulation. It's like, I think that's makes people say it's, you know, the shadiest business. I don't think it's the shadiest business, but a guy told me that in New York. Actually, when I got caught up in the Sony thing, y'all were showing on the screen, a lot of people were trying to sign us. Actually, the guys at A&R Wu-Tang, like DJ Scott Free and Matty, they were trying to get us into a deal. Citizen Code. And it was like, he told me that. He was like, man, fuck what you heard. This is the shadiest business. Now, I had come from a crazy shit in Texas, you know, with everything. But even in that, like people that are, if you try to play the stock market or whatever, Wall Street, corrupt business, it is really fucked up. But it's highly regulated. I think compared to the music business,
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Feeling it, like, it's the stock exchange there. It's like they're like dealing with culture, cultural power, cultural wars, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
It's there's just very, very, very little power. And man,
So much people that make the most money. People that don't crazy art.
Because like you're talking about, like, let's say you got a 80 billion or whatever, still doesn't make you a art. Right? It's still not fame, actually. You know,
I have a friend who's $1 billion wants to be famous.
That's what I want. It seems like a lot of them want to be.
Because that's the thing they don't have, right? They have everything.
You can't exactly. Kind of can.
Kind of, but then it turns on.
Yeah, that's right.
It turns on you. Yeah, to be the rich guy.
Watching those, I mean, I see some of that stuff playing out.
They did the Elon. Yeah. Crazy. You don't want that. Yeah, it's tough for you. You know, you're the wealthy oligarch.
Oh, and you want everybody looking at you, right?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden,
Everybody's got that eye of Sauron. That's one. Everybody's got it.
I got this little bird right here. It tells me all the secrets.
What is that bird?
I didn't write this horse. Right?
Oh, wow.
I found it in this place. Found items place about 10 years ago, and I just liked it. Actually, I thought it was native, like Egyptian, and I've always felt like it was a little bit of both. And I didn't know anything about it at first, but the reason I never take it off anymore is like when I started, like what it meant to the Egyptians was that it meant like safe passage as you journey through this world. Get ready to go on to the next one. And protect you against evil. Protect you for health and happiness. They call it nation, so it makes a lot of people tie into stupid, like Illuminati and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, the Thunderbird.
Well, you know, the eye of Horus is essentially the pineal gland, where the seat of the soul, where the brain produces dimethyltryptamine. The eye of Horus. Have you ever seen the image of the eye of Horus to the pineal gland?
I'm not sure. Maybe I have, but I didn't.
The ancient Egyptians. What's gland? It's a gland that's in the center of your brain. It's essentially the third eye. In reptiles, it actually has a retina or cornea on the lens. It's where they now they believe that DMT is actually produced by. It's also produced by the liver and the lung, but it's like the most spiritual of all the psychedelics. The Egyptians had sort of, they're so good about truly ancient Egypt. Look at that. Look what it looks like. I mean, the eye essentially is diagram of the pineal gland, which is kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy when you see because they knew things, and we don't know what they knew. Pyramids, we don't understand how old they are. There's so much speculation about that civilization.
Figuring out like how they harness energy and all that stuff.
I mean, there's the belief that there's structures under 2 kilometers deep into the earth. Of controversy about that, but these guys they've had multiple readings of these things, and they're pretty sure that they're accurate. And they've been accurate with other things that are underground, that are 50. They've mapped those things out with the same technology. So there's a precedent to it. These people don't understand how they knew it or what they knew. We don't know if the people in Egypt that we consider ancient Egypt, like 2000 BC, we don't know if they found those structures, or if those people built structures. There's so much weirdness with Egypt. Construction is so beyond anywhere on Earth, and especially when you're dealing with 4,500 plus 500 years ago is the conventional estimation of the heretic archaeologists that think. I mean, there's a King's list.
I've been hearing this for 30,000 years.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds nuts to people that want to have this convention of, the dawn of civilization being about 6,000 years ago, but there's a lot that's not accurate. There's a lot, and I found evidence. It's just the vastness of the Egyptian Empire and what they're, just the vastness of the construction, the were able to bring these stones from 500-mile mountains. How did they cut them perfectly? How did they put them 100 in the air, put them in the ceiling? Like, what the fuck was going on then? What the fuck was going on when people were supposedly just getting this? This is like the emergence earlier. We're supposed to be like using stone to limit animals, and now you have people that build this immense structure that's perfectly aligned in true north, south, east, and west. Has 2 million stones and aligned with Orion stars, the stars in the Orion belt. What?
Maybe the happened was AI took them down too. Way back.
It might be.
It's bad. Stuff could be. I forget who said that, but it's like, I mean, I'm science, but at the end of the day, you know, no matter what we think we know, it's still just like it's like there's so much out there beyond what we can see.
Yeah.
So I always thought that myself. I mean, it's a basic thing now. A lot of people have had this stop looking up here at the stars. It's like, if they're saying that the stars are basically infinite possibility for that's what life on them, which basically is.
It's basically certain.
It's a certainty.
Yeah. The more we explore in the known universe, the more we understand that much more likely that this is not an anomaly. Planets out there. Who knows? They have life.
So who knows what's going on with those Egyptians?
Well, they did this.
And the version of Egypt that we're taught of, it was like just the latest stage of it.
Oh yeah.
Like I read thousands of years, and there was evolution of those kingdoms.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about
all the sub-Saharan area.
All of that too.
That's what Atlantis was. I mean, there's this thing called the Richat structure that there's, again, geologists believe Atlantis. The Saharan sub-Saharan was a rich race thousands of years ago. There's whale bones.
That's crazy.
It's fucking madness, man. The history of Graham Hancock says it best. We're a species with amnesia, and that's what's wild. All this ancient shit. Well, we definitely remember shit from 20,000 years ago. And people have been in this form of Homo sapiens now for how long? And who knows where they learn this stuff from? I mean, who learned this stuff from visitors? We don't know. We don't get visited 20,000, 30,000. Whatever. And are we being visited now? We'll find out. Because if this shit's real in Iran and they start going nuclear, only the great hope of the people that really is that what they're watching over us is to make everything up, that we're so close to emerging as a type 1 civilization. We're totally out, we're real apes, nuclear weapons. We're so close to passing this stage that, as long as we don't fuck it up. And who knows how many times people, that Egypt, there might be the remnants. And there's also
by AI.
Yeah.
I mean,
our great
there, but I like there's a great outlook. Next,
yeah.
What you call it?
Type 1 civilization.
What does that mean?
Okay, there's type 1, 3 civilizations, and one formulated this. It might have been saying, Jay pulled this up, but it's the same. Here it is. One civilization known as a planetary civilization, defined by our Kardashev scale as the one that's harnessed and controls all available energy on the planet. This includes utilizing all forms of sources like solar, wind, geothermal, and potentially even harnessing nuclear fusion. Type 1 civilization civilization is also characterized by a globally advanced society of interconnectedness and the ability to manage planetary scale. So we're on the way to that best case scenario. Helps us. We're close. We're probably a lot closer to that than we think. 2, civilization is stellar, meaning we populate other planets. Type 3 is galactic. We cosmos, and we explore the cosmos. We're on our way to that. And it's inevitable. If we used to live in caves, and now, we fly in hypersonic jets, this is what's coming. And it's whether or not.
Beam me up.
Oh, yeah, no, that. Right, man. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much for being here, man.
Right, man.
It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Come on, man.
Thank you. Tell everybody where they can find all your shit. Do you have a social media?
Yeah. It's Charlie Crockett. Charlie with an E-Y, like Charlie Pride. Crockett with 2 T's, just like that.
That's all that. Bye, buddy.
And what's what are the voices say?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Guess my name! All day! The ever greater and thinner. Big
Manjaro, shout out Manjaro.
You're looking good, dude.
Big up Manjaro.
It's nice to see.
I am exercising too, or it will just be floppy and weird and gross.
Or it'll eat your bones.
I guess also, yes, it'll eat your bones, they say. I'm real big on taking this stuff and then not following up with I just started doing testosterone in my company. It's it's above board taking it, but yeah, we'll get to that at some point. I'm gonna keep taking it though. No, not with any regularity. I think I know someone I know says they take testosterone to donate blood every month. Get blood. I heard that before. It's so thick.
But he has heard of occasion to do that to too much blood or something. They're like, how much did he do? Are you going ham, bro?
This man's health company saw me. They offer me. I'm taking 2 peptides, and I don't even know. We started.
Sorry, couldn't wait.
What? That's
This doesn't make sense. Let's just start.
I'm taking 2 peptides. It feels like fire. It feels like fire.
Really? What are they?
I don't know. That's what 157. That's the one everyone's doing.
Right, that's a good one.
And then something.
It's blue. Oh, the methyl blue?
Wait
a minute. Hold up.
It's not that. It's G. It starts with a G. It's some of the letters. G.
Blue's weird stuff. It's a dye for fabrics that people take health benefits. What the fuck? Boost mitochondria. What exactly does it do? I should ask. I don't take it all the time, but I have taken it. I don't know. I couldn't describe it exactly. Here it is. The management and treatment of what's that word? Methylmalbuminemia. Methylmalbuminemia, a condition where hemoglobin decreases its ability to carry. But it started out, I'm pretty sure, right? That for humans. I think it was a dye. Yeah, which is so weird that a dye would have help.
I grew up in a house. My stepfather was a powerlifter. Creatine, sick. Creatinine was another one that would show up in the house sometimes.
Creatinine?
I don't know. I think Jason Creatine. Just remembering it.
was how that was another word.
Creatine's legit. Super good for it.
I just started taking Tongat Ali for my testosterone.
Creatinine is forms from the breakdown of creatine in muscles. There's another natural one. I think it's called turkesterone.
That's what it's called. Testosterone. I asked my testosterone. I think we talked about it because you're like, dude, don't worry, fuck your doctor. Just like, yeah, maybe I'll just stop smoking weed.
You think that was killing your testosterone?
I think so. I was lower than it should have been. It was like in the high 3s, and now it's like
A good doctor, what they'll do first is ask you for exercise. What do you eat and how much do you sleep? Like those things are all the first thing the doctor will ask you. And they shouldn't just give you testosterone. They should be like,
shut up, dude, men's health. 15 minutes, don't give me anything I want to do.
there's really doctors out there that like to go buck wild.
I got PRP treatment in my hair. Losing my hair. They just talked me into it. Now it's never.
PRP worked?
I don't know. Find out. I just got it like 2 weeks ago.
There's a mark.
His hair's fitting.
There's a bunch of topical stuff that there's like a finasteride topical. But I would worry that would get bloodstream. Like that finasteride stuff is crazy. Very depressed. It kills your DHT with your hair from falling out. And some people, it kills their testosterone. They get like super depressed.
Yeah, I started losing my hair when I was 18 balls.
I love not having it.
That's the best. You shave it with your big razor.
Everyone just fucking around.
How do you find out how much they're using? No, you guys aren't going to find out. Do you know? Oh, Kenny. His name's Kenny. He's nice enough.
Ralph Barbo's like comedian, like his punchline. So like smooth.
He's great, very fun.
Got a great. He's like he's got a fun like short. Like it. Yeah, you know.
And he's sitting there down. I mean, he's taking guys on tour that down for a long time.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, very good dude. He hung out with us at the Month Show.
Yeah, he had popular for he like someone said on like George Lopez's shows. When George Lopez was like, I don't get it, he just whatever. And then
someone well about him, and then George Lopez was very dismissive of him, and like that's
what he asked Ralph met on sponsor. I think is what made it like very popular. I think. Like he's in one of his comments goes like, oh no, just you just go hey, picture George Lopez bugging out and make that hilarious.
That's hilarious.
It's fucking good fire back. Yeah. Are you good at living in comedy beefs? I'm so terrible at it.
No, I don't like comedy beefs. I don't like any beefs.
Louis, you've been in a few you've gone to bed on. I mean, I guess I have those same. I'm a loser. I get on Twitter for fucking hours just tweeting at people for no reason. No, but I mean like particular like a comment. Like I don't that I haven't had a problem with somebody. But I mean like I don't know. I have a hard time like sleeping on like we hate each other. It's been a while. I mean I'm not nobody in the world that I hate. Like there's literally no dude. We're cool. The guy that murdered your father, dude. I tried to get him on my podcast. My father was stabbed to death when I was 4 years old, and then when I got out of prison, I was like, let me try to get this guy on my podcast and interview him. But he was already dead. Yeah, dude, that would. Yeah, because I wasn't like.
Could you imagine my father like showing up at this young guy's house who you stabbed his dad? You're gonna be alone together. That guy's gonna kill you. That's what I would think if I was an old man.
He was that old. He was 17 when he killed me. He was only 13 years older than me. So he'd be like 60 now, I guess. A decade ago that I was gonna do. I said, fuck your shit up. Yeah, but he was a kid, and my father beat him up. My father was a bully. I mean, Conor McGregor is goes, well, Louis, I'd like to apologize to nobody.
I thought that would have been an interesting conversation to it being like, oh, you killed me angry. I had a great life. My father lived. I was currently living in Patterson, New Jersey still. I have a shit life.
That's what we always tell
A
ourselves.
drug dealer and a pimp. If he was alive.
Yeah, it worked out well.
Yeah, but that's always, hey, my dad stuck around. Personality I have, I wouldn't be where I'm so. Maybe it would be way better now. State
Right?
or something.
Like if I had that one sperm and hit that one egg, I wouldn't have my son right now if my father happened.
Yeah.
All right, Ashton Kutcher.
That's
butterfly effect over here. God wants his one movie. I think maybe we're just plugged into a box somewhere. This is all nothing. I'm gonna see if I can fly real quick.
I think there's something. It seems more like it every day. It seems like the video game right now. Cop cars on fire in LA, throw bricks off of overpasses.
Dude, it does seem Waymo and light it on fire. Nobody gets hurt. It's just hilarious.
Probably start killing robots. Like, right
Early on the war.
I'm trying to stop the Terminator.
Bro, these are all going to be operations. That's going to be the only way you're allowed to get around because they're the safest. They're going to take away everybody's driving license. It's going to get weird as fuck.
Oh yeah, but it's gonna probably go 200 miles an hour. Probably traffic will be a little.
They're going to be more than this fucking. I've heard that we just saw in LA.
I've heard that teenagers are going back to smoking regular cigarettes now, getting away from vapes. You know what I mean?
Bring back manual cars.
I wonder where it slows down because people slow down a little bit.
Slow down. Yeah.
The electric car didn't really take off the way they hoped.
Yeah, the problem with electric cars is that some single woman and you have to just sit there for a fucking hour.
I also feel that way, so I feel like
And I was gonna rank that's vulnerable, but particularly vulnerable, right? But if you're a hot girl and you're sitting, how many fucking creeps that know that you have to be there for an hour? How many creeps can bother you?
It's a great idea, Joe.
I'm gonna start getting girls at the fucking charging station.
I almost get a large order and just walk down the aisle of Teslas waiting for an hour.
Have you ever Tesla with dog slut?
Have you ever driven one?
From the 70s. I trust that electric shit.
I tried to. I was like, this would be fun. And then remember, you have to charge it. I was like, I gotta drive the fucking around. Like, I'm just stop halfway there and charge the car.
I think it's something you can get there.
No, I don't.
No, it's like the mileage is different than the mileage. So it really is like percentage of battery, like estimate the mileage, but depending on how fast you're going. Like if you're accelerating a lot, if you're who knows what the mileage is. If you're on, like say, like crazy traffic jams, like some explosion somewhere, like and you supposedly have 200 miles on your car. Is that good? Person, you sitting there too with the rain on, with the air conditioning on? Like,
So are we? What is cold? We're team. Fuck you.
It's cold.
Stupid car.
It's cold. Quicker. Yeah, that happened in Chicago. I don't remember when they had that fucking big. They got closed down, and people in Teslas were fucking mad because they just stopped working.
Yeah. Also, if you blow a tire, like.
Really?
Yeah.
Why's that?
I don't know. Looks like they have to come hang out with
Function. They fucking drive themselves. You press the. He's like, don't you trust that? 100%. And I go, and it just takes you wherever you want it to go. Lanes. Bro, it's nuts. You couldn't get put on like dark sunglasses at night and just like have your hands on the wheel.
No,
don't do it. I don't do it, but I have done it. Where I keep my hand to do it. Does everything.
Yeah, not too much, but I get like road paralysis. I'm like driving for more than an hour and I'm looking at the lines. What do they call it? Like road hypnosis. So I'll get hypnotized. I start falling asleep. If I have to drive for more than an hour to at night.
Not fix that. Do you fix that?
Cocaine.
No. not good. That'll work too. You're right. But you have to keep doing it over and over again. Get some ice and just washcloth with wet washcloth with ice in it. Your face. And it lasts for like 5 minutes.
Water. I love that. The smelling salts you have in the club.
Oh, those will do it.
Those will do it. I do.
Like you might change lanes.
You maybe shouldn't tell this. It might be illegal what you've done. No, it's not illegal. People say it's a bad prank to do on a girl. If this was a dude, to do that. This was a dude. Everyone would, because I did to a girl. It was a little bit fucked up. So we were at the mothership last time. We were doing our podcast, and our producer Alex is a girl, and she's big potted, like real deal. So asking was also a mother and a wonderful person. And a mother, yes. Better producer than a mother. No, she's great. So the smelling salts, and I was like, oh, these are fucking strong. Really strong smelling salts. So then I was like, this weed is fucking great. Give it a whiff. Then I gave her the smeller. She put her nose in it. Dude, she sniffed so. You know how potheads want to smell weed. She cried. It's a 30-minute problem. She said the word wild. I was like, when you get smoked out by the fucking. She's like, why? I swear. Flew here to help you produce it. It was I will admit now, it was a bad prank. But if it was a dude, that's a bad dude. If it was a dude, this is not just.
Yeah, if it's a guy, it's funny.
Funny or.
It's weird. What did I do? That's funny. You know, like we did it today. No.
Conspiracy theory. Pretty girls being fun. It is the most. I did Jägermeister music tour. They always would hang out, and I was on the Jägermeister production bus on this tour. So on there, they would come and hang out, drink for free on the bus, and bus is out of shit on a tour bus. And only one of the girls asked if she just spend the time you were there. She was gorgeous, girl. She came back out to the driver. To start getting the bus. Just now a toothless fucking road dog just going. Somebody took it. Shit. Everybody knew it was this hot chicken fit. Just for thinking of it. She was so probably my heaviest in my life. I was like, I probably could get her now. She's the shit girl. No one's seeking her out. And I'll keep going. You can't clean up that good in a fuck. So it's such a function that everybody has, but for some reason, I never want to hear the shitting. Ever.
Why don't they develop a toilet on a bus? Is that beyond our science?
I don't know. I'm sure there's something that can be done.
It seems like it's just being lazy. No shitting on the tour bus. Shit, that's crazy.
But if it's to empty it out, you can shit on the toilet, but the person that has to clean the toilet, so they'll empty out your shit among you. Like a hose and shit. That's what's great. Some dude's job. There should be somewhere you can pull over and those thing that sucks your shit out.
Yeah. Profitable for them. What are they gonna do? No, you figure it out. That's the last story.
Truck stop.
Stop shit stories.
They're sucking my shit outside. I'm in here buying jerky.
Dave Matthews Band.
That's right.
Incident in Chicago.
That's right.
Bus driver stuff out over the water and the boat went underneath it.
And splattered the boat with Dave Matthews Band.
They show like a cruise ship or something just letting shit out of the front.
I don't think that's. I thought that one too. I think that's like dredging.
I'll be suckered in a heartbeat by an AI thing. Down syndrome girl, is it real? That OnlyFans AI Down syndrome girl? God.
Nothing's real anymore. How many videos have you seen? Like, I saw a thing about Trump saying that they were going to genetically engineer raptors and have the fucking troops protect the border. That's not real. But it's like, they brought back that dire wolf, and it could be done. It's so so hard to
They're
do.
weaponizing dinosaurs.
Was that fake?
It's quick guys, 4 or 5 fake ones, but they look real, and then they just go like, this isn't real, by the way.
I'm from the Cedar Grove flood disaster. Just kidding. I'm not real. This is Dana Brooks from Ocean View Beach. Just kidding. I'm not real. This is Charlotte Reed reporting live from Clearwater Beach. Just kidding. I'm not real. Angela Carter.
The Kraken's real. The Kraken's real. Fake.
How weird. Listen, eating healthy is hard. Like, really, you gotta cook, meal plan, grocery shop, on all the other shit you have to do. It's really eat healthy. I mean, most people start their garbage lunch, and if you're lucky, you give yourself a decent dinner. And even if you do manage, probably still not getting all the nutrients you need. That's just the reality. But hey, there's something that can help. Closing common news, adding AG1 Next Gen to your daily routine. It's clinically backed and designed to help with the comprehensive nutrient coverage you need. These guys did their homework to find minerals and all that good stuff. Your best. And that's why I've been along. Subscribe today to try their newest clinically backed Next Gen. You'll also get a bunch of other free stuff like a bottle of D3, K2, and 5 of the upgraded travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe. Today, your body will thank you. Again, that's drinkag1/Joe Rogan.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the amount of you and Theo Vaughn are 2 babies. That's with you all the time. Companies just use your voice and AI. Now, I sent you one at one point. I know this is not Joe glazing this fucking weird company. 10-minute read. I was like, they really. Yeah. She's trying to put a stop to it.
Yeah, tried. American made that set.
Wow. I told a racist street joke on Legion of Skanks 10 years ago, and me saying the N-word has been used in so many memes and little. But it's a back to it, and it's such a funny street joke that they can't deny it. It's like undeniably funny thing. Laugh. And they say it, and I'm like, all right, shit, that's pretty funny, great street joke.
That one's not one of them.
Yeah.
Bro, these ice raids are fucking. This protest on top.
The rate. Yeah.
Well, I don't think if the Trump administration, if they're running, they said we're going to go to Home Depot, we're going to arrest all the people at Home Depot, we're going to go to construction, we're going to just like battle people in construction. I don't think anybody would sign up for that. They said the criminals and the gang members first. Right now, we're seeing like homes get raided. Like, that's crazy. Yeah. And then you got this big scheduled for the 14th that's literally funded by the lady who
Protest.
It's like No Kings. It's like a No Kings protest. It's happening all across the country.
Yeah, like criminals that are rapists, and then they go to like a college campus, and it's a kid about to graduate, they're like, no, you're right. It's fun. Rapists, criminals, slow delivery people, ones that can't dance, people that play the guitar. I got a list. I think it's fucking crazy how violent it's gotten. I don't. But there's throwing bricks up. Yeah, but I think all these things, 90%. Let's rage, motherfucker.
100%.
Black Lives Matter protest. Yeah, they're saying their piles of bricks are showing up, like there's construction sites. Right? But no, that was weird. We were too during the pandemic. No, those bricks were just fucking. I was on a police block. I was barricaded with them. Yeah, and I felt bad for the black cops. One day that was me. I was like, sorry, man. I had my hand on his shoulder, like, you're gonna be alright.
The cops get rocks thrown at them.
Oh, yeah. It's crazy.
They're throwing them at the cops. I mean, you're 100%
Yeah, it's attempted murder.
We had a fucking sin's head from an overpass. They're probably dead.
It's good. 100%.
Good fucking chance.
I mean, Florida flies to us. That's how Piggy died.
It's just like, this kind of shit can escalate.
Push the dummy off the overpass. Oh yeah, buddy. It's pretty wild what's going on. But I mean, I don't know, like I said, everybody running out of like shirts and shit.
You seeing that?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's oh, they're looting.
Hardcore. It's funny.
Which, if I was a 19-year-old kid, I would be out there looting.
As soon as lawlessness happens, people take attention. So that's always going to be the case, right?
That's, I think, the whole. It is fun. I mean, like, these cops are just standing going, like, just under murder, all cops, just like sitting there. It's like, or there's somebody trying to talk to them, to the cops, like, why don't you do the right thing and not shoot me with a rubber bullet?
You know what the problem is? The problem is there's cops that just shoot people with rubber bullets.
Yeah.
You see that lady, that Australian reporter?
Yeah.
Shot? Did you see that video?
It's pretty hilarious.
It's nuts. You see the guy do it. You see the cop just look at her while she's talking. She's just reporting the news. And he fucking shoots with a rubber bullet.
It's hilarious. That's funnier than making my producer real dance bitch moment. Dance bitch.
I mean, I can't believe that he
This is the shake.
go full screen. Watch this. This is nuts.
Show you an accent there.
Dance bitch.
Bro, they just shot a reporter. Like, points and says,
Gonna be good promotion of her 2,000 person gangbang. She's doing an OnlyFans.
I mean, what is that? You want to know what cops? It's shit like that.
I would say you shoot every couple minutes, and everyone starts going, oh, they're shooting everybody.
Is that a thing where you're kicking everybody out of the street and the press thinks they don't have to listen? You don't want to listen, you're tired of shit, and you just fucking insane. It's so insane. You don't yell. Get out of the fucking street. What's our shooter? What is this about? 40mm. Whoa, I'm gonna take up my focus.
Look, it's not okay. But I will say, I grew up at a time where if you talk shit to cops, wasn't there anything? A cop would just fuck you. It's about that cop just shooting that guy.
Just think about that rubber, you're not shooting him. Right. You kind of have, but you are like, Mom, you want to, it's against the law, and it's not right. So you shoot him with the hand, it's not right. But you can shoot people when you shouldn't be shooting them.
I feel like getting shot in the dick have irreparable damages.
100%.
I mean,
people have lost eyeballs, bro.
This guy worse. I do have a hard time feeling.
Say that again? He later had to have surgery to reattach genitalia. Portions. What are these?
this guy's dick.
Dick does this guy have?
I wish you would have said.
Where is that?
It's just not down.
Is it which one you have for breakfast?
Oh man, if you broke the middle, the longer middle, the longer middle back on,
Like an extension.
I don't know if it's a different color. Just try to match it as best you can.
Away from big dicks.
I think it'd be the first thing.
I would think they'd have been worse than that.
The science, the Asians come with the science.
Well, they have the science, genetic engineering.
So you're saying what before your baby's born, you'd be like, hey, also, I want my son to have a huge fucking dick.
I'm thinking monster.
If you just let your kid have a regular giant dick, that'd be a really, I'm so upset. If you could have given.
Oh, I want people to like you for you.
I needed money for bowling.
Oh, great. I'll be upstairs jerking along with no friends.
I remember being like 12, being like, when is it going to grow big? And it just never really did.
You just can't have that conversation with yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
full-fledged adult.
Catch on Segura's new show.
Funny show.
Hilarious.
Yeah, they were, I thought they had the
alien one. Yeah.
You said it was the part that was called Evan's Revenge.
Speaking of UFOs, did you see little L's that are supposedly a real alien? Photos look blurry of the dead alien. Like you can't even zoom out. You can't even fucking look at these. Yeah, that thing. Look at that. What is that? What is that? Better pictures. This is crazy. These are the only pictures. Is this from? Like, what's this picture from?
Oh, people want to believe you.
Bro, so bad. Me too. Maybe the bottom one.
You know, Sean Jermaine have a podcast now about aliens, and they both really believe it. And they were like, what would it take for you to believe, Jay? Irrefutable evidence? I have to the one thing I've never seen, irrefutable evidence.
Back 1993, alien born to a 15-year-old girl, subject of ET genetic experiment under chin neck. So yeah, right. Yeah. That's under chin. And then what's the other photo?
It's just the same.
Wasn't there another one? Oh, but at the on the bottom, what's that one on the bottom? The one on the bottom seems like turned to the side, right? Is that the eye?
What are those babies called? They're born babies? Yeah.
It could be anything, man. I mean, it might not be human. You know, who fucking knows?
Do you think? I mean, like something like Donald Trump. I don't think they tell him every day. You don't think they tell him? I don't know, but who can be terrifying to someone that to play? So existing thing also breaks off.
Yes.
Decides what they want to have for dinner.
Really? Yeah. Yeah, I think
funny how vampires exist. They would change
one way to information that you don't give to the rest of the world. And if you're the head of a giant agency that's been back engineering UFOs for the last 50 years, it'd be probably pretty cool to know some shit that other people don't know.
Right. But how are you not so consumed that you go, because there's like, you want to start a new series? Like, seems like it's the same way I don't believe people have like speaking to the dead powers or something. You know, because they were like, what that tell your loved one that you missed them terribly? They miss you terribly. And actually, I'll treat myself to something. Like, how did your mind go anywhere else but like I'd speak to the dead? They were right. I would never
all day talking to somebody with the war of 7.
Just go nuts.
You just tune in at any time and talk like some Civil War soldiers.
You don't need a pair of sneakers while that's going on, I think. Did you see a video where it was like somebody, I don't know if it's real, but she was like a girl who has schizophrenia. She created like a video to have schizophrenia. Oh my God. It's like almost like, yeah, like monsters, sort of. Yeah, but they're like, and it's like she's all these voices whispering. It's like if that's how it is to have schizophrenia, I mean, in a day.
Yeah, I think it varies like a lot of different neurological conditions, right? I think, there's extreme versions of it. Schizophrenia, which is really weird.
Well, I mean, I've been impressed with some close to me in my life that said Mania, where they go, I've only seen it twice. I've only seen it twice. But I mean, I'm blown away by how much your brain change function in a day is different. Being like everything's changed. They're saying before and believing it and being like, strange.
Well, scary. Yeah, it is scary. But if you think about it, things go wrong in your body. Things go wrong in your brain too. It's like liver cancer, right? Sometimes people just get weird diseases, and something isn't clicking, and they don't know what to do. And they're out there and they're trying to know what to do.
So you can't be mad at Kurt Metzger.
Can't be mad at Kurt. I couldn't imagine. I was trying to think about when I'm talking to somebody. I can't imagine what it's like to be. What is it like? What's it like to be? What's it like to be filled with conspiracy? I know so much about life.
And nobody believes you.
Yeah, and nobody believes you.
And everyone's kind of like, he's trying to smoke a joint in the green room.
Bro, he's like a gargoyle. He's a goon. It's over. You told you to know.
I haven't seen that in LA when he still lived in LA. He came over to the airport. Kurt, I haven't seen Kurt always in like months and months. He's been his closest friends in comedy. His godfather, he's very close to him. Which is a crazy choice. Yeah, that's not a James choice, but he's a good godfather. Great guy. He's great. And my relationship was fantastic. But he is a whacker. Sugar. And he came in, my man, it's good to see you. And he goes, the P. Diddy, that audio of him fighting, and he got Usher first, and that's, remember when Usher was gone for a year because he had together. What? Yeah, I was like,
Olivia. Remember the thing with Gaddafi?
Dude, he takes one of the people that texts, like, the way he texts, it's not just like, he won't send you like texts about like just everything he's saying. He has every sentence is a new section. You're like, just
sometimes you feel like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders, and for God, you feel like you have to carry that burden on your own. There's a lot of stigma around men being the provider, but all together by themselves. But that's not good for you, your family, or anyone. You suffer from depression every year in the U.S., and often these stigmas. Real strength isn't bottling things up inside, though. It's admitting your faults and doing something to better yourself. So go talk to your partner, family, a therapist. Excellent tool everyone should utilize. A way to learn more positive coping skills, like how to manage stress, help you live a more balanced and fulfilling life. BetterHelp is a great place to start that conversation, judging by the millions of reviews and the 4-point rating in the App Store. It's helped many across the globe. As the largest provider in the world, provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse expertise. Talk it out. Get 10% off the first month at BetterHelp.com/JRE. That's HELP.com/JRE.
That's been after like an hour, you get back like cool. Did Bobby Kelly everything over? So we had a pool at the Airbnb we were at, and him and Ellie's had Bobby Kelly in the corner for a while. And then Bobby Kelly goes inside, Bobby swims up. The Jew lasers are real. I guess Scoot told me those Jew lasers actually are pretty real. What's going on with them?
He just corners you.
I love it. I can listen to this, bro.
He's doing a podcast.
Yeah.
He's the best podcast. You just have to
go on Benjamin.
Like, go in this direction. That was a fun one. This direction. Go in this direction. It's just never stops coming out of his mouth. Yeah. He's a joke.
I say his day-to-day personality. He's the first genius. He's so great at being funny. His mind was such a thing, but his mind is great when you're talking to him. It's just like a decent sign, just formulas.
Like that meme. 100%. Same thing. Numbers running in background. Shit going on. Clearly on your spectrum. That's how you make rockets and electric cars and also on Twitter at the same time. And you're playing Diablo. I couldn't imagine that you ever opening Twitter.
I thought that was real.
rich guys. One thing people are stopping you from communicating, and you get pissed off, and you think, well, fuck it, I can just buy. Nobody would do that normally. You need like I'll just buy Twitter, and then everybody says, man, because your company lost $20 billion in value in the first year. But it's like, no, it wasn't worth $44 billion. It paid $44 billion for it because it wanted it. It wasn't worth that. And then we found out it took like censorship and like what's directing, keeping us at each other's throats.
You're saying almost just in the basic level of like someone his age doing action that like a girl flopping on her knees up. Like whatever, Trump's stupid. He's on the list.
Yeah, I just made it. You don't need to prove anything else. You made it. What else you got to put up?
Find out in the newspaper. It matters.
It's not a good look.
If I just simply, if I double my net worth, I'm gonna disappear from public. Much less Elon money. That's insane.
I think you're aware when you have a lot of money of entities are manipulated. I think that becomes an issue. If you can do something about it and you feel compelled to do something about it, you're.
Do you think that he did do something about it?
He definitely did when he bought Twitter.
Twitter
He
changed.
definitely did with some of the wild shit. Like billions of dollars is square with no receipts.
Anything about it really? Or he just exposed it. People talk about it for a week.
It's gone. I mean, unless they can somehow or another figure out where it was spent, whether it's valid and hold someone accountable, they're not sure this happening to them. And they're just going to keep spending insane amounts of money.
I feel like they're still spending, happening, but it's still going to continue to happen for the rest of your lives.
So here's the thing. If being the Democrat machine for this whole time, which is what guys like Mike Pence allege, it's a little over my head to really explain what essentially he was saying. That NGO, you want to know? I mean, there is one NGO in India for.
I don't know what an NGO is.
Non-government organization.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, non-governmental organization. So it's a non-profit that's funded by the. It's real weird stuff, man. When you find out about it.
When you say future reference, if you can make all your acronyms out so it's low to skip, stupid idiot.
I should. No one knows about that. You do, but I should assume because I didn't know about Mike Pence about it. I was like, wait, what? Like, how much money? And when you find out where the money is, like he said, it's too dirty for the CIA. Jesus Christ. He lays it out like an hours-long presentation. How it's all, what's the root of it all? And it's like, stuff. You realize, like, how true it is.
Do you enjoy having the burden of information?
Yeah, like where does your Bigfoot podcast? Where's your
Like political give a shit stuff?
Well, I just don't want the I'm not politically left or the right. I believe in a lot of shit. Sure, and I believe in a lot. I just don't believe in any of the shit that the extremists on either side believe in.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, when you're fucking tackling people at construction sites, like what are we doing? Like, you want everybody out? Let's take a taxi. You know, like, are you the type of guy that shows up at work? Are you the type of guy that respects America? Do you like being here?
Is it too easy to get in though?
Do you want to?
You had a great analogy about the movie theater.
That movie theater analogy is killer.
It's a great analogy.
I said I snuck into 4. Sit in an empty seat that no one taken. It's not even taking up any kind of space. Hey, where's your? I go. I don't have one. I go. You have to go. And I can't be like, I already watched an hour of it. So what?
I feel like you should let him finish the movie.
That's a good.
I'm just saying, I'm not even saying you shouldn't let them. I'm saying impression to let them finish the movie or not. I'm just making the point to be like, but I'm like, what? The theater was built on my people's lands. It's just,
reaction to getting caught being like, well, but I've already been here. It's wrong. Yeah, it's kind of steal someone's stuff and they find it for 20 years. But also, I'm totally agree with it. And it's a funny joke. But also, if you're living in Mexico and you're a young person and you figure out a way to sneak across the clean employed in the United States, you start doing well in a business, you start raising a family, but there's no real path. But you actually become in society and drink. Sure. It's just there's no path if you're dirt poor. That's the problem. See, if you're living in you're white and you're really good at genetics, you want to come over here and work for a lab, probably jump through hoops though. You're gonna meet a guy every 6 months or whatever it is, you're gonna fill out the paperwork. The citizenship. Sure. Marry a fat white. Fine. Yeah, I mean, there's no clear path. And especially if you're integrated into like a guy that I had who was my landscaper for a long time in LA. He was Danish. He came from Mexico. He walked across from Mexico. And he lived in these communities. They had chicken fight. And this dude had just roosters stacked up everywhere. There was like 100 roosters in this guy's backyard. Not my landscaper, but his friend. They would barbecue a goat and cook it. There wasn't any sign for blocks. And I was like, you should have fucking paid him more. So, like, my point is, that's not my point. My point is, like, there's like chicken fights completely that are a part of LA that are fully Mexican. But it functions. It worked. Putting him in jail because they've integrated into society in an illegal way. And then it's all the people that are like, the amount of bullshit that our tax goes, that's right. That should be a priority over getting a fucking. It's like, Joe, it sounds like you just want to keep barbecue goat in this country. The problem. The problem is if they're illegal, right? Which is what everybody wants to keep it that way. If they're illegal, then you don't have to pay them as much. And this is where it's dark. This is the dark secret of why people want cheap labor in this country, because there's a lot of people that don't pay. It's non-union, illegal, everyone knows, and they want cheap, dependable, reliable labor. People live for that. Tim Dillon was talking about this a long time ago. Because, he used to be a real estate guy. Like, he understands, like, the dynamics of it all. Like, that is a big part of what they want, why they bring people in. But the reality is, you should make less money. You should pay them more money. You should have enough money so they can live. Like, just to try to have a giant business that pays people the least amount possible. I know. But it's kind of crazy. It's kind of a crazy thing to do. It's very interesting. My parents are immigrants, and you'd be surprised how, sad they feel for people being kicked out. Like, I think they have a very, if we had to figure out how to do it legally. Some people felt like when people were unvaccinated, they were, why don't you take the shot? They sought it out so hard. Did you? I was harried. I'm certain I was dying. A lot of people got scared. Yeah, I took it. I faked the second one. It's a piece of paper. It's a card with some random name on it. It was actually tracking this. My daughter made one on her phone to go through. Pretty impressive. Gonna absolve you of that crime. It'll be in the future. It's been when they all people that dodged the draft, they exonerated. Oh wait, did I just admit to a protest? I was saying they were going to prosecute people. I remember saying that there were people that were saying if you try to use a fake vaccination card, we're going to prosecute. That's like saying they're going to put you in jail for not duty. That doesn't actually happen. Yeah, but that's way crazier. Like this whole thing. It's like you're telling people they have to do this to get on there. Have you ever had the Thai lettuce wraps at Cheesecake Factory? I'll risk it. Do they come to you for? Do you ever done jury duty? I haven't. That's if jury duty would be wild. Are you familiar with
I'm familiar with everything. I'm a little familiar with everything. I think I interviewed the.
I've never done jury duty either. I haven't gotten a notification here. But I just ignore them.
I just done one recently. I just went and moved.
Tim Dillon was just talking about it on Tim was talking about how he did dirt for a murder trial.
Really?
Yeah, the guy was a fucking murderer.
See, that's it recently.
He was talking about it recently. This was a long time ago. But he was like joking around with the defense.
If I was guaranteed that, I'd go. It's just when you're gonna get as like a tax something or a business argument or some kind of shit.
Pretend to be racist to get out of it.
I hate. What's the last name of the one guy? Watkins. I hate black people. Yeah.
I mean, that's what it's
The only time ever I showed up, I wore. They said you can't. Go back. You'll go back into the pool and just go home. They sent him into a pool because he's wearing shorts.
You can't offend people's wardrobe at this place. The law.
I guess so.
When did they stop wearing crazy, like,
Did they do it here?
They stopped wearing those?
I think so.
They don't wear the wigs anymore.
First came from
Pilgrim Court?
They still have it in England to this day. The judges still wear it. It's crazy.
Jewish women.
You know where
Any black woman.
came from syphilis?
The wigs?
Yeah.
Wow, so.
All the people. This may or may not have been exactly how it happened. It's like when to North America, they contracted syphilis from the natives back to Europe. And then syphilis, these people are freaks, they're all fucking each other. And they're losing their hair, getting big holes. Like syphilis is crazy. It like rots your head away. And so they start scabby holes in their head, like perfect shit. And the more you wear, the bigger the wig. So that was like big wigs. That's what the term big wigs come from. It comes from the syphilis that were all banging each other.
Just get pussy left and right.
So there was these two guys that were royals, and they started it all. They started wigs when they got syphilis. Nuts. So then
It all dials back. Still, it's not the white man's fault. These dirty ass dirty Indian sluts.
Has to be why they wear wigs in court. It has to be like a proper thing, like wearing a tie or something, like a gentleman.
I should start wearing a wig. I'm from with that big
Powdered wig.
I thought about wearing a toupee recently just to be funny. Just show up with like a really high quality toupee. Yeah, no, that's like
Not a toupee.
No, dude, I'm not going to another country to get my.
Not an empire. It's a system. It's like more permanent. It really looks.
Two nights today where this doctor was a doctor that I know was talking. Garth Fisher's his name. He was talking about his client in Turkey to get gastric bypass operation. Like, my stomach's bothering me. And the doctor's like, oh, let's check out what's going on with your stomach. How long have you only had one kidney? I have two kidneys. He goes, no, you have one kidney. And then contacts the other two girls that were on the trip. They're all coming and get examined. They're all missing a kidney as well. So they went down to Turkey to get a bypass, a gastric bypass. Stole their fucking kidney.
No, not bad.
Bro, man.
They're stealing their body.
One kidney. That's crazy.
I mean, that's its best to get your
They did. I mean, they paid for it.
one kidney to get gastric bypass. There's fat people that would do that.
Wait, what if they didn't read the fine print?
And it's just cost you this. Here's why it's free. We need a kidney.
It's
Much as a kidney on the black market work.
That's a good question, James. Don't Google that.
You should drop it off the door.
Where does your
Yes.
where does circle? How big is your circle of given kidneys they need?
Oh, it's very small.
Yeah. Where? Just like,
What happens?
Not good.
What, I mean, like,
It's two. That's why I have two. But I mean, hello, science, catch up. You can look at fucking stealing people's kids.
you live with one kidney, but how much does it affect your like day-to-day? Do you exercise?
I don't know.
What did you do? Very good.
I think we live life relatively normal.
Yeah.
People do it for loved ones.
I get kicked in the kidneys all the time, but you don't really hear about too many like severe kidney injuries. You know, injuries. Yeah, hear about internal bleeding from guys from body shots. Don't hear too much
In the fucking liver. It's the most painful thing.
It's weird.
on the planet, dude.
It's a weird feeling.
It's crazy. You know, it just shuts your body down.
I think Mickey Gall told me.
Ricky Gall kicked me.
He's a kid.
Yeah, so I sparred with Ricky Gall once. I sparred with Michael Bisping once, and both of them put me down with liver shots. Like, but they called it. It's how good fighters are. Like, it's like, hey, watch this. Bang. They just put me down. I mean, literally the whole cackling, laughing at me as I moved towards something.
You see Iliad Morgan do that to people? He hits him with a liver shot.
Oh, no.
He has to kill him. So he's liver shot. Iliad Taporia. People.
I'd rather be punched in the face 10 out of 10 times.
But Mickey said when he lost to Diego, his kidney started shutting off.
That's why he did it.
That is a big loss.
Wait, he said that's what he said. It was a big loss.
I do, man. Like Kayla Harrison just won the bantamweight title. Bro,
Oh, that picture of her weighing.
so big. She's so jacked, and then her getting down to 135. She's losing. I don't really want to ask, but I'm supposed to ask ladies what they weigh. She was competing in
a professional fighting.
Yeah, and she was going to PFL. She was fighting. Yeah,
Her picture of her, the actual weigh-in.
yeah, it's kind of fucked up.
It was like a thumbnail from like Craig Horton.
See, this is the problem. The UFC 145-pound division, and Amidas was the champion of it. Like, for the health of both fighters, like, that would be a good way. I mean, it really depends on the team to make 135 and division. She's too fucking strong.
The chick. So it's like a real dominant chick for a while.
Right. Amanda was KO power. Amanda was one of the rare. She could just touch you and just move you out of orbit. You know, it's usually with women, it's like combination punches. Like Amanda had power. Like when she knocked out Cyborg, that was wild. That was fucking just like that lady can crap.
Was it? This last weekend there was a knock ending, and it was the most softest
Oh,
turnover.
yeah. Yeah. Kareem.
3 years old, and it was like
Joe saying you
moved, just like it was the smallest little hole from the shoulder, and nothing.
one of the best.
Like I was asleep before you hit the ground.
It was literally like you just turned it over. No, it's not that young. It's, boom! Look at that. I think
That's a lot of his momentum coming in too. It's like the perfect place timing for sure.
But he's also
So he knocked out, doesn't do some backflips in the ring. That's the worst.
By the way, I don't know. I'm not a sport. For if I was knocked out and they come over and start doing that thing, like touching my feet, thank you for the opportunity. What the fuck?
a lot of people do.
Fucking jerk off. Will you pray with me? That's a good one. It hates my guts. The God, this whole training camp.
Shit. Guy just gave me a concussion. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. This lady's got a problem. You know, other than the Amanda Nunes fight, who? Well, who's going to pay to watch her just steam? You know, like if she can continue to make 135, if she becomes a marathon runner or something, and make 135, who the fuck is going to be able to deal with
It was like Mike Tyson back in the day.
Yeah.
It became a thing where they sort of like, if you didn't do rounds. Yeah, that was the whole thing. It was like, because he was knocking people out so fast, it was like, yeah, I'm going to pay for this. This is
based on how long the fight will last, like $60. Man,
yeah.
but I remember people being bummed out. It was like a 30-second knockout.
But it was also fun to like, It's almost like Mike Tyson, his thing was vicious and badass. That was kind of fun, you know. And also the creative. I think that the UFC people, like, they want the back and forth. They want crazy fights. They want to, like, you feel like you're the Tyson Holyfield year thing. I ordered that pay-per-view, and I was driving around the night after work. Were like tons of just watched a guy bite a human ear off. Yeah. If they would have sold it at $60, if they were like, watch a man eat another man's ear, like, I'll pay anything you want. Did he bite him twice? He didn't get it off the first time before that fight. Because Mike Tyson has $50 back then. His edible.
And in fact, they're friends now.
Mike Evander Holyfield has no idea what's going on.
But he doesn't?
He can be friends with anybody. Evander Holyfield?
Is it?
Oh,
he was on my podcast a few years back in LA. Oh man, he was like super coherent in LA. I mean, that was a few years ago. 7 years ago, maybe? How long ago was Evander on the show?
Did he fight Vitor?
I don't think he had a real camp for that. Yeah, I think that was a last minute replacement because somebody else, right?
Yeah, athletes will ever, I think at this point, I know there's bigger contracts now,
so 6 years ago.
but very few athletes will have the idea of that, like, what those like Ray Bow.
Oh, yeah.
Ray Bow was champion for like 2 fights. You know what I mean?
He was awesome.
You see his thing, it's like teenagers with white tigers everywhere, and all his clothes are silk. Like they're immediately, like they were just getting hit on a nut in one night. I don't think he trained that night, but it's a crazy amount of
yeah, well, it's
anything like that.
a few of those.
Does it?
Yeah, Canelo has a giant deal.
Oh, I mean, even boxing still has that with the pay-per-view. I just mean, some of these boxers are making. Yeah, but that sport's the only sport that you like that.
I don't know what the one's been paid in the UFC for a fight. If I had to guess, it's got to be. Yeah, I know Conor more than $100 million, I believe. See, that's a fact. I shouldn't say I don't really know. I just read some article that down how much he made for each pay-per-view and how much career, you know, like when he first started the scene.
Yeah. It's
that shows 39.3 and I got here says
that's so there's like the pay-per-view bonuses versus like fight. So
what I was gonna say is I thought he made $100 million from the Floyd fight. So it can't. So 30 million. Oh, it says 30 million from the boxing match in Floyd. I thought it was 100 million.
His biggest payout was going to be $28.
Yeah, he's so 28 million. He's probably.
But it's like that was a Paul pay-per-view bonus. That was a huge.
They get paid. I mean, that's the only way they get paid. Of course. I mean, the pay-per-view it forces them to promote. But I don't want to silent career. I don't want to see him promoted. You don't have to promote. They'll do him in the orbit. You just let him train. Let him shoot a fucking bow and arrow and a soccer ball. Let him train. Like, don't fucking pawn that guy out and have him do media everywhere. Like, leave his energy alone. Like, you guys can do enough with promotion from his highlight reel. But the guy like Conor, though, that fucking radio, if he can get on a talk show, if he can start talking shit, he'll. The number Dana sees Big Doc. He's throwing gold coins in the air. Conor was the best.
A couple weeks ago, Aaron Blanchfield versus Canceled. They canceled it as it was starting. They already did the package for the main event, and then they found out that they out shit at next stage.
I don't want to speak out of turn, so some sort of she was in trouble, and so they said that's why.
They literally said, all right, now it's time for the main event, and then they were like,
yeah, I don't want to speak out of turn. But I think she might have had some health concerns. She's concerned over the last couple of years, I think. So, and then she missed weight, which is never a good sign. You know, they miss weight, usually something's off, or injured, or sick, or something. Whatever it was, it sucks.
That sucks for her. Blanchfield, from my hometown, Jersey.
Oh, she's a beast.
Yeah, she's awesome.
Very good.
Yeah,
Very young, too.
Well, you're gonna sit up and say some shit about her. I know her actually. That's a dumb bitch. Oh, I grew up with her. What an ass.
I was Dave Porterfield. He's a big fan of Meatball Mowing the Can, who's great too. But he's like, I'm betting on. And he's like, you think? Erin Blanchfield is she's a fucking problem. She's a problem. She gets all on ragdoll.
If you were gonna Pete Rose your own sport, you would hit good.
Oh, I used
Yeah.
but I can't affect the outcome. So I used to in the early days of the UFC when they first started having that. Because I would see you'd see shit like Anderson Silva as like 100 to 1.
Anderson Silva versus Travis Lutter. Like, oh, okay.
That was different. Okay, Travis lost that fight in my opinion because he cut too much weight. Travis
won the fight.
Early in the fight. Let me tell you something. Travis Lutter's Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was fucking elite. Yeah. With him, like, oh, dude, he's like Ricardo. He's special. He did the Ultimate Fighter, and everybody was terrified. Like, that motherfucker gets you on the ground, you're in trouble. He's just a machine in Jiu-Jitsu. So, got weight, and he looked so bad, his lips were cracked. His face was sucked in, and he was shuffling to the scale, and he still didn't make weight. He never won the title.
That's right. They used to give the winner of the Ultimate Fighter a title shot. Like back in it was like a crazy prize. Like it's just changed. It's more of a legitimate sport now. You can't just give a title
So
fighter.
America's gonna tell you $1 prize, and then one day they just change. Like, yeah, you just be part of it. America's Got Talent show.
Did they all win? Is that?
I think the first few seasons, yeah.
I think Travis had a few fights in the UFC before that, dude. That was long after the Ultimate Fighter. I don't know. Because I know he knocked out him. I remember that. He fought quite a few dudes. The main theme was if Travis got a hold of you, you were fucked.
All they do is get frantic calls on them. They got frantic. It's scared because he told us about it immediately. Yeah, and I was hyped. I had just happened. Totally like this. This time and but still today my son says, he said, I'm afraid to go to the house. He's 27. This is the only time anything like this happened. Using that UFO. It's like,
would you like to have a piece of pizza?
I come across that worldwide telescope. I mean, actually find space through most of this data. Images from NASA, Caltech, Washington Space Force, Space Russia. I mean, catalog over 60,000. CNN, you what are the most astounding anomalies and problems that they're doing? There's so many. Yeah. Probably go in. So, hey, we're on Mars. Now, see that rock on the right there? Yeah. Let's zoom in over there. We're pretty close to that. Oh, so right, look at the right.
I had the 3 meat.
Okay.
Pepperoni and ham.
Well, it's resolution of this. Good stuff right there. Plus Yeah, that is not a rock.
With like a seal almost sitting there.
Well, angular shape.
Yes, yeah,
That's not a rock. It's got symmetry. It has three open places on it. Yeah. Terrain outside of it looks like three of them, right? That particular object doesn't appear to be a rock. And you look at, I've never seen a rock. So you have to compare what rock is actually. I've just never seen a rock that stands up like that and has that type of shape. And has that type of take that and pull it into a photo program, zoom in, close with an actual magnifying glass. You'll lose the resolution. Right. And you can see all the aspects of the anomaly. So that's something that we can catalog as an anomaly. Now, if you zoom out, let's show you, see if I can find one more observer.
Yeah, but there's like a whole like
all that stuff is real. Right, exactly. Yeah, all that stuff there is actually a lot of that stuff is not rock or not. If you scroll, you say artificial. Some of that stuff is broken pieces or something. You know, there was a global photo on Mars, and the evidence of this is a lot of the things that we do find on Mars. Some of these sand, look like it's wet right now. We also know that there's water, but they're not
could it be parts of a comet or an asteroid?
It's possible. It's possible, but
It looks like there's kind of a crater behind it.
well, that's just a little bit of area behind the deal. That's like a not even that steep. And that area behind is not that far. Yeah, too. Okay, stuff. Right. That thing right there is only like 4 or 5 feet tall. That piece there, but you scroll to the right, he's sticking out of a hill. So I can find it. That's a long time. It's a little shiny. That's light. That's water.
How much water did you say there is?
They've now found billions. They officially announced it. They actually just underneath the ground a surface lake, 12 hectares. 12 hectares lake. They've also found one of the shows on NASA press release and a video the other day, I think it was about 4 years ago, water coming outside of here.
Really?
So this is a lot of water. Keep going a little bit more. Remember the zoom right there where your arrow is. You're going to first sorry. Yeah, right there. Yeah. The other one, right? It was almost different, but it's something that's sticking out of the side of the ledge of a hill. Now, at the back piece, or one of the pieces that is connected, it's just really dusty. Yeah, but there's something next up. Okay, there's another one. Yeah. It's hard to find that shape like that.
And he got a hold of Anderson, and Anderson, look, fuck, it was. Then he got Anderson. Anderson was when he first. It was crazy. If you saw that guy, you go, oh, you should be taking him to the hospital. He looked so bad. I've seen him look really bad, but Travis was the worst. He's mounted on top of Anderson early in the fight. Wow. He had him mounted for like 2.5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, but he just gassed out. I mean, he just had nothing left. He lost too much weight, man. And so then Anderson got him in triangle, so he fucked him up with elbows. So there came a point in time where you could see him visibly fading. You know, I think if you look at that mount, that is. This dude is so slick. Travis was so dangerous, man. He could have possibly submitted him, but he was just too big for the weight class. He shouldn't have been making that weight. So, he was a live dog at that point.
He was tired of escape. But Anderson just the day before. Have you ever gotten to talk to a fighter about the psychology of once you lose, like when you're this dominant force, and once you lose, like your whole thing changes overnight? Yeah, overnight.
night.
He said that one Tarver said he was ducking him, and Antonio Tarver beat him, and Glenn Johnson just beat him, knocked him through. Like, how you guys beat him?
Glenn Johnson knocked him out where it was one of those scary ones where your arms were stiff.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like he hit him that hard either.
It couldn't be real. Like 2 fights before that, he's hitting the guy, he tells the ref, he's like, stop the fight. And then the ref didn't, and he hit him a few more times.
Yeah.
2 fights before, it was just all open.
Roy went up to heavyweight and he fought John to light heavyweight, and that's a real problem. There's like, you got knocked out, so like when you get knocked down, it's just like stiff here. Oh, that's so awful.
Wasn't pretty much in the fight. Yeah. Like, it was just like, sense, but he never really captured back like when the watching. We went, first UFC we ever went to was 101. Forrest Griffin. A racist ass Philly. So, that night for us in general was just a hilarious thing. We went with, it was the Fight Boy weekend, first Fight Boy weekend, we went to like a Ozfest, M-Fest, and then Lewis and Dave brought their friend who I was not, and a girl, shout out Crypto West. We used to, became friends with the group, sort of. She will say she's a chunkier girl. This is back. Look, this is back today when I was young. If you become friends with a girl, like you can't separate friendship. No one's gonna see her. You don't know over explain. It's really hot at me. Look, you know I'm saying her, but yeah, she's a little bit of a chunkier girl, and we were just talking shit, like watching the films. We ended up getting to a thing with these guys. Like it was maybe four of us, and I want to say maybe 3 of them. We might have done a number of them. I don't. First, it was just there was like 1 or 2 guys just there. The other guys were gone. Yeah, we was a coyote trap. You want coyote, the rest of them surround you, and these guys just turned into like a. We were looking. None of us are looking for trouble. The guys were. I think we were talking and saying shit. Like being funny, and I think they kind of were giving us like a fuck up kind of thing. We're being really serious about watching MMA fighters. Never in Philadelphia. They turned around, they start talking shit. So then I was 2 guys, and then their group of friends show up, just got chunked by these fucking losers. Yeah, they left the nerve. Yeah. So then these guys get merged. And this is who we're working with. Marcus started talking. Us, and by the way, we should have just higher ground. We should have just dominated. But whatever kicked out, we're not like tough guys like that. So they start talking shit, and then this is like it's such a fight. It's almost like when somebody spits on you. It's like fuck you and fuck your fat bitch too about the girl thing, and we all just acted like we didn't. Just communally agree without even looking at each other. We were like. Oh, these guys, huh? She said to the rest of the night, I can't believe these guys were ready to fight for everything except me. When that was oh, well, you stand for yourself, lady. And then we just like sat there. She's a big girl. She could have helped. I pretended like we were waiting to find them as in a sea of people. We suck. Boy, God, we did like. But then that was historically hilariously racist city. And which fight was that? It was Forrest Griffin, Anderson Silva. Oh. So, Forrest Griffin, I mean, the applause when he came out, the ovation he got, they couldn't wait. Anderson Silva. And then Anderson Silva handled that hilariously and quick. Yeah. And then when Forrest Griffin left immediately, he didn't stay. He ran right out of the ring, which was the thing. And then they announced the thing. Goes, your winner. And still, the place booed. It was because Anderson Silva seems like his personality. It seems like, and they were like booing, and they had him on the big screen. And Anderson Silva goes, really? And he's like holding the belt, and they're like, yeah, all right. You son of a bitch, that was amazing. And they cheered. Strange. But we saw like an 18-year-old or 19-year-old John Jones just walking. And I didn't know. I got into UFC way early. Me and my stepmom used to get versus sumo wrestler. And then when it got polls, and everyone was kind of like doing like actual MMA. I lost track of it. Dave were super into it, so they were going to walk around.
You checked out.
And Dave, my roommates in Brooklyn, we would go to the Blockbuster and rent the old UFCs. It was like they had like a series of, and it was Mark Lehman in the there was like a segment kids at home. So me and Dave literally his dirtiest apartment with like garbage everywhere and beer bottles everywhere, like matches. My cauliflower here didn't come from jiu-jitsu. This is from Dave Smith. Open hand smack. We had open hand smacking rules. Open hand smack page here.
Political fund. Maybe the best political fund in the life.
Yeah, where is that? No, it was sad. He was a pothead nigger who was with me. That's how he was on my couch for a couple years.
Yeah, I think he's going to be that good. Like, no commentary.
You know what? I shouldn't say. I didn't know he was going to go to be that kind of. The fact that he is great at it doesn't surprise me at all. It's interesting how, like, I said, this was just like at a time I said we smoked pot. Actually raised my daughter up a gay couple. Ex-wife would come home, and then we head into the city and meet up with Lewis. How many years you were doing gay shit with Dave? So, it was funny before. One of the reasons I was able to get while I was leaving was I went and her see if she was. I should see if she's cheating also. Her computer, nothing. Her cheating at all. It was several times looking up what to do that your husband is gay. What? That's such a cheating. A woman married to sneaking away inside. That's a video that just went viral recently. The girl like called her boyfriend or her husband staged. I saw it. You think it was staged? I don't think so, dude. She's that good of an actress. I mean, a lot of them were staged. She was. She's like, you're fucking that guy? You're fucking him? Really? Cheaters getting caught by. I felt that pain. I love those videos. That's a revelation. Stabbed on a boat. All fake. I've talked to so many people who've worked at Cheaters before and stuff. And Peter Guns from Lord Tariq and Peter Guns, Uptown Baby. Remember that song? Yeah. He became the newest host. Before him, it was Gary or Clark Gable. Clark Gable's grandson. Seriously. He died from a drug overdose. There was a guy named Tommy Beebe. He was pretty got stabbed. Fake. Remember Martin Downey Jr.? Of course. He was the best. Yeah, he would just smoke on the show and just yell at people. He's like, all right. So you're a Nazi. Here's the Jewish. Let's bring him out to fight.
This is what's crazy. There's a guy who is a doorman at one of the comedy clubs, like a wannabe comedian. Jobs on his reality show. Hey, we're looking for someone who had an affair with his wife. He just found out. He goes, what a coincidence. My brother said, like, that would be the thing. They go, great, come on in. For a guy who came back from whatever the fuck it is, they would just say that to him, and you go, great, bullshit. Just show up and act it. They would just give him a rough. So, what did you discover there? And he would just start talking.
When it's real, it goes bad. Yeah, the one thing where the guy, Eddie Jones, ruined her fucking career. Yeah. They were like, hey, I'll do the show, but it's not going to be a no. And then it was this people, a big fat girl and a gay guy sitting out there. And he was like, oh, shit. No, it's not her. And they bring up the guy, and he says, oh, you lied to me. And his face is real, like, embarrassed, and he killed the gay guy later. And that ruined Jenny Jones' career completely.
Jones was a comic. All girls playing. So at the club, like, you couldn't even be in the club. So it would be all girl wait staff, all girl everything, all girl. It's the least funny show. Funny, the service is slow, the math is wrong. No
security, Latina gang.
I think it was the regular female staff to run everything.
I was like, I'm all female comedy festival.
Imagine if you tried to do it,
It'd be hilarious. We have a thing fest.
girls job.
Did you ever see? There's like, I forget. There's some shift in some town. It's like, in this shift, police officers are like, well, how we gonna talk to police, dude?
Did you go through that with on a flight? I wasn't on it, but I've seen it where it's like, today, all of the flights and our captain and co-captain are female. You're like, fucking flying out.
Wasn't that the case in Toronto when the plane flipped upside down?
That movie flight with Denzel Washington.
No.
They woke you up and they were like, hey.
She came in hot. She came in hot on the landing and flipped the plane.
Upside down, I did, yeah. I rebooked my Uber.
Oh my God.
They drive so slow and by like the law.
Why not just chill?
I've been on Waymo twice.
Because an Asian woman driver is the worst. A lot of that in New York City sometimes. Yeah, it's crazy. Do not change lanes. And it is brutal to sit there and not yell.
I'm not never going to complain. But please break the law.
Did you see that guy who was one of the producers of Top Gear in the UK? He got his license revoked because he went 4 miles an hour in a mile-an-hour zone. Took his license away for 6 months.
That town needs a Mexican.
Sounds like they did an English up right.
It's 20. I was just driving from Manchester to London. When the speed limit is miles an hour.
That's so crazy.
It's insane. Like, I don't know why, because my driver had it was per hour, like his speedometer, and it was 20 miles an hour he was going, and it just slow motion. It's insane.
Well, do they always use miles per hour? I think they use kilometers, right?
No, I think Canada kilometers. But this car specifically had miles per hour.
You were on the wrong side of the road. You're not drive on the right side of the road.
Well, I was driving. I did drive in Jamaica, because I was an English on. So they're on the opposite side. I rented mopeds when I was in Jamaica, and you get used to it very quickly. Like, you think it's going to really turn you around, but like, whatever it is your mind.
As soon as I drive into Canada, I'm like, oh no. Oh no.
You're going to go east.
Yeah. East. North.
How many different countries miles an hour? It doesn't kilometers now. It doesn't use the metric.
I still think they're wrong.
They tried. That's cool.
Really?
Yeah, they tried to read systems if this is going to be the thing to accept, and everybody's like, nah.
I don't follow the dudes to me either. I was like, my dick all people.
Oh, fuck your kilogram. Yeah, it's a weird thing that one country says, nah, we can't learn it. Countries have it. How many countries have it? I think it's maybe England. This is Canada keep miles per hour.
Oh no, they haven't like. It's double, but it's their main thing is.
So everything else is kilometers. It's like 6 countries have kilometers or miles per hour.
Inches.
Weird that we didn't. I still don't know.
I feel like dick is inches in every place.
My dick is 36 centimeters.
Yeah, just about that.
26,000. You guys have
The vast
a
majority of countries use per hour. 9% of the world uses miles per hour. Interesting.
So it's all the UK. I wasn't wrong.
England for the fights, they measure people in stone. So they say 10 stone. I think it's 230 pounds. Is it 13 pounds each stone? Old tiny. Can measure, but you have to say stones. I think so. Probably it'll be 240 pounds, 10 stone.
I think it was actually like a fucking scale, just a scale with like a person on one side and stones on the other. I think it's where it comes from.
I do like England though. It's shitty food, but it's still just like
the only circumcised person in
So no, 10 stone is 140 pounds, right? You said it's 14 pounds per pound, 240 pounds. So then you have to say that like 5 stone 9 ounces, and then say the fucking pounds. It's weird. Like why? Talk thing.
Do you go and see the places, any of the destinations for UFC?
I definitely have. It's interesting. You go into a bar that's a 500-year-old place. Shit in that town. You know?
You see how New York was like designed after it. So
Yeah, London's a cool. Honestly, I like cities that remind me of Rome's like the OG New York. Really cool.
so I don't think you're wrong. Never been. It was like New York.
It's just, it feels like back in the day, it was like the Pope.
You got so
Very fast moving.
Yeah, they were more advanced than everyone. They were just like, architecturally, technologically, they were way ahead of their time.
St. Peter's Basilica is bananas. I think about that all the time. I think about it all the time, like the amount of work. That's spectacular.
The Sistine Chapel was fucking nuts. Blind painting it, like he was on scaffolding into his eye and sort of going mad and fucking. It's so cool. And the details, like, he wasn't even a painter, which is the craziest thing. That wasn't by trade what he did, like emulate like that crazy ass art.
He could do anything. The sculptures are insane.
Yeah.
The art in the Vatican too. It's like, how much money is all that? Like, this is
It's the biggest art museum in the world, and I'm going again. I brought my son a few years ago on a father-son trip. He was only 8 years old. Hour tour. We could have done an 8-hour tour. It was so cool. It was just never ending. Just every room was more awesome. Big map room. Did you see that? They had like a map that was like 150 feet wide, fucking however many feet tall, and it was 90% accurate. Whatever year it was that they made. Like hundreds and hundreds of years ago, 90 drawn by hand. Crazy. I can't do that. Like, I have no idea how that could possibly be done.
he was sore to me today.
I did.
He goes, like the joke's off. Hey, he was like, he doesn't.
It's funny that art. Yeah. The books that they have too. They have a crazy library. They're like, they probably Alexandria. They got tucked away in there.
Well, apparently, the deeper you go, like, the more, like, exotic the shit is. There's, like, levels to it. You're like a king or a fucking...
I believe people are capable of hiding UFO information. That's why. Because people are capable of hiding all kinds of shit.
What's hiding England shit? No one gives a fuck. What are they hiding in their salt? Things for their food tastes good.
The game is missed. Dragon is.
Yeah, the history of dragons has been stifled.
Jay doesn't travel. He won't go to other countries. I'm trying to get him to do shows, like, in the UK. Just
Have the internet.
Bro, you gotta figure, New York to LA is a 6. It was a 7-hour flight.
I've done everything I did overseas. I did probably, or most things I should say, probably a little young in comedy and intimidated on the situations.
What's up with your back? Go to like a nice restaurant.
I'll find that. When I was in South Africa, I was their money is garbage. But I've enjoyed some of the places when I've gone to them. It's just like a regular idiot that I'm just like, I'm not gonna understand the food. And then like, what am I gonna plug my stuff into? Does it explode if it's wrong?
Dude, Hampshire, so when you go through, like,
blows.
when you walk through the red light district, like the places where you can buy like snacks, like, you know how many, dude, it's so funny. They have like hot dogs on like pizza buns. It's so fun. Americans be like, oh, I'm fucking. You fucking just eat this
Chocolate taco.
Tacos are great.
Choco taco.
Chocolate tacos are fucking bad.
Why travel?
Just try to get famous here. Let's just hang out here. It's the best place to be famous if you can get famous.
Yeah, who does it better than Also, by gunning down that Miller Lite, Bud Light, rather, that Bud Light thing, like that was like one of those moments in the economy. Like, that fucking the stock dropped like a rock. Like that moment when Kid Rock guns down the butt.
Kid Rock, maybe though, if we were going to appoint him something, it should be the beer. Like, he should be the person deciding what beer we should have. Because his friendship with the president is hilarious and wacky. There's been no other thing like that ever. You know what I mean? You ever found out, like, Bill Clinton and kick it once in a while.
Right,
like, that never happened.
Well, there was
Bobby Brown, fucking golf and crush it.
his name that's friends with Kim Jong.
Rodman.
That's right. He goes over there and hangs with Kim Jong.
The best documentary. Did you ever see that documentary? As soon as humanly possible, it's Dennis Rodman's Big Bang and Pyongyang. Oh boy. It starts off as him going over there believing he's doing something. And then they go, alright, so you're going to go home and gather up some players and come. And the documentary goes on the flight back, when they were coming back to North Korea. He goes, oh, I noticed no hand. And he was supposed to be like, stop. And then the documentary takes off because it's just fucking up in North Korea for 2 hours. So he first comes in drunk, but it's not a bowing culture, so that's pretty hilarious. Koreans like their dolls. Well, they grab them and make them come sing karaoke, and this point dominates the room, and everyone's afraid of him, and everyone hates him. Oh no! It's one of the best documentaries. Is there a trailer for a trailer?
What a crazy thing to go hang out with a dictator.
Oh yeah. Oh, also, Kim Jong-un also does not. What? Like after his meltdown, he like stiffs him. He like has that as like chalet, and then he's not there, and it's just Dennis Rodman.
Dennis Rodman is making a historic announcement following his recent visit to North Korea.
The Ministry of Sports continue on Korea. Mr. Dennis realized
How much influence style Rodman had. Almost the same guy, a lot of people say.
About North Korea have not changed.
They got to change things and be else and stuff like that. None of these people in the world are doing what I'm doing.
Concerns are about giving a birthday for a man who was
Wait, pause it for 1 second. This, on ESPN? No. So they had him and the agreed to play, go on there, and he loses his mind. Dennis Rodman. But in the documentary, which is the guy's meeting that right now, and America's turning on us. We're going to do this interview with CNN, hungover, and we'll just do it just us, and we'll be able to just trying to be diplomatic and do something. And then Dennis Rodman wakes up and he just barges on, and he just cuts a promo on this, and he's just slobber filled, and it makes no sense.
just had his uncle.
That's what the hell you did.
So great.
You have to let the Koreans win.
Oh, it didn't matter. The Koreans did such nonsense. Like at first it was versus them. They just kept up with them because they're good and they're giving up and stops playing. He just changed out of his and goes and hangs out with Kim Jong-un right away. And then he goes at halftime. He just goes. Some people switch jerseys, and then he goes and he just has them play. He also, the audience, try to sing along "Happy Birthday" to Kim Jong-un when he starts the game, and the audience doesn't know what's clapping too fast while he's singing. It's really, it's 2 fantastic hours of television. I recommend it highly. I love that kind of just brazen, not seeing it, what's happening around you. Everyone's hating him, and he's just like, I'm killing. I can't believe what he's doing.
That's great. So,
no, well, I don't think so. I'm sure he still drinks though. You stopped drinking. How was our party?
was fun.
You're in there.
Yeah.
But then at some point, are you wrangling free
Yeah.
people who are blackout drunk?
But that's okay. I've been blackout drunk. I know what it feels like. It's not bad. It's just for health purposes. I was like, I work out my body. Like, why am I poisoning it all the time? Let me just take a break. God, why do I need it? Like, everybody's like, do you want to drink? Yeah, let's have a drink. But sometimes you're just like, what? It's just like a force of habit. You know, have a drink, have a shot before it go on stage.
I feel like if you're doing something, if you're bored when everyone else is, like, I have way more energy when I'm not drinking.
Yeah.
I can stay up and, like, be present. Like, I'm drinking or smoking weed.
Dude, I've had 3 months off and I haven't had one back day. So I haven't had one day physical. Yeah.
When I stopped drinking, I got really, like, just shape. And as you're getting old, it's like, whatever it does to, like, my metabolism. But it was, like, a huge difference in terms of how I felt in the gym, how much I could run, how much I could lift.
It's fun. It's fun to get a little lit.
I know, like, you're poisoning yourself. It's like, it's up to you. If you want to poison yourself a little bit, that's fine. Or a lot, you know, that's okay too. But I
say for a while that, like, one night. Remember they were trying to say for a while that one drink a night is probably
a glass of red wine. It's good for your heart.
You know what the problem with that is? Aura rings. If you have an aura ring, you wear one of those and you have one drink, you'll notice a difference. It's real. It's measurable.
Oh, if you try to track, I try to track anything that's going to be bad. Like, you should get a sleep study. Know for a fact that I died 27 times. Things you can do where you see a doctor, they're like be able to essentially predict within a couple of years of when you're actually going to die. It's the Joe Rogan. I want to know, Joe, who's you send Bert to where they come and Luke Skywalker on Hoth? They come out and they're like, if you never eat beans again, you'll.
Bert's going to need more. Every time I say it's more like a grape, settle down. He's capable of doing a lot. Bert wants exercises a lot. He just drinks so much.
It's part of his thing, you know. So that's like, I put words and stuff, but it was like, am I Bert Kreischer if I'm like getting fucked up like that?
Like if he does a show, people will boo.
I need to see tips. Shirt off, and they want it to come off. 100%. I do too. I love it.
I run to the balcony, makes about to cheer the pop when he takes his shirt off. Everybody goes crazy. It's fun.
Bert's pocket last time I was like, something I already get in your head. Complaints are about Bert being, that's not we all are, and also who he is. But it's like now, it's all of a sudden like, you know, he worries about that shit. I'm like, Bert, people, and then when you hear your stories about your family, you're letting people go like, well, you don't do it like this person. It's like, well, you don't tell jokes like your family. So it's not a thing to worry about.
Comments, that's the problem. No matter how mentally much of opinions about you, don't fuck.
Yeah, and it's just like the same to Yelp and write reviews. It's just people that want to complain. So when you go to social media,
yes,
it's just like you have a pretty decent fan base. Like Legion of Saints, we have a really like base, and then there's like 30 not physically healthy. There's like 8 me and want my son to die. I'll just see that, and it does like fuck with you. It's not all 30 of his followers.
Crazy people out there. And there's also a lot of kids that just want to get a rise out of you.
Right.
There's a lot of things going on. There's a lot of people that want to follow. Almost all unhappy people.
Quickly though, like the ones that I have responded to, even though I have responded, like my thing was always to respond kind of funny. I'm like in the fights. Yeah. So if someone write like a terrible whatever, I'd be like, you know, come on, Jim, stay right. I mean, fail almost 100% of the time. Like, dude, being a piece of shit, man, I had a crappy day. I love you, dude. I listen every day to whatever. Yeah, there's a guy who tweets at me almost every day. Louis Shea Gomez has lip fillers, and he's trying to get at John. Like everybody's trolling me. I'm like, this fucking guy. And maybe 2 years. Louis Shea Gomez has lip fillers, so he'll respond to everything. Other people tweet at me. It's like, just so you know, you're talking to somebody who has lip fillers. And I don't know what those guys are. This guy showed up at the show. Did he show up
at a show in,
That was a while for a dude.
they showed up at a show in Raleigh, North Carolina with a t-shirt that said Louis J. Gomez's lip fillers. And then I was like, your nose off your face. What are you doing? I was like, oh, I'm a fan. Like, it's hilarious. Every day.
Silly.
Yeah.
That's part of the fun of being a fan.
Yeah.
You know, I get a rise out of you at work. Gotcha.
It's fun, bro.
Gotcha. He got you.
I steer just because that. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. I'd rather just meet people. And if they show up, like,
They're so sweet in person because Skankfest is like half of them are in it trolling. You go to Skankfest and it is just thousands of people that are
oh, dude,
really
Skankfest particularly, it's like, you see how many times you walk by a murderer. It's like, how many times I was at Skankfest too, I walked by, take a picture and shake hands with somebody who was like, dude, you used to be good, but you suck dick at comedy now. Alright.
There was one guy who was a fan of ours in the old school or in the Creaky Cave back in New York. This is a dude who was black hair. He was at every episode. He did murdering his mother. Murdering his mother.
And then becoming great friends with Doug Stanhope.
Like in jail. Pen pal in Sano.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. He's out. He like lives like half the issue that he did that, which is like his mom.
If you kill your mom, well, you know, she would have been a bitch. If you kill your mom, I feel like I don't care if you see mental issues.
If he was a nut, like he had that week on as he described it, it was like he thought she was like a demon that he had to stop before she got out in the world. He went crazy. Absolutely.
That's the BJ Penn stuff.
He's like losing it, right?
BJ Penn imposters. That someone is really replaced them.
Yeah, that's a very. Isn't it funny when they hit the with mania and manic shit like that, and bipolar, those kind of things? Like they really like. If you look it up, because I looked it up before you look it up, it's texting one sentence at a time, or like a newfound and like being serious about it. All of a sudden, like it's always been that way, and they always have those things. That's one of them too. One's fake, right? Everyone in my life's been replaced with somebody else. They called something particular.
Some of them think they have a chip in their head.
Yeah,
There's a lot of that. A lot of that is they have a chip in their head.
Well, this guy who killed his mom and Doug Stanhope became friends with, Doug was doing a Zoom Skanks one time episode with us, and he had that guy call in. And, we were asking him kind of about what happened, and, and we were saying goodbye to him. He goes, I just want to say, when I was going through all that horrible stuff, it's been so difficult and tearing my family hating me, but I still always, man, I listen to you guys and laugh, and I just want to say that I love you guys. I think I speak for the group when I say, because we all are aware of what you'll do if you fall. So, yeah, or a demon. Possibly a demon. The point is, we have some great fans. Yeah, on the record.
You guys are doing something really fun. You're getting all the misfits together. You're celebrating comedy. So it's like a real comics festival. Like comics look forward to it. Everybody loves it. Everybody talks about it. And everybody says the vibe is so fun because they just go there. So like, people were real upset when Louis C.K. started to come back. One of my favorite moments is when he went up at Skankfest. They didn't know he was going to be there.
That was the first time he performed in America after he got canceled. It was awesome. Yeah, and it was. I mean, it was what. And what's beautiful about the fans, they're educated comedy fans, so we didn't even have to tell. Yeah, not a single person took video. Not a single person like this powerful truth. Announcing with the gentleman, special guest, and I didn't take any of his set. It was just him walking on a stage, standing ovation. It made TMZ. I mean, I was a big and shat emotional. I was like, that was fucking so cool. That's cool.
What was really neat about what's funny about that moment? I was like, you want to sign this? Yeah, sure. We were just walking through that road. I wasn't even thinking about it. He goes, we should watch the movie. Come on, real quick. I'm like, sure. I think I didn't overthink of the moment you're about to watch.
Really cool. Like, that was cool. That was one of the coolest moments. That and then the tough crowd. We did the tough Skankfest in Brooklyn a few years ago. everybody from Tough Crowd get together and get Colin, being at the head of it. That was awesome. That was one of the best shows. Podcast. It would be a huge podcast.
100%. I wonder if he has the name. If he owns it. I think he does.
I think he does. I think he just doesn't want to.
It might be something that someone needs to offer it to him and put it together.
Because if you said it, you'd be like, I never even thought of that until this moment. A lot of
He's been approached with it.
He was great weeks ago.
He's awesome. Colin Fox, great.
All the comics I liked up to watch.
he's a real, he's just such a pro.
It's also so material, so interesting.
He does the one-man shows. Yeah, fantastic.
The last time I did Tough Crowd, he warmed up the crowd, and so he's doing stand-up in front of the crowd, and he's getting murdering. I'm like, this is way better than even Tough Crowd. Like, he's one of the most underrated.
Yeah.
Like all his comics.
Like a real comics comic, and every he's like in the top three for as I can tell. Like it's always like top three comedian.
It was also that place was like,
oh yeah,
that fan. I never felt bad for something in my life. So him on there, and the only set was produced. So, you remember was the last one. You had to write and give them like whatever your little rant was going to be about the final topic. I did it once. Topic. That was the only homework you had to do at all. That fan was clearly going to do something about like voice or something. And Patrice, right before the fourth segment thing, he goes, see if you can do this. Come back. And then vote. So he just had to go like, hey, you got so my mother.
It was like an OG podcast before podcasting, like just a bunch of comics sitting with each other arguing. So fun. It was way ahead of its time. But then again, Kathy Lee was a podcast technically.
Think about it.
The View, all these shows.
I think Opie Anthony was the big star.
Yeah, for sure.
That was what started off to run a show where it was just comedy.
Shit, yeah.
We have this exact same conversation except Norton and Mickey here. Same fucking conversation.
Yeah.
It was just, they let you go.
I was more of a, how were you as well, but without Opie Anthony, what exists? Like, that's the truth. Like, there's a lot of fans that are just these 50-year-old truckers that are just like, we need something. And
our generation was having a much harder time. Like, Howard Stern was bringing on comics like his. So we had there was no show that was like that for anybody, except for Opie Anthony. I was Ron and Fez. You remember Ron and Fez show?
Yeah.
That's the show that kind of took me in. I jogged with that. It was a lot of fun.
Ron Banks was fucking
Best. So funny.
Yeah, there's there's a whole act like ancient man, and fucking you can track podcasts to where it is. But it's
without a doubt. How about Mark Maron just quitting?
I know, crazy.
He's done. He's hanging it up. It's not fun anymore.
Yeah, but Opie and Anthony, what they did different than Stern was they put comics on. They would interview, and they were megastars. Opie and Anthony put 3 or 4 comics in a room and create a beautiful casting off each other. You could create these moments that nobody knew was going to happen. Really cool.
Stern did not believe in that.
You want a cigar?
I'll take a cigar.
That's what I'm talking about.
I love a good cigar.
Yeah, Stern's thing now is for comics.
Stern sucks now.
Now it has to be. I know, it's funny, I was one of the last people out.
Yeah, you like Stern way too late.
They'll arbitrarily just go to it, and I think he's the best in the world. None of it. I give him all the kudos in the world. Which is, I think his last phase here might be too young for it. Possible. The interviews don't.
These are good.
The interviews don't really strike me anymore. I really don't. It's not going to get to anything that I care about. It's just not going to get. He's one of those guys who died from LFO. that song from the 90s? What is that, like Chinese for some girls summer?
I don't know what that is. You're a real cigar guy. Look at you, not a burn before.
It's a one-hit wonder. I don't remember the boy bands, and they got pretty popular. And he made one of those guys so interesting. He got him to talk about fucking Jennifer Love Hewitt and then dumping him, and the way he found out he was dumped. Like, she gave him a ring that was like a promise ring from her. He saw the guy had the same exact ring. This is her ring she gives him. Wild girl. Yeah, she fucking neat. She's like a goddamn plum though. She looks like shit. Oh no. I feel bad since the two equal platforms be like trashing a girl for not being pretty. What's fucked up?
Back off of that.
The way to do it.
You don't say it.
Hillary Clinton.
No.
Pamela Anderson. I mean, God damn it, did she fall off? She was the hottest one again. It didn't help a lot. No, she was. First of all, the documentary about her. Love documentaries. Love them. The one they did about her. I won't read a book, but I'll watch a documentary all day long. But the thing about her made me like her. The one about Anna Nicole Smith made me realize. I mean, terrible person. And then Pamela Anderson made me kind of like, this is a. She really is just like a dumb glove. Yeah, just like a sucker.
You know, I had a couple moments where she talked about, like during the Me Too movement, she was like, look, she was like, I got invited to every hotel room by Hollywood. She was like, I didn't go because I knew what the fuck they wanted. And she kind of had a very old sort of movement of what was going on. It's like, you know what's happening if you go to a hotel room with some fucking powerful guy. You have to take a certain amount of, accountability yourself. And she had a very real take on it, which I kind of respected.
Well, Hollywood, Christina was telling me about the school director that had a bed.
His name was Quentin Tarantino.
His name was Tim.
Dude, he's not going to be talking about that, right? In Desperado, is it? Or Hustle Dawn, where it's like, yeah, he's like, I'm going to shove her foot in somebody's mouth,
I'll take that. I'm not going to put George Clooney through the sweets and flags and the beautiful foot.
God, she was on that. She played such a good scene in that fucking movie. That was great. I just watched it like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it was such a good scene.
Black Dust was on called Sinners. I don't think it was on the photos.
I thought Sinners was great. People hate it.
I didn't see it.
I thought it was really good. People try to pull in a vampire movie. Who cares?
You don't like the vampire movie?
No, I love it.
They were saying it's like an attack on white culture. The first vampires were like white, and they were like feasting on black people, and black people would be more delicious.
Yeah, very rarely, other than Blade, get a black vampire.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, you remember Blackula?
Blackula? It had to be a comedy.
No, it was a fucking movie. No,
blaxploitation, right?
It was supposed to be.
It was a horror movie. I think it was a legit horror movie.
Do you know that guy? Do you know Blackula?
Yeah, there it is.
Pee Wee Herman documentary. Blackula was the mailman on Pee Wee's Playhouse. Really? Weird.
Phil Hartman was on Pee Wee's Playhouse. What? Phil Hartman did?
Pee Wee Herman, he died. Yeah.
What makes you say that?
The documentary.
Phil Hartman hated
With Howard Stern. Howard Stern asked him about that. He was like, yeah, we don't speak anymore.
Oh, wow.
But he didn't give credit, I think, for Pee Wee's Big Adventure. Yeah.
That's weird.
Phil Hartman was a real bitchy queen, but very interesting.
Easy to get along with. It's like,
I love him. Great. I love Andy Dick. There was the.
He was just too wild, But I did so many scenes with that dude where we had to do them like 3 or 4 times because I couldn't stop laughing. I just couldn't stop breaking character.
It's more just like screw now.
Yeah, it's not good.
But he just gets like, he's one of those guys, like, letting himself get used by people, I assume, for drugs or something. But I mean, like, weird pods where it's like he's sleeping in some or something weird. Yeah. And he was right there on the precipice. Jury duty. Right.
He did other stuff too, man. He did that war movie they did.
In the Army Now.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the one he did. I don't know if he may have done another one or two of them. Maybe Charlie spade them. Do you have hopes for Happy Gilmore too? Could it possibly be good?
Yeah, makes good stuff. He's still
Comedy?
Yeah, he does. Those Netflix ones were good. They're funny.
They're pretty good. You like QB, Halloween or something?
They're funny, man. They're pretty good. If you like Adam Sandler, I love Adam Sandler. Oh, silly movie. When he played his own sister, what was that one?
Jack and Jill.
Jack and Jill's funny. And Al Pacino's in love with her, and she's a brute. It's fucking fun.
That actor, and I mean, Happy Gilmore was so great, but I almost feel like you're gonna try to do too many throwback moments. This one did that one recently. Fucking like this coming. Like, there's like that was terrible. I grew up on. First of all, they made it PG-13. The original Coming to America was rated R. It was a musical. Yeah, it was bad. But I will watch it. Beetlejuice people love. I didn't like that same thing. I thought it was like, you can't capture that first one.
I thought Beetlejuice was pretty good. The new one. I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, I liked it. It wasn't as good as the first one, but it's pretty good. Soul Train. When they got on the Soul. Dead, like resurrecting 70s outfits dancing. Have you seen it?
I saw it. I kept on falling asleep. I keep on turning it on and falling asleep 20 minutes into it.
Well, it's good. It's pretty solid. I mean, it is one of those weird fucking movies. You know, the first one.
I think Tim Burton made the first Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Did he really?
The first Tim Burton movie.
Oh, that makes sense with Large Marge. We forget to tell him Large Marge.
Have you ever seen that?
Remember?
They would call their heads down. Shoot large.
So fun. Or Pee-wee's Big Adventure was so fun.
I didn't even know that. That's like weird. Like Pee-wee's Playhouse was meant to be like for salaries.
How much did it go for? Well, guess. I'll let you guess. $100,000, $500,000. It's $135,000. Wow. There's 14 bikes. A fun movie, man. Yeah. I went to see that in high school. And we were like the only people in the movie there. There was like one of the lucky moments. We were just fucking howling laughing.
First of all, the whole thing's for adults.
What?
Kids movie.
Yeah, it was totally like it wasn't just like a kids movie. It was an anybody movie.
Pee-wee was a little like, what's the fucking deal here? Big Top Pee-wee. All that was just always a little bit weird. Big Top Pee-wee was his. He tried to do it himself, and that's why. Because there's jokes there no one gets. I forgot this. I saw it once when it first came out. Never saw it. He's got a make-out scene with somebody that just goes on for like that's why having to make out. Just five in the middle of the movie. 5 minutes in, it's like hardcore making out with it. Well, I mean, when I was older, I think I would have gotten it. So it's today, all inspired stuff. And whatever. There's an episode of Pee-wee's Playhouse where he did 2 minutes. He put dog food in a bowl, and it was just like ASMR, a close up of a dog just eating straight minutes. Weirded me out when I was a kid. Yeah. Whatever it was just a little bit off.
He got rolled up in one of those bullshit cases.
Caught jerking off.
He got jerking off in a gay movie theater. You're supposed to
that didn't ruin him. That didn't ruin him the way. In fact, I thought it was interesting when he did his first Layer movie, and he asked him to make his character look like his mugshot. That's why he looks like Manson. Did you watch it, Jamie?
No, I saw the clip.
I mean, didn't it get a show canceled? Like, the show was already done. Okay. Well, but he was in Blow. He was in that. He came back. He had a career for real. But after that, what took him down was, because I thought you were saying that caught up in the biggest bullshit. Like, he got Jeffrey Jones. What's that? That was the principal from Ferris Bueller. That guy got nailed with actual child pornography.
Oh.
And Pee-wee was friends with him, so they went and searched Pee-wee's house, and what they found was a crazy. They just found a big couch that they could talk. Yeah. A bunch of naked kids inside of it.
understand how fucking it eats them. He had like erotica from like the 70s, and everyone was above age, but it just like it was considered real. Oh no! When they went to his house,
Where was he living?
I believe, and
Obscene or
he
erotic?
got nailed with obscene, was lumped in with like pedophilia. What is it?
No contest. The LA court charges hiring a 14-year-old boy to pose for photos.
Pose for photographs. Yeah, that's a documentary. I feel like. They put that in the documentary. I'm just saying he was a good guy.
Yeah, state charges documentary.
Oh man.
Child porn was not part of the deal.
Joe, the first time we did your podcast and you showed us all your cool toys in your LA studio, I would have sucked your dick to do one of those things.
Oh, yeah. Toys.
Like your. I've told the story on podcast. That's the first time we came. It ends so great. Because me, Dave, and Lewis all came in LA. First, and you go, check this out. And you grabbed compound bow, and you had the list, the full UFC gym. You know,
so cool. We were all like, just warming.
You put the bow down as I was reaching for it, I thought. And then you went over and you go, there's the pool table, broke a rack. Then you open the door and you're like, here's where I felt myself out. You go, and here's my pro position. And you had they do it for golf and stuff too, like hunting. Yeah. And you had the flat tip. I go, let's do this one because the flat tips, no one's going to get hurt. Elk. And then you go, let's go podcast, boys. You just showed us.
The problem with those toys is I can't teach you that. I
understand
the ones that I have.
ourselves.
Sounds big, but then we always say, like, how much on? Like, talks with you after that. Me and Lou's like, Joe, embrace us the way he embraces Dave. This picture we ever took here, it's so funny. It's the werewolf. I am standing behind the werewolf like I'm fucking it. Getting sucked off. Louis is equity getting sucked off by the bear. And Dave is just leaning in, touching it, going. And I'm like, oh, you know what? Dave never said
That's hilarious.
He's going back.
Gave us his hand on the head gently.
Yeah. Is Dave in the Rogan sphere? We're trying to figure out how we get in the Rogan.
Yeah.
Why over sphere?
First of all, Shane is
right.
Shane isn't in the Roman sphere anymore. Let's just move Big J out of that position.
Doesn't require the Rogan
Ari's
sphere.
moving to fucking. I'm ready. I'm a guy. I'll shave half my head.
Ari's gonna over there, bail.
Agreed.
I'm gonna talk to him. I'm gonna call him up every day. Fuck that place. Planted in his head. I think we got Diaz coming here.
That was Austin.
Yeah,
That's great.
we talked about it this weekend. I saw him in Jersey for the fights. You're fucking yeah. There's plenty of room for you guys. You're in the sphere right now. On the show.
Every time the Rogans never get when Cat Williams said 6 unfunny comments.
Was it
I knew it wasn't us. I would have been happy to be one of the 6 unfunny comments.
Cat probably his point. But he tried. He thought I wouldn't have him on. I'm like, bro, I love you. He's so fun. I couldn't wait to have him on right away. I'm like, I reached out to him right away. I just haven't reached out to you because I didn't know if you wanted to do it.
Sure.
If I thought he wanted, I would have had him on a long time ago.
That's an interesting story.
One of my favorite like stand-ups to watch a special of because I have a hard time get like on TV specials. Chronicles.
I'm not gonna lie. I need subtitles for it, but I do want to wait. Cat Williams is very, very funny.
So something about him when he's cooking too, when he's like really on fire, is different than he's sweating and you know his fucking hair's throwing back and just the tone of his voice and the way he repeats punch lines. It's like that guy gets cooked. Watch the crowd, they're just falling out of their chairs.
Sets too, right? It was like an hour and a half.
Oh yeah.
He's a beast. He's a beast. He's a wild boy.
At least I
He knows how to drive too. Put him on the drive. Fucking killed it.
Oh, I always see him
He's been to a track.
on World Star Hip Hop. He beats like shit all the time. It's very weird. Yeah. I mean, it's funny is he also dresses though like the old black guy who comes to play basketball, so it looks like he's not gonna and then he's like fast as shit. Still, you know, that teenager, do you remember that?
What's this? This is him at a racing simulator. By the way, he's doing it in one hand. It's a volume.
You're in a simulator.
It's got gravity. It turns you some crazy noises. It feels like you're really driving.
He's trying to go Randy making a personal phone call.
The ways of America that allow you to do this. So he can drive. No, he looks like he's on it, man. Yeah. It's not a game. No, if the wheel reacts as if your tires react on at high speeds.
What's on the racetrack?
You drive on a racetrack? No.
I can't drive 35 miles an hour on a regular road. Well, I did play full tour. When I did Bird's Tour, one of the things we performed at a racetrack, and they had the pace car, it was a convertible, and they took us all for like a couple loops, where like individually one at a time wanted to film it, and mine was so boring, because I was like smile time, but they were like, Bert's giving them, and people were going like, no, like the corners are coming, and they were like, I just had blind trust they're not going to kill us, like, right? Like, are they going to put us in real, like, are we going to start cartwheeling down the fucking road here? Assume they're not going to do anything they don't know how to do perfectly. That's why Bert's famous, because Bert's fun, and he reacted. It was just like, this was neat. Nobody wants to watch that. I know. I should want to watch you screaming and fucking yelling and crying about your daughter. Just be my daughter. Don't worry about what people want. I can't scream like that. I gave you my words if you guys did my nails on the show. I freaked out about touching my. Now he gets his nails painted by Asian have to once it's done every other week. Oh, it's not a diva.
Is that a thing that you feel connected to? Like you have to keep doing that now? Take your shirt off thing?
Oh, no, not like that. No, it's more like somehow gayer. And two, I bit my nails forever. Got my teeth fixed. Can't bite it. I tried to take care of it myself, and I'm just terrible at it. They got my nails on the show one time. Because if you just did this to Jay, look, if you show him, you pull your cuticle back, he'll freak out. For some reason. So we had an Asian lady come in, and we warned her to make. She was so cool. This like little lady, she barely spoke any English, but she had such a fun time, and she did. He screamed like a girl the whole time because she was screaming. It was more like that. Like those. Yeah, and then it became a thing where every week after that he came in with a new color nails. I keep saying every week, I'm not a gay man. No, but once they were done, then once you can't really undo it. I don't know what to do now. I can't take care of them that good myself. I can't make them
get it done. Who gives a fuck? That's what you like. Yeah. Get their own quirks, Lewis. Leave them alone.
Hey, Lewis, you chose to have nipple rings to connect. I have one, or had one nipple ring.
Did they connect?
No, I had a nipple ring, I had a lip ring. Isn't the funniest thing you had all when you're like now your body stuff? You never had a nipple ring, you never had a nipple ring attached to the end of your tit. So you look sexy in tank tops. Bad, dude. Just a fat kid with a nipple ring.
Get it done.
I don't know. I just want to like tattoos and piercing. I was surprised though. From being fat, my tattoos always to arms. So I never did ones I would have to take my shirt off. People had like here. I have my chest tattoo. Chest on my own. My mom died. It says on my own. I know it's not good. He has 1,000 friends and collaborates with people and everything he does on his own. Well, he says on this side, coattail rider.
On though, that's the best way to not get pulled off of shit is to have your own network though. Yeah, like Kumia did that. You guys did that.
Yeah.
That's such a good
and it was funny is we were gone a few years, it would almost seem like pointless because Patreon got so big. censorship with YouTube and all these other platforms. Now there's no time for it. Like we have an uncensored version of the show, an ad-free show. We can say every time we get close to that plaque, we've had over taken down in the thousands of subscribers because they and they're like, no way.
What gets pulled? What's it about?
Most of the time, it's actually fucking dumb producers leaving shit like that. YouTube relaxes moderation rules to allow more controversy.
Freedom of expression, value, make way, harm, risk.
That's great. I love that. It's changing a little bit.
Pendulum swings, right?
But we have this podcast I was listening to the other day, and I was like, how is this Corey? All the words you're not allowed to say, like, so we believe the no words, right?
This includes ideologies, movements, race, gender, sexuality, abortion, immigration, and censorship. Beautiful. Not really considered to be in the public interest.
Oh, abortion too. So we can do that abortion now on the air. Abortion. We've been putting years. That would be a great bit.
Early term. In the public interest, though. That's a great way to define it.
Like jokes, like specifically, like on Instagram right now, they were advertising on Instagram for years, talking about a bit that I did on my first special on Dan about how I would get free cocaine in Mexico. I went up the beach and told the story about actually doing it. And they flagged it and said we were promoting drugs to the sales of fuck for a year now. Jesus Christ. It's like literally a joke. I'm just joking. That's what I did. I would get a free sample of cocaine. I go to the next guy, get another free sample of cocaine. The next guy. I just did that all going on. There until you were the leader of the cartel.
Yeah. I can get you for RICO charges now.
Yeah, that was the Cabo comic for like a decade ago. Cabo comic, 70-year-old woman. Oh, she was gross. So hotter than the girl we went to the UFC in Philly. Was she? No. Keep the ones. Ladies? Yeah, just like, I think a ship rock one. Fucking doozy. Oh, and she had like a really thick smoker's voice. It's like, you're a little bit locked in on a cruise, especially a heavy metal cruise. There's no chicks on those cruises. Yeah, we did a ship ride.
Dude, I was watching this documentary today on the Black Sea. Just wind up thinking, have you ever seen ships going across the Black Sea? It's apparently a cross.
For Lewis, where's the Black Sea?
I think it's the UK. I'm not exactly, but I watched this documentary about watching these fucking cargo ships get nailed by these monster waves. You know, like, imagine being on a fucking some shit like that. Oh my god, it's terrifying. The wave goes sideways. So where's that at? Turkey? See if you can find some videos of the Black Sea. It's crazy.
It's the ocean's scary, Jeff. The ocean is, I've been surfing. I'm just not good at it. Like, you feel the power of the fucking ocean. It's, well, I've done those just, if you go off that boat, you're as good as dead. It won't stop.
Look at this. The wave was so big, it snapped this fucking ship in half. And this is nothing compared to some of the waves I've seen. Some of the waves are fucking bananas.
Apparently, cruise ship, they can't.
Big giant stone structure.
If you fall off a cruise ship, they can't turn around and get you.
Fire you or by. No, they have to like call the Coast Guard or whatever to come and find you, but you're dead. They give you coordinates. Yeah, they throw up some fucking donuts out to you, and oh Christ,
no fucking donuts in the ocean. The ocean's fucking flunked.
Part of that is that if I fell off, I'm holding onto a donut and hearing the sounds of Tesla slowly slinkle. Oh, they're doing acoustic signs? Shit! Yeah.
It's on fire right now, and I forget which much ocean, but it's filled with EVs, and apparently one of them in the middle of the ocean.
Fucking electric cigarettes in your fucking suitcase.
Right.
Same thing.
Yeah.
One of those rules.
Remember when those Samsung phones were like Coast Guard battles massive fire container ship listed off? I don't think this is the one. There's another one, Jamie, that is UVs. It's all UV.
Isn't there theoretically people in some of those cargo things?
Cargo ship carrying UVs on fire.
Isn't that how they get
EVs.
wire? Or is that how they get people over sometimes? There's people in cargo things.
Oh yeah, no, that's real. Yeah, that's it. So that's filled with electric cars. I wonder whose cars they are. It just says EVs. It doesn't say cargo ship filling test. They would throw Elon to the bus for sure. Electric car. They're great when they work. It's just like, if you have them plugged into your house, it's the shit. You never go to the gas station. You just plug it in when you go to sleep at night. It's easy.
To be more reliable than your phone.
Well, they're really reliable. The thing is about driving them, like Tesla, fuck up. I've had three of them. I've never had one problem with like a windshield wiper motor. It was simple.
Do you get rid of the lease? A new one, yeah. Okay, so it's not like you're not like shit. This thing started.
No. Well, they every 3 years.
When do they peter out?
You can get them, that are many years old. It's just their batteries degrade. So like if it first comes from the factory with 340 miles, and after like 5 years, it's probably got 280 miles or something like that.
Just efficiency kind of goes down.
But for driving around town, like if you're just taking it to commute, it's easy. You don't ever have to go to the gas station again. It's silent, they move faster than drivers.
I mean, how quickly do you get a return on investment? Usually, the amount of money you save is like,
I don't know about that.
I want to go that mile since that's what I'm saying. I was a kid. You remember this? Oh, well, Hondas are the best because you can get 200-some thousand. Oh yeah, 300,000 miles. I don't think that even exists anymore. That a car's supposed to. I think once
Toyotas.
Still,
you buy motherfuckers, whatever.
I got a Ram.
The reason I got the Acura was because
lasts forever.
Yeah, my Porsche had a great comic, and he was like, dude, trust me, he was like, get an Acura. He was like, it'll last 250,000 miles. It's high school, like.
My friend Matt Farrah had a Lexus 15 miles on it.
Yeah, like, that was the other option too. He said get a Lexus or an Acura. Those are two that have the greatest resale value and also just the shelf life.
I've got a Ram and a Jeep.
America, fuck yeah.
Rams like this one. We can be laughing. Tacomas. Get that little stupid rice burner out of here.
I've got a couple of those Lexus SUVs, the 570s. That was a fucking great car. Great, comfortable as shit, big. It's like so smooth. Fucks up. They never have problems.
Don't buy an Audi. I'll tell you that. My Audi. And it wasn't the Audi, the fender bender. It was literally a fender bender.
That fender was good, dude. That fender was softened up by all the other.
I was like, for sure this is just an easy game that again is total. Each headlight is like $5,000. It's insane. I bought it at $70,000. It was now. And then
how long ago was this?
I had it for 4 years, and then it depreciated. Yeah, it depreciated in value to like $25,000 and like $22,000. Wow.
Yeah. Well, most of that was to take on the side.
That's fucked. You know what's a really great value if you want to get a car? Get a Mercedes S-Class. Sure. Like 5-6 years ago. Amazing.
Honey, Mercedes for me.
No, the old ones.
An old car?
Yeah, you can get them from like 10 years ago, and they're fucking super cheap, but they're scared. They'll never break. Less than like an Accord. You can get an S-Class from a while ago.
Is it possible to get like this thing as a brand new?
What do you mean? Well, so can you buy a brand new 2019 car? Like, what do they do with that one?
What's the 2019 thing? I'm talking about like, can you get like a 1997 Mustang and then somehow get a new original?
100%.
Like no computer, none of that shit in it. Just like the
you definitely can
brand new.
Yeah, there's companies that will do that for you. For sure. You can make a car with a carburetor. Most of them don't. Most of them use a crate engine. So the old car, like a 68 Mustang, and they put a Coyote 5.0 in, like a modern Ford 8-cylinder Coyote engine.
Yeah, the new ones.
So it has like an ECU, it has like this little motherboard, like you program it, and it has electronic fuel injection.
When I got in the car sometimes to start it, I learned I had to get a hammer and hit a certain part. I think it was the start. And it did start. With a hammer broke. This is way back in the day too. So I got the car from it was one of those like they call it the auction. They bring cars and shit like that. So it was a piece of shit. But I was just not when you open up. You can have a car for a year at this point, a brand new car, and open up and it looks brand new because it's barely engine parts. Right. Big plastic covering over a computer. So you can't work on it. When you say, hey, it's having a problem, they go, this happened to me last, the light went away. So the light's not on there. They could plug it in and find that there was a light that came on at some point, but they can't do anything. It's not happening. You know what I mean? There's not a thing where it's like there's this clicking. It's probably a belt. I think so. See, they seem confused by.
You're going to bad mechanics, maybe. Okay. So they probably have everything connected to a computer program, and the computer program talks to the car.
I think that's what you have to do. I think that's no more like we knew Larry, not Chuck and Larry. That's the gay guys that got married. Chuck and Al were like my mom's two. Like now I think about it. She probably fucked Chuck or Al. Really, both of them. Your mom? My mom really threw the puss when we were younger. Not like in a prostitution way.
Good lady.
Yeah, it was a good. It was always our car mechanics for our cars. They can't even be in business anymore with the cars now.
Well, there's a lot of people that still have old cars. They want to get them fixed up. There's a lot of people that really just like driving,
but not enough for the amount of like auto shops. Don't you get one's like a really famous guy? Who's the famous guy who drives like an old pickup truck? I want to say it's Christian Bale.
Yeah, he's got like an old Tacoma.
Yeah, like an old Ford or it's a Toyota. Yeah, I think Jimmy Butler, the athlete. But I just feel like he's doing it to be like cool. It's like, bro, fucking, you don't need to drive. Post Malone showed up to a Shane show in a shitty big tires truck, and I believed the guy, but I was like, yeah, this thing. He's also got probably a whole, what was he thinking? I was country friends or his black rap friends?
He's got one of those Raptors with, yeah, that's his Christian Bale. Same Toyota Tacoma since 2003. Yeah, it just bugs me for some reason. They're bulletproof. Keeps it clean. Thing. Raggedy, but those things last forever, man. They really last forever. It's gonna last forever. They can buy right now. Get a Toyota Tacoma. They're fucking bulletproof. They're so good.
Yeah, they just really tiny looking trucks. It's like vintage. Like, I think that's gonna be another thing that starts happening. It's like vintage looking cars that are brand new.
Toyota.
I don't know if it's a pickup truck that's coming out that looks like an old pickup truck. That's brand new. You look like a jerk off though if you're still rocking a fucking. One of those like Union Jack, little like Mini Coopers or some you asshole. A Fiat, you like an asshole. Do you remember the PT Cruiser in the early 2000s, late 90s, where they were like, everyone likes that ZZ Top car. Let's make sure that. My wife had a Dodge Neon. That was maybe the shittiest car that's ever been mass produced. I had a Dodge Neon. You had those at some point. It was crazy. $14. Dude, I think it was $10,000, $100 a month, no money down. Like this was a piece of shit. I think two companies ended up making it. Oh, really? I think it's switched at one point from like Dodge to something. Yes. It's so weird. But yeah.
Yugos? Or a Dodge from Yugoslavia? Is that who made it? Is that why it's called the Yugo? That is a garbage little car.
It's amazing how many cars I've been in that are now like defunct Sables and shit like that. But I have no trust or belief in a brand new like car that comes out. Well, Saturn. I think Saturn was like a brand that everybody had. I trust by now. Do not trust Kia. Hasn't been long enough for some reason. Genesis is not.
That's Hyundai. That's Hyundai's Lexus and luxury version. It's fucking. You Yugoslavia. Yeah, Yugoslavia. That was garbage.
Yeah, I knew that from delivering auto parts.
That car was like $5. It cost more for gas than the car.
What'd you take your driver's test in?
I think I took it in my mom's Barracuda. My mom had a 1970 Barracuda when I was
Nice.
Yeah.
Hums.
That was fun.
I want a stick shift Chevette. My mom's white stick shift
You gotta learn
Chevette.
how to drive. That's good though. To learn how to drive and do a driver's test on a stick, like you really know how to drive if you're a kid.
It is one of those feelings out where you're like, even my daughter, I'm like, it's a good skill to have, driving stick, and then she'll never be in a world where it will ever.
Most like Audi Fox. That was my first stick shift car. I never had all my muscle cars when I was mechanics, but I had an Audi Fox. There was this cool little fucking front wheel drive, shitty 1973 car. It was great though. Like little 4-cylinder. It was like the first car that I had that was little that could like move around. It's like this thing's fun. And like learn how to you're barely connected to what you're driving. You feel like the shifting is over this. Everything's smooth. That thing felt the cars. That's why people like to drive old cars still.
Yeah, I would. If I had the money, I would get like something. That's why I said I asked about the do a new engine in a car.
Somebody get a car with a nice engine.
No, of course.
You're not gonna police. You're not going.
No one's a Ram.
Fix it yourself. You're not gonna fix it yourself.
Never.
Right. So then find a mechanic, that you trust. Find around. Get a relationship with this cool.
Not the same way your mom did. Not that way.
Not that way.
Well, if I could. Do you have a car, Louis? What's like? Did you say something like dream car? The dream changes. When I was a kid,
Jack, the actual the Jaguar.
Sure.
I looked it up years ago. I wanted to get like this old school J6 or something, or whatever it was.
early '90s.
The early '90s, and I found one for like $9,000. Like, just it looked, and then I was gonna buy it, and then a friend of mine, I was like, dude, you literally, to get anything fixed on that car is never find the parts. Like, it's just.
When I was young, the one that had, damn, I wish I had that, was that boxy looking Mustang 5.0.
Oh.
That was the one I had with the
Vanilla Ice one.
Convertible. Yeah, that's the exact one. They put
in 5.0.
rims on it, and the convertible, and that one. That was when I was talking about it changing. When I was a little kid, this was one of the most hurtful life. When I was like, dude, when I get older, I'm gonna get a Mazda Miata. That's gonna be a fucking roller skate on your fat body. Okay. Well, I guess. And now sometimes you see me on the road still, and I still go, damn, it's pretty cool looking.
You ever seen those Miatas that they do conversions with? They put a V8 in them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was a company called Flying Miata, and they sold it to another board that does it now. I don't know what the name of it is, but they take their Miata and they stuff a big fucking aluminum GM crate engine in it, and it's got like 5 hours of madness, and this tiny little car weighs
Off the ground.
But apparently they are a riot to drive because they're super light with crazy power, and these new engines are not that heavy, so it doesn't fuck with the balance that much. It's like slightly heavier than the stock engine, but insane amounts of power, and it sounds insane.
When we were down at Nashville Comedy Festival, there was a guy who used to work at the club who pulled up in a like gold and blue Lamborghini, and it was just like the colors were crazy and it had some writing on it, and we were so curious about it. He won it in a sweepstakes. He actually won a Lamborghini in a sweepstakes.
These are those cars. Like, give me some volume so I can hear this.
The Miata?
Yeah, these are the Flying Miata. Okay, that's not a Miata.
I mean, it's just the front.
This is the Miata. That sounds crazy. But there's a new company that does it now. It's not them, and there's some better videos. So they
can't work.
Imagine if Cat Williams enters F1 races. Oh, you never thought I could do it.
F1's really right in the streets of a town.
Yeah, in Monaco. They drive through the streets. They do it in Vegas too.
They did it in Canada. They did it in Montreal one year at the festival.
Wow. It's wild. They do it out here, but they do it at the certain neon sign up there. Oh, really? My neon died, I think. Did it die? I think it died. But racetrack out here, it's awesome. Watching Formula One, there's as they're going.
Oh, is that the place? I think I did one of those rock fests there backstage or oddball tour. Is that the one that has the thing behind it?
Yes.
The F1 track?
Yes.
That's one of the. That's about getting over a fear in one day. Where I've never felt so. It's got a overlook. You take one floor elevator. Half it's concrete, half it's glass. Very thick glass. There the first time. I was gung ho to walk out over that glass and go. When I got to the glass is the floor? Yeah. When I got to the glass part, I almost felt stopped. Like my legs stopped moving. Like my body shut down. I ended up.
Yeah, you should be.
I ended up. Yeah, there it is. That's fucking. And by the way, there.
The needle and the Stratosphere in Vegas. They have like a roller coaster at the top, and then they also have like the ride that goes straight. I went on it with my son. My son has no respect for me anymore for this because I was sitting in the chair, literally just like they didn't even start. They pull you up for like maybe 5 feet first, and I thought where I was at the top, I was screaming like a woman. My son was making fun of me, and they didn't even go. And then when they finally, I'm so deathly afraid of heights, even if I'm strapped in. Oh my god, dude! I'm afraid of falling.
It's normal. If you're not, you're those free climber dudes. They're just freaks.
Oh, the guys that jump from
Alex
building.
I know the thing that our friend climbs like Mount Cast Chalk.
The thing that Ralph did that in New York you can do, you can go to the top of some building, and they have a thing where it's like they have you're connected to a line. But you remember the TV show Shut? So you can take a picture. Something in New York where your like feet are on the building and your head hanging off it, like over. Crazy. It's just, I'm not like
just for a thrill.
I maybe could have gotten top in the skydiving young, not a chance. I had some people try to talk me into it as an adult. And I'm like,
jumping.
If my daughter's gonna tell the fucking story. My daughter's gonna tell the story of her dad dying in a wingsuit or something. Fucking jerk off.
Brian Redband's dad was working at this place. One of the people he's working with was a skydiver. And always try to get him. One day he goes to work, they're not there. What happened?
Or they travel some other way, they either through
didn't open.
or that they're
there was a great
ocean.
There was a thing called McCloskey on Netflix years ago.
Was it a documentary?
It was in fact a documentary about a snowboarder guy. He was like an extreme sports guy, and he died because he like base jumped into an and when he landed, he was being chased by cops to arrest him, and he went in the water with his parachute and everything, got caught up and died. Then they did a thing on the news. They did for this guy, like in memorial of him, there was a demonstration. It was like it shouldn't be illegal. So what they were doing was people were jumping, parachuting down, and when they landed, it was almost like organized. The cops would then arrest them. They were all getting arrested for doing it, but that was their protest. That we're all going to do it. You're going to have to arrest us all. And then while they're doing all that, just in the background, it's like, yes, this is why this is stupid.
Yeah, fuck all that. I've never had any of that adventurous shit in me. I'm not skiing, which I feel like is adventurous enough for me.
Killed a Kenny and some.
Yeah, but it's actually really dangerous, dude. Skiing is so fucking wildly dangerous. Just sometimes I was in Park City, and you're just going down this really long trail, like 20 minutes, you're just going and going and going. But there's times where I'm going to the edge, and all it takes is just a little less control, and you just fly off the edge of the thing. You're done.
Oh yeah. How do cars not go off over tons of them?
They do.
They constantly.
Isn't that how Tiger Woods crashed?
He went off one of those cliffs.
Isn't that what happened, Jay?
Not quite. I thought he hit a tree.
There was one guy who was tweeting. He was like a famous plastic surgeon. He was tweeting discovered that he was tweeting at the very city where he fell off the fucking cliff. So while he was driving and not that crazy, he went off the side.
That's the most 2 in 10 moment of my life when I'm going over those through the Hollywood Hills. Just like, I remember it's crazy that you're able to drive that close to like certain death.
Oh, well, how about the fucking drive up to San Francisco if you take the coast? There's times where the left side of you is just cliff.
Yeah.
There's like famous places like in the world, like in just other countries where, I mean, I've been to a few countries where you're driving, there's no rail, your tires are just like along the edge, like almost hanging off. It's fucking terrifying.
Some other countries.
Oh man, countries where the only way to get is sometimes there's boulders that fell in. You gotta move the fucking landslide and hope it doesn't hit you while you're driving.
It's amazing all the years of driving for comedy and how long I've driven. Never seen a falling rock once. Not once.
That is
since falling rock. Never seen falling.
Only seen it on
never hit a deer.
Crazy. You never hit one deer.
I was on a tour bus that hit a deer once. That was pretty nice.
I hit a rabbit recently.
Oh yeah.
I tried though.
I did you?
No.
I think that was your fault. You killed them both.
No, I did. That actually happened to me recently. I was moving my lawn furniture because my fucking Mexican fucking lawn care people never moved the furniture back to where it's supposed to be. And I'm moving it back. I felt my foot go in, and these baby bunnies jumped out of a bunny's nest, which apparently they're underground. I had no idea. And yeah, they fucked the ice.
He's here trying to live the American dream.
Yeah, the one jumped in my pool and went belly up, and I thought it was dead. I scooped it out and threw it in the garbage. My girlfriend was like, "Are you sure it's dead?" I was like, "I'm positive it's dead." It was. She really did bring carrots out to these little broken bunnies. It's like these.
Did they live?
Actually, I thought they were gonna die for sure because I called. It was a Memorial Day and I like a rescue, an animal rescue place, and they were like, "We're closed. Cops will come and get them euthanized," and we're like, "No, I'd rather die a slow death in my backyard." One guy, we call him Limpy, and he was just fucking pushing himself with one leg.
You should have glued their hands to their genitals and then hung them. Autoerotic asphyxiation. Gone wrong. Great. The guy from InXS, David.
So either lived or a hawk came and got him eventually. But
some of those auto asphyxiation guys were murdered to be humiliated and look that way.
No, I think do you see now they try to take the jerky part away from those stories now.
Really?
Yeah, they don't.
How many stories are you reading that are autoerotic asphyxiation?
but he's watching a whole documentary on it now.
Soundgarden jerked off to death. Linkin Park jerked off to death. Anyone who hangs themselves.
Like Chris Cornell?
Yes.
Well, I don't think he was jerking off to death, was he?
Is that your theory? Is it a theory?
It's a strong theory.
Did you make it yourself?
Yes.
There's no evidence there.
There's no evidence. You don't hang yourself from a fucking doorknob that low when you're not trying. They flash knock out while they're doing it, and then they just die because they're being choked. 100%. They pass out. Yes, 100%. You heard it here first. Linkin Park. Robin Williams. They said. Put a note, but again, I think now, since Michael Hutchins from InXS famously did that, and David Carradine, that was new.
How good could it possibly feel?
I've had people call in.
To get choked out, like while you're nutting.
I've heard people say it mimics a lot of times former addicts do. It's like the feeling of like the high, like heroin. That's what they say. But that's just people to say that. Who knows? But because Michael Hutchins and David Carradine, it's like the first, when you think of their name, of even InXS or any of the songs, they died jerking off. David Carradine, all those movies, died jerking off. So now, just depressed and going through it, then saying that because that's all you're going to be known for now.
Right. See the theory. It's not a bad theory if the family can hide that information. Like it's important that he was jerking off, he killed himself. The world doesn't need to know you're jerking off while he killed himself.
Well, you'd rather feel as desperate and sad than he was such a weirdo that he had to jerk off and hang himself from a fucking doorknob.
I heard there's a conspiracy involved in the David Carradine one. I think David Carradine had run afoul. There's
Yeah, five Venoms, dude.
In Thailand or something like that, where he won.
It's actually kung fu.
Is it? Is there a conspiracy theory attached to it? We should call Sam Tripoli
They
a
were over
robot.
there to bring HPV to find me.
He was kung fu when I was a kid. When I was a little kid, he was the guy that was doing martial arts on TV. Yeah. Like Chain Kane. Everybody called everybody grasshopper back then.
Yeah, but getting choked while you have sex rules. All right.
He's hanging on it. All right. Jim Carrey was wearing fishnet stock when his body was found hanging in a Bangkok hotel room. Grainy images printed in the tabloid Thai Rap reportedly show kung fu actor suspended from a clothing bar in a closet. Red woman's lingerie appears to be in a bed adjacent to the body. Yeah, that might be, right? Found with his hands bound above his head and a rope around his neck, wrist, and genitals. How would one do that to themselves? Sordid tales of Kill Bill star's sexual life surface as the photos generated various out. That seems like you couldn't do that yourself unless you're like really ingenious. How do you bound? It says hands bound above his head. How do you do that? And a rope around your neck, wrist, and
You need a really cool friend.
how are you doing that?
Punch.
Pulling it tight with your hands? What? Okay, yeah, let's fuck that.
Starts going here.
Yeah, there's a lot of accusation. Yeah,
He's giving his wiener the old 5 finger death punch.
but I mean, what are the like standards of like in Thailand? If they find you women's lingerie, do they really want to investigate? It's a lot. I don't want to touch that. How is it autoerotic asphyxiation if his hands are tied up too above his head?
That's the weirdest thing I never saw before. That his hands were above his head.
That sounds like
That sounds like somebody walked away. Well, it's one of those things that got carried away and somebody just left because they were like, look, right, he's
like
dead.
maybe a lady was giving him head and then he came and down she couldn't get him off the ropes.
Yeah.
But just fucking booted out of there.
Not like Linkin Park was just jerking to each other's music.
I think some of them were just depressed, dude. Bourdain was just depressed.
But who hangs? There's so many
People hang themselves.
faster ways to take care of
They
this.
don't have other than a rope, and it's an impulsive decision.
It's also a romantic way to kill yourself.
Yeah, rope. Cord. You need cord. How about the guy that
Your jizz suck from all your autoerotic asphyxiation.
that was connected to the Clintons himself with an electrical cord, and then shot himself in the chest with a shotgun? From 40 yards away, it looks a little sus.
Kill yourself, Joe. How would you kill yourself if you had to?
Gun is definitely the best way, right? Because it's quick.
Hey, what if you shoot like your front lobe off?
Put it in your mouth like a real man.
That was the fucking Richard. Choke yourself. He missed.
Yeah, he died in the hospital.
That'd be my biggest fear is like shooting, like just angling it wrong.
I did that with a shot. Gun. He just took off the front of his face. Lived. Yeah.
Life is now worse. Richard Jenny takes his life. Dave Coulier never even tried to take his life.
It was fun.
Very fun.
Back in the day, he was the fucking man. He was depressed that he never wanted to be in a movie. He wanted to be the next Jim.
He did. He got close with it.
Yeah, it's crazy. To us, all the comics back then, he was the guy.
He was on all those shows. Were you doing comedy? Do you have performances on like a stand-up spotlight or VH1?
I did a bunch of
those things.
Yeah. I did a bunch of those.
Caroline's comedy.
I did MTV half-hour comedy. That was Paulie was totally Paulie. MTV half-hour comedy show. They would do like 10 minutes or something. I forget.
VH1 did one of those with Donald House.
Yeah.
It's a pretty fun time in comedy. Comedy was pretty polluted with like a lot of same old. At the time to kind of like. That's why it was funny when I was opening for David to all those years, he couldn't get a grasp on like the change that I was experiencing. Because he was kind of like, after 3 years, like, you want to go with me to this club again? And I'd go, absolutely. And he'd go, aren't you headlining this place yet? It's like, it doesn't work like that anymore. Because he's from a time where they said you got an hour of comedy. That's what they say. Well, David gets more than that hour of comedy. He goes, you can't just do that. Like, any place to book you.
Well, Dave, before, 21 years ago, like, people would just have their act. Do you remember Seinfeld's documentary where he's like, I'm going to get rid of my act after 20 years and have a new hour? It's like, that's what everyone does now. It's changed so much. If like Attell was always like that, he would turn over. So,
No, for sure. I'm saying he didn't get that, like, that change that now you tickets to get book places first. It wasn't just like, well, you're one of the guys an hour in the country. Yeah. There was a time where it was like these guys really was all of it. You know what I mean? Then the internet, I think, really opened it up to the rest of the country. Saturation.
Yeah, you used to be able to build a market. So you just keep returning. You turn like once a year, and after a few years, you're like, oh, Big J's coming. He's really funny.
San
Saw him last time.
Fran Punchline. Stress Factory were making two of the only clubs. The Providence Comedy Connection. Let me go there and, giving me a couple $100 for a weekend to change over there.
I remember I opened for you. You made $600 for the weekend as the headliner.
Yeah, they give you a chance. And if you're good, and they know you're good, they give you a chance that people trust them because they got a lot of good comedy. It's like, who's this guy? Is he good? Oh, let's take a chance.
Right. Like afraid. I remember that hurts so much. I opened for Steve O. Started doing comedy. Stand by before me. And I'd done DC Improv with the Townsend before. I did that weekend. And I hate hat in hand places, and you get bad news of her going to the booker there. So friendly to me now, and she's great. But like, it was so hard. I go, hey, back in headline, like on an off weekend, when people don't want to do 4th of July, Thanksgiving, whatever. And she goes, yeah, you don't sell any tickets, so it's all. She like kind of laid it out like that. I was like, well, how do you making that happen? Especially when we Legion of Skates and stuff.
Podcasting sort of created an opportunity for comics to
the best.
The best audience. People, they know us, they feel like they're really like here with us.
Well, they really are, right? And we talk like this if we're in the green room. This is your podcast, just the way we talk.
Everyone else gets mad to it, like whether it's podcasts, internet videos. I've also stopped having that because people get a lot too much wrapped into that. Like, there's a social media comic, or there's a whatever. Buddy, I don't know. His wife does comedy, and people ask me, like, are you mad that she does comedy? Like, I can't judge why anybody gets involved. He suggested it to me.
It's crazy to even want to. Who gives a fuck?
Like, why'd you do it? He goes, oh, because I was having funny tweets. So it's either good enough reason as anybody else starts.
The first decade, you don't even, there's no path. Like, what is the path to, like, even making money? You're just doing it blindly. Happens eventually.
People get mad because I think there is a path now to making money very quick. Right. It's the Howard Stern. He was a shit on, it was that on famous thing with Ari. Shit on the idea of podcast. I always understood his anger, at least. I don't agree with it, but I understand when he did the.
Well, his anger makes sense because he was super fit.
No, his argument was saying I had to do AM shift in the 6 a.m. In this shitty town. I had to do this. I played music until they realized it would be better to let me talk. And he went through all that. But it's just like you have an audience already, you're connected to somebody who has an audience. Like you're doing it now.
Well, also the difference is we all hang out with each other and do each other's podcasts. Fucking hate each other.
Right.
Like Howard Stern's been taking each other down all the time.
What was it? Junktober, where they would just find shows and they would have their fans torture them.
Yeah.
Oh, so funny.
Brutal. Fucking brutal.
And
Podcast doesn't have to be.
Right. You could only be the one big radio now, and if Stern was coming into Philly, and if they're going to open up like a syndication thing, he was going to talk crazy shit on the big guy in Philly, whoever city it was.
I do feel it's interesting watching. I wonder if this happens with every generation. The collar gets stretched though, because it is kind of funny. Not necessarily hurt. I think now with like having these comic sham, I'm opening for Shane in some of these arenas and stuff to make some thousand people into these places. And doing it, one, that's very difficult. Comedy like that all the time. But
we do clubs.
For sure. No, I do have to.
No, I mean, you have to.
Oh, no, for sure, of course. I'm just saying, like, a ticket to see someone in an arena to see everyone they loved was coming through the Improv or whatever, and then a couple were doing theater Like now, it's like it's a fucking night out of where it's like they might not have the money next week to go see me or Lewis at a club. I think it has changed. It's interesting in that way.
Well, there's some people that just don't want to spend that kind of money to go to the arena anyway, and they'd rather go see someone in the
It's like comedy's supposed to be.
The best experience though in an arena is in the round. In the round,
That's how she does it.
It's like a giant club. It's like a giant club. Side or watching people on that side laugh, and you're all laughing at each other. It's very interesting. Even though there's like 19,000 people.
Comedy, the only comedy I don't love at all, clubs, theaters, is theaters. Theaters is impersonal from the crowd enough, and also personal enough that you can still do bad. They can turn on you a theater, possibly if you're not the person they're there to see. Or even if, you know what I mean, there's like a mixed sport where they
lit on edibles.
Yeah.
You couldn't remember what the fuck he was talking about.
No matter what. They did turn on him. Something about the arena in an hour, these things was impressive as hell. For the 20 minutes I have to do, bad. Like, it's just, if
Shane had a guy, I don't want to trash the guy, it was a sound issue. He just like, dude, he just started getting booed. Dude, crazy. I mean, you have to feel like, it has to feel like the same reaction like that the visiting when they go to that arena.
I see that on Calzone.
Calzone arena shows too happen. If somebody jokes in a row that bomb, and then the crowd's like, fuck, fun. I think it's because people are in that environment, they think it's fun to do it.
Teachers who TI got booed and something, even though comedy, like at a big arena.
Oh, yeah, well, it was tight.
No, he sure didn't
do that. You can't just jump into, you know,
you just lose them. Sorry, like Damian Lemon, a very funny comic. He did like the Hot 97 comedy thing, and like they turned on him hard.
I think one of the most famous one of all, Anthony back in the day, in Philly.
Well, that's because they had turned on
Yeah, and he came out and he said, fuck this crowd. And he spent 15 minutes just shitting on it. It's legendary moments in comedy.
So I'm from Philly, and it's one of my favorite lines about Philly that is indicative of that town that I love. He says, Joe Frazier is from here. You beat Mike Tyson, or beat no statues to him, no nothing. Fictitious Italian heavyweight.
You piece of shit threw batteries at Santa Claus. Fuck this town.
That's a classic. That's great. He kept rattle off 7 more minutes.
Yeah.
Like,
I know that's funny. He had to quit that tour because everywhere he went, then they would start booing him because they were like,
yeah, that was like this before viral video. Such shitty, grainy footage. But that's when I mean, maybe my first year in comedy that happened. You just seeing that, it's like, it's such a comics moment where you're like, yes, just fucking.
Well, it's a big moment to happen when silence doesn't scare you anymore, or just I could talk into a microphone, especially for 50 under any circumstance. You know what I mean? Like, it'll suck if it's terrible. You got the wrong beginning, there's no one there, but like, I'm not afraid of the moment. So that's a big thing to get over, and that's what being scared. Like I said, overseas. The first time I was like, do they even understand English?
The first 5 minutes it's not going well, you're like, oh fuck, it's gonna be another hour.
Are you a long time guy, or do you try to do something?
I do an
hour.
Yeah, especially if I'm on always. I don't really have an hour together. I think last night I did 50 minutes. And like some of it, new stuff. You know, it's a lot of new stuff since August.
Sure.
You know, and I didn't stand up at all. I was like, let me just refresh my brain. I started doing other people's shows. Then I had some old bits that I never put on the special, piecing it together. But it's like, you gotta have a real set before you take that. You have like a club 45 minutes and go do an arena. Like if you're gonna do an arena for set,
I worked out in the clubs on the road. Have to. Particularly, I mean,
Burr said that back in the day
for a special, really.
Burr said that back in the day when he was talking about someone special. It's like he didn't do the clubs. It's like he's right. Like this person, like some persons, they start doing theaters, big theater, doing that only, same opening act every time. Crowd wants them, and you develop like a song. Yeah, not good. You clubs, man.
Yeah, but Austin's, what you did down here is you got you cultivated like comedy fan when you're fucked up jokes. New York and LA, they don't really like, you're just going on a random pop-in set at the Stand or the Cellar or the Comedy Store, just some random show. They don't know who you are. You start doing fucked up shit, they get very tight. Very tight. Like down here, like you go in the main room of the Mothership or at the Creek. I mean, it's become like a comedy destination, kind of how like people go to New Orleans for jazz.
Well, this town doesn't seem to feel like it has the same responsibility to like correct bad days in New York. Sometimes, like they want to let you know that you're out of line. They don't want you talking about a certain subject.
When you opened the club, did you like stuff that happened just within the scene? Or bitching about this for this reason?
It's a walled garden,
and everyone goes, they got in there because of this, and I'm not in there because of this.
You have a walled garden perspective. See, but a good time and you're not involved. So fuck those people. Natural reaction that people have to like this intimate community of people that are all friends and are having a great time. It's normal to hate it. Yeah, but it's not all wild comedy. There's a lot of like really clean comics that come here that kill. Like Vet Jalen is fucking pretty clean. He's hilarious.
Sometimes
he's hilarious.
He's like murders.
At the club, he's a beast. And it does this whatever kind of funny you're into. Holds what comes, destroy.
Yes. I'm not saying I'm not even saying the bookings like that you can. Did you even foresee there be comics that were going to be eventually like close anyway?
I don't hear about them.
I stay away to you. They wouldn't.
You're gonna have people that complain about anything they're not involved in. Sure, they're gonna decide. It sucks. Like, how could it suck? How could it suck if the company paid more than anywhere else? How could it suck if it's entirely set up for comedy? Super supportive of the comedians. It gives them a path.
What is the path for the young comic?
Well, there's a real talent coordinator. You know, Adam Egan's a real talent coordinator. He sits there and he watches your set. He gives you advice. And he'll give you spots on certain shows. They start developing comedians.
And it's like anything else, like, you know, this is likable and getting people to want to watch you succeed. Like, you'll get your opportunity if all the other comics are like, yo, this guy's funny, you should take a look at him. I've seen that happen directly. Kick the letter.
Yeah. Well, the whole idea is like you want to develop new talent there. And Kill Tony's vehicle for that ever. You know, if you have a banger minute on Kill Tony, you can become a fucking star. And if you could reproduce that every 59 times, kind of crazy that some of them have to do that. You know? It's an incredible writing exercise.
It's kind of crazy. The advice that I was given a young 15 years ago, obviously I'm coming from just like, do not be on camera for the first decade that you come, develop and act first. But now a lot of these guys just they have the opportunity. Detrimental if you really eat shit on it. And you're like a 3-year. I don't think people remember people bombing on Kill Tony where it would be detrimental to your career.
It could be. But, you know, it could not be. You bounce back and have a great set the next time and the people love you. I'm sure that happens. Look, you're taking a risk when you're doing a new minute every day. You might have it done. Yeah. You know, especially if you're new to the game. You've been doing it for 4 years. You got some talent. But, you know.
I genuinely don't know. It's an interesting thing why to do it.
Yeah,
you guys, that's interesting thing. They should have whittled down in your head. Like, what the fuck is just?
Yeah, but they were all pumped to see you, so it was easier.
No, of course. That's an arena. Wow, it was like it was really cool. I went both nights, and what it was like, they were just the crowds were so lit on watching those. Nobody got booed. There was no problems. Like super smart.
Well, some people got booed. There's people that bombed.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh, I think someone went right before me.
Yeah, a couple of people bombed. It's fucking hard to do, man. It's fun to watch someone just go out there. It makes the people that succeed look better.
When I did Kill Tony as a panelist, I love watching somebody bomb. It's my favorite thing because then you just trash them. You get to fucking make fun of them. I thought that's what when we started doing the show. I've been a panelist on Kill Tony. I think I might have been number one amount of times, like 25 times I've been a panelist. And when we started doing it like that,
back in the day in the comedy store in the belly room. Is when somebody just had a hot one and then just trash. It became more supportive now. Like the whole show format is like really like Tony trying to put guys over. But back then we were just mean. It was just like a mean, evil fun. Yeah.
It evolved. Belly room days were wild because like half the crowd would be like comics. Yeah. There was no one there. It was fun thing, but he kept doing it. And he fucking did it over and over and over again until he honed that motherfucker down in the sound.
Yeah. No, I'm super impressed with it. Like, he's a man. But that show itself is like,
I think it's inspiration from the idea of like the live,
the format. And
That's Skank. It's always been a live show, but the development story award has been very like.
Well, it's also easier when you have a format. Like, we literally just set the table and then play, and it's like we don't have to really. So when you're on a podcast like this or like Skanks, you have to actually kind of like present and like just sort of like you're trying to connect the comics in a different way. We created and just super formatted, easy to just
Plug and play. Funny.
Yeah. Well, you guys by doing Legion of Skanks just like opened up the door to wild comedy because it's like you know what you're getting into. It's called the show's called.
The idea that Jay had, like our most offensive podcast on earth, and it's not. There's more offensive podcasts, but it lets me. I think this is the reason we've never gotten in trouble.
Yeah.
Because you know exactly what you're going to get.
Right.
It's great. Like for any,
If you go and watch those offensive podcasts,
yeah, it's great. Stay away, but you look like an idiot if you start complaining about it. Adam Carolla had a great analogy. Like this. Why you guys get away with it? He's like with Snoop Grammys. Snoop Dogg lights up one, and nobody's like, you can't smoke back here. It's like, even if I can, right? And it's the same thing with us. I think people know what they're going to get with us. We sort of, play, have fun, and do our thing.
Well, you give an avenue for comedians where people know what they're going to get, and honestly can flock to it. I mean, Skankfest sells out immediately.
Yeah.
So because people love the vibe, it's fun. It's just fun. We're not here to take ourselves
Also,
seriously.
broadcasting has done something for comedians that I think broadcasters like the Howard Stern they have that all the time. It's very interesting. You meet the people they know. They know the time you told a story about the thing you feared. I get used to stuff like that where they'd be like, taking to college? Fuck yeah. I guess I talked about that on the radio this week.
Yeah. It's weird. You forget that there's an audience out there sometimes.
Yeah.
You forget sometimes things you say are weak to them.
No, absolutely. It went the hard way. When we started out, we knew what this was going to happen. We started Legion. We started Legion of Skanks. Pretty early podcast. Not thinking about it.
14 years ago.
Don't you think even now sometimes it's
I don't curse. Like sometimes it's about people.
Yeah, that's what we learned. We learned to stop making fun of retarded children on the internet. Because they have families. Well, we do sometimes, but to multiple families of mentally handicapped people. Because we've done bits on the show, and we've gotten where they would come to me and be like, what is wrong with you? This is like a child that has like Down syndrome. We're like, we had no idea that they.
And then they get on the phone with Lewis and they're like, I didn't mind. It was funny.
the problem is
Did that happen? Did someone say to you they were kidding?
Well, no, twice now that happened, and both times I ended up becoming very friendly with the family. They came out to see me on shows. They brought the kid.
Oh, now it's your burden.
Because
that's the problem is like you're saying things with your friends like you would normally say.
Yeah.
But then you don't
Ron
realize
Bennington calls it corner talk.
a real person on the end of these stories sometimes. The only thing that's changed is I think in the beginning we would just say whatever. There'd be a silly story, and now I'm going like, well, all right, is this person going to hear this? And it's just a normal person who's like, their parents are raising a special needs kid. It's a tough enough life as it is.
Buddy, I felt terrible last time I came in here. When you talked about, I was like, hey, it's that day going around that girl freaking out. And I was just going like, yeah, it's just like, she wasn't ready for this moment, but I didn't say the name on purpose. And there's so many videos on the internet that are like, just, you're all, no, that's not what I did.
well, sometimes you say things because you're just a tough person. I did that recently. I'd like to apologize to this guy. This guy named Flint Dibble. He attacks other archaeologists like Graham Hancock, and he said some terrible things. What I said was like, these weak, bitchy men, and I named him. And then he tweeted about it. He said, I have stage 4 cancer, and I'm like, fucking forgot he had cancer. I didn't mean him physically. I meant his behavior, but so I want to tell him I was wrong. What I said, I shouldn't have said. Sometimes I say things that I just think I'm talking with friends, and I realize it's going to hurt someone's feelings. And it's counterproductive. Like, I'm using him and doing. He's attacking other people. It's stupid.
You can be funny with anything, you know?
Yeah, but I wasn't even being funny. I was talking to an archaeologist. I got angry at this process that sometimes, like, established archaeologists are attacking these people with legitimate ideas. But I shouldn't have done it that way. And he just, sometimes when you're talking, it's like, I talk about a lot of different things, but I talk too often like I normally talk. Like sometimes when you're talking about like a serious thing, like you probably shouldn't insult people. It comes normal. Like fuck that, you know, sure, and you go, shit. So you get loose. You get a little too comfortable.
Well, I tell you also, that's the smart move I said that House turned in years ago that I'm trying to get better at to do. You think something's ridiculous, praise it, and then use it, and you can show everybody without having them make fun of themselves. That was the
definitely do that. Well, I do that sometimes when I'm questioning people, and I know they're not telling me the truth. But wait a minute. So what you're saying is, and have to like say that's ridiculous, that's fucking bullshit. Yeah, I know. Like Epstein didn't kill himself, you know, like that type of deal. Like okay, you know, like that deal with. I'm not going to deal with this. This is like, I could only be so pushy. You know, when people don't or want to give you an answer that you think is pretty much gas. You're like, okay. And so that's I have people come here all the time that I know are bullshitting me. I know, you know. And sometimes it's just like, all right. Sometimes, but like sometimes I don't know.
With the guy years ago, you had sometimes vernacular caused the problem. I feel like at the time you were just like in a rhythm of saying the word bitch at the end of a sentence, and you just you're like, come on, bitch, you can't call me a bitch unless you're pulling the shit out of me.
Who was that? Crowder? Oh yeah, that's right. It was a weird conversation. Yeah. I was talking to him like a comedian, and he would just go along with it. He got genuinely offended. I was like, I didn't think that. Yeah, we said we were bullying him because we were like researching information live that was countering what he was saying. It was trying. He didn't have access to it. I was like, all right, you know, whatever. So I just thought, real bitch. I was trying to be a good host, and I wasn't. And I was being too like a comic. Like I could talk to you that way. We would have fun. I could talk to you that way. We'd have fun.
You can call those bitch all day.
That's the problem. Some people just get
this guy.
If you're choking me while I jerk off,
some people just get serious, and you don't realize they're serious. Like, oh, you're serious. Like, you're really upset. Used to talking shit. It's so normal. Yeah. Like when people me, I'm like, I would do that. Like,
you can't get offended. You're so big at this point that it's just part of the territory.
That's part of the problem with saying things like about that Flint Devil guy. You don't think about it while you're saying it. Like you're saying it to millions of people. Yeah. It's like it's not just talking. You know, and you're like,
guy's dusting off a raptor bone, and you just see a tear because he's listening to it in his headphones. That guy's a dumb idiot.
I genuinely felt bad. A raptor bone. But it's like, he actually didn't have a bad time talking to him. But we had to confront him on this one thing because he accused Graham Hancock of being attached to white supremacy and this like weird thing about Atlantis. Like, wow, how does that? And he tried to deny it and love the quote that he did because he said Atlantis. No, this is like this thing that people do when they try to discredit things. So they'll connect what you're doing to racism. They'll just try to like virtue their way into a position where everything you're doing is wrong. And it's the thing about Atlantis is a weird one. It's like it's apparently at one point in time there was some white supremacist that like was pushing the theory of Atlantis being this great white race, but that's not what any of the people that are legitimately trying to research it think.
Well, you think
they think it was in sub-Saharan Africa.
You think black people are going to let their hair be wet all the time? I know archaeologists. but I am a bitch.
What do you think Atlantis is? You think they get in the water?
Oh, is that the underwater?
No, Atlantis, yeah, what an idiot, right? I didn't think that either, John.
We're talking about the Bahamas?
Atlantis, they believe, was this structure. There was a series of concentric circles that had like a lake running through it. It's like really fascinating because there's this place called the Richard structure in South Africa. And this is another one of those things that archaeologists will argue about. Looks like Atlantis. And there's this guy named Jimmy Corsetti, and he gets labeled a man, where they try to make you look like you're racist for pursuing this idea.
And if you don't defend that, if you defend a person for
defending race,
stupid argument that nobody really believes, it's only exists on the internet. So nobody in real life gives a shit.
In academia, they believe it. And if they don't believe it, they use it as a tool. And they'll use it as a tool to dismiss you. But this is the thing that when even archaeologists come up with a new timeline for things, where it throws the old history into a attack them. And Graham Hancock brought up this concept. They used to think that the Clovis people, like 13,000 years ago, were the first people in North America. This one guy found evidence of people that lived a long time ago. They fucked his career. They attacked this guy. It turned out he was right. He found these footprints, and so they're 22,000 years old of human beings. So they were probably living. But they destroy people that come up with an idea that throws their expertise into question, and that's what they're all doing with Graham Hancock. What they do is that there's some real evidence. Perhaps there was an advanced civilization that was thousands of years older than we think civilization started.
No crime and only 3-pointers.
Well, it is in Africa. That's the fascinating thing. It's all in Africa. Egypt's in Africa, and stuff where they think the Richard structure. Well, show them what it looks like. It's crazy because the area was hit with a massive flood. Like everything looked like all water erosion. Like it was like massive amounts of water just destroyed the landscape. It still looks like that today. And it's in the exact same place. Like it's the mountains are north of it, below it. That's what it looks like. And that is like this size described it in Plato's recollections of it, or Plato's stories. There's a lot of debate about it, and the weirdness of what it is makes a bunch of these ancient history guys that really, it's like they really believed in Troy. They thought Troy was mythical until they found it, and then they're like, oh geez, Troy was a real thing. So there's a lot of these people that are the gatekeepers, and they don't want anything to be dated older than what they've established and what they've taught in lectures. And
because everything's wrong, man.
Everything's wrong. Well, everything is wrong. There's weird stuff like have you seen those fucking stones? There's these trilithon stones or the trillion stones. They're so fucking big, and they're supposed to. Somebody's moved these from a quarry and placed them in place, and you look at them like, how long ago? And then there's older stuff. But look at the size of these fucking stones.
I think it's a brontosaurus that a man is controlling.
Baalbek, that's what it is. Look at the size of these fucking stones. And if that one up in the top in the center, right to the right of that, Jamie, that one. You'll see the size of these fucking stone plates. Like if you put a person next to them, they'd be like, these are 5 meters high. That's fucking bananas.
20 miles per hour.
5 meters, 25 feet. So those are 25 feet high. Three, right, yeah, sorry, my math. Stones weigh some fucking insane amount, and there's no explanation. That's all one giant piece. And how the fuck did you do that? And there's a bunch of shit in Malta. Maybe Neanderthals were in Malta, and maybe there's all this confusion about the date of these like ancient structures. It seems like people built other structures on top of them. And when they find stuff like this, there's like this great resistance of anybody to try to like say they don't. They always try to come up with some sort of an explanation, even when it doesn't make any fucking sense.
Wasn't the Coliseum, wasn't it completely underground at one point? They discovered it?
No. The Sphinx was underground, but the head was above it, and they cleared out the sand. The Coliseum was
stupid as shit.
No, I don't think it was underground. No, the Coliseum has always been there, but they did used to be able to get water in it. They used to have water fights, boat fights.
It was crazy.
Imagine
really cool shit.
Lions in front of everybody, what that was like.
Well, back then, Gibson, they didn't they would have these games, and they would bring in they would have hunt fights and shit like that. But it's like back then, to see a giraffe, it looked like an alien. Like they had no idea what they would bring in animals from Africa, like rhinos. They had no idea. It was literally like you're watching aliens fight.
Have you been to the Coliseum?
Yeah, it's incredible.
You see those things come up through the floor, and the lions will pop out.
They have a whole pulley system where they have elevators, and they would have slaves pulling people up. And it was a whole show. It was a really cool thing.
I appreciate seeing slaves.
If they had that right now, we would watch it. Yeah. There's something on YouTube, I've already seen it, where guys dress up in armor, beat the fuck out of each other.
Harrington, he does the commentary for it. He's getting the night fighting.
That's so ridiculous. Hitting each other with battle axes and shit.
A scepter strike to the leg.
But it's like they look tough, and then they take their helmets off, and they're just fucking virgins. It's like just these really nerdy fat dudes.
Preemptive bowling.
Some of them know how to fight, though. I've seen ones where guys take the guys down, leg kick them.
They're MMA guys that are getting into it. It's just another outlet.
Another outlet.
Part of the floor of the Coliseum was buried until the mid-19th century.
I knew one floor.
Floor lay buried under 40 feet of earth. All memory of its function even existed. Is that the floor that lifts up? Is that what that is?
Yeah, the floor. They went and they uncovered that there was an entire.
It was
actually really round. Also,
did someone cover it up? Did you go back to that description, Jamie? Because I think it covered it up.
They destroyed most of it, so I'm sure it was part of it.
I wonder why they did that.
They were using all that shit for.
The tour that I did with the Coliseum was boring as shit.
That wasn't all bad.
What were you saying, Jamie? What'd you say?
Of the city for construction or whatever else they're building. New stuff. Same with the pyramids.
Mussolini. I was thinking of Mussolini. What a monster. I go, clean the floor of the Coliseum.
They did that with the pyramids. They stole the fucking stones from the outside of it. Yeah, people are so gross.
Rabbi Fallon a few years ago in Rome, they poured black ink in it or something, just protesters. It was they literally had to drain the fountain, and it took however many months to clean it. It was fucked up.
The used allowed new methods of stage. Other changes were accidental. Fire sparked by lightning in 217 AD gutted the stadium, sent huge blocks of travertine plunging into the Hypogeum.
17. How do they have those facts?
Coliseum was really cool. I learned more about it. I did a gladiator training program with my son. It was a little place you went, and I learned so much about the Coliseum doing that, more than the tour. The tour was boring. It was 110 degrees out. It was insane.
Make his son straight.
That was a cool experience.
Cool as shit.
They didn't kill each other, the gladiators. That's all lies. It was none of it, because it was like pro wrestlers. If your gladiator killed enough, the guy who owned that gladiator would have to pay on that gladiator. They're all slaves. It was all just shows. They would cut each other, but they had big cut each other's organs. They had to do it in a certain way. It was all show.
Really?
It did happen once in a while, but you see an actual death.
So occasionally they would fight for real to the death.
I'm sure occasionally they did for my gladiator training program.
Really?
Yeah.
The guy's certified. I mean, what are you going to do? Argue?
But the different weapon wear, the type of armor they would wear, it's there was whatever, a dozen different types of guys. You'd be like, oh, that's the guy with the fucking mace and the certain helmet. And it was it was free as well. All the people in Rome, there wasn't a ticket price. The government would sponsor it, so it was just to keep them happy. The richer you were, the closer you were. All the peasants would be up in the rafters.
Right. So the movie Gladiators bullshit. So
a lot of thumbs up.
What? Common misconception that gladiators always fought to the death. The winner survived, the loser died. Very rarely dispensation from the emperor. Would there be a sign automatically meant death for the loser? No chance of being spared. So occasionally they died.
Yeah.
They died.
Well, they were like celebrities. Like the gladiators would come out and they were like,
Wow. Wait a minute. 1 in 5 died in battle. That's a lot. Most only lived to their mid-20s, which compared to today's.
well, they would die of their injuries very often. Not because it wasn't like it was fight to the death. They just didn't have medicine. Stab infection.
Gladiator 2 was right, though, right?
But that, I mean, when he's talking about the water, they would fill it up with water and have boat fights. That was a real thing in Gladiator 2.
Oh, no, bummed down. I thought they really fought to the death.
Well, yeah.
God damn, dude. Well, I got bad news about the WWF also. Oh my God. Then, you know what? I might as well already hear wrestling also.
But it was, yeah, it was like akin to pro wrestling. Like they would have like
Welcome, Miss Aquarius.
Hey, Rabbi.
How are you?
I'm good. Go to sleep.
All right.
Do those MMA fights.
I am tired. I gotta get up.
I'll skip ahead to.
I got to get on the app. 1 minute, so you got to hold on. I gotta get on the app. Hold on, give me a minute. I gotta get on the app.
Sometimes the parents may launch high.
I gotta get on the Play-Doh app. Hold on. Get on the Play-Doh app. Okay, I'm on.
Alrighty. You're gonna have an invitation in 3, 1.
Yay! Bam! Got it! Let's see. I'm gonna try to do my best. I'm gonna try. Okay.
And that jobs are spread really far across the wide range of different yes, this trial is very incredibly expensive for days.
Come on, Rabbi.
They don't understand, and then over time, that really means that's the resources are yes, did he spend a lot of money on this? Yes, but he's not one.
Whoa.
He still has all the rights, all his songs that you're going to bring. He's not going to be. I guess jobs said a trillion. Jobs said a quadrillion. Access to right. And so that's why even as technology is improving exponentially, these fractional jobs that machines do.
No, Rabbi.
You're taking your sample of social media. I've noticed automatic.
You almost had it.
I know, but this is gonna be tough.
Okay, you get one.
Get it.
Yay.
So you have a brain and it has a bunch of cells, different types, which are connected to each other over wires.
Get it.
Okay, not that one down. Get it.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome.
Nice spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's go.
What I wanted.
You got this.
Now, what I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
When you make the simulation of your brain, same thing. And it doesn't have to be found guilty on campus, just adhesive or garbage, and it will just be mush. And he's not appropriately charged.
Rabbi. I got one more. Okay. You got this, Rabbi. You got this. Let's go.
That's what I'm
Yes.
talking about. Talking about. I just need 3.
Let's go. Come on. Yay.
Got it.
Let's go.
You win, I win. I win, you
Yeah,
win.
you win. I win. Right. It don't matter. Yay. We undefeated.
Absolutely.
One more. Yay, 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 yay. Hey, here we go. Okay.
They also have regulations later in the show. That's a different thing. So the robots are great. They are AI that are very effectively similar.
Get it.
Right, Rabbi. Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Nice
Let's
spare.
go. Thank you. Come on.
Get it.
You got it. Hey. Something it don't matter. There we go. It's something. All right, Rabbi.
Here we go. Oh, come on. This is the toughest split in the game. No.
Oh.
Welcome.
Nigger boy. You're a nigger. 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 That makes you a nigger.
I'm about to move down.
Yeah, they got banned.
Good.
Why somebody would do that? Why that is cool to them?
Let's go. Let's go. Go, go.
Okay.
Oh, okay, I had to get them. Yeah, I had to get them out of here. Rabbi, come on, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi. Come on. There you go. Got it. Hey, good spell.
Thank you.
That was an excellent spell.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, no. They ain't never did that. What the world?
I don't. They try to keep me awake.
Oh, that was a good spell.
Yes, it was. Very good spin, Mr. Aquarius.
Yeah.
All right. I need this. Get all right. I need. Just get 2. I'll take 2. I'll take 2.
Okay. Okay. You get it.
Advertising is like
No, Rabbi.
All right.
You got this.
Get it. All but one. All right.
Okay.
Get it. All right.
Good job. Good spell.
Get it. Got it.
Yeah, you won one. That's okay. You did good. You win, I win. We still shipping in the game. Okay.
That's right, Mr. Aquarius. All right. You have sweet dreams, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, God willing, okay?
And we will play if God's willing.
That's right.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Excellent. Sweet dreams.
Sweet.
Thank you.
It's like first step
Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Directly interfaces with the brain. It's essentially like you fall for the iPhone. It's actually attached to your brain. Think about things, you know, shape without speech. It's right inside your brain. It's a machine or absolutely thing that is valuable. The question is for what? What is exactly the value of high bandwidth? So, well, if your brain was slow for high bandwidth through your so your brain really wants to high bandwidth is put in through other channels. That is your brain. How are expected for it, and then it's a whole system for processing. So it's not obvious that we can actually use give your brain a lot of this for other
free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Yeah, because I always think about it. The first thing I think about things like neurology is being able to like the advantages that you would have over other beings, like being able to, for example, download a book to your brain in 30 seconds. So that would be hard. So the brain intelligence, this is right where the equivalent we have
driver safety in mind, the Android Auto app interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure that you can still access all from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your Android phone with your dash. And if Android Auto is available in your vehicle, sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through the Android Automotive. Check it out for free now.
if you have a large, say a library,
Anywhere you want to listen,
a large library
iHeartRadio
full of
is
books,
there.
and now you want all those books to reflect some value. You don't just like put the math book somewhere in the library. All the other books don't have math books sitting in the library. Books
In 2021 and 2022,
so the big books, right? So taking any large library and getting it to reflect some math insight would be hard. Which would
gathered
take
to stop the nearby
books that
massive
actually are related to that.
nicknamed
Understand
Cups.
and rewrite those chapters in order to reflect
He built a
the
different
insight.
communication or things like that.
Right, that makes
the
perfect
vision
sense.
of the society where we can have
So one of the things from that moved to me that I've talked about on this podcast many times, and I think about a lot, which I'm fascinated to hear your opinion on it,
at
was
approximately 9 o'clock this morning.
when Ford, the man who developed this size, the human intellect is like peacock feathers. It's an elaborate display to attract a mate. All of the best of Mozart, all the best of Shakespeare, the Empire State Building, elaborate mating ritual. And maybe that all of the things that humanity has accomplished doesn't even matter because it was done so for the basis of reason. Even the peacock can barely fly, takes insects out of the pond. What are your thoughts on that, Bill? I do expect that peacock feather kind of drives were an important drive in human.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network,
But it's
iHeart.
also minds are spectacularly capable compared to most other stimulating civilization together. Now, it could be it's only a conscious thing, and the rest of the 9% is such that their app is amazing. It's starting today compared to all the other things.
Their app
So then you, which parts of which try to disentangle.
you'd have,
One
let's
piece
say,
of parts
companies
together.
like
Let's say they something, but
and they
bring it to you.
sponsor athletes. They would get them help pay for athletes.
Well, it goes back to the main,
entice athletes to
one
come
of the main,
to
or the main
university.
theory of
So you
the
have
book,
another
the elephant brain, right? Where there's explain what that book is, what the basic idea is. So the idea is that you are wrong.
And the top athletes
Right.
transfer.
That is, if I ask you why, and it turns out most of those
Now it's
reasons are wrong.
changed.
Whether no,
that is
you
the
can just
reason
go
you have
ahead
in your head. It's the
basically
reason
these
sort of
athletes
just
direct
by the thing. But
I don't know if you know this, but there's some
but
student
most of the
athletes that
things
UC Berkeley cap. Okay,
instead,
outside
you have a home reason to have. They just don't cook
okay,
as
they have
much.
the football
Just
team,
they
yeah, they have the basketball
like
team,
to do.
but neither on the verge of
So,
winning
for
national
example,
championship. They're not
material
a sports
because you don't actually
program.
go to school.
I'm not talking about UCLA
And also
or things
sort
like
of
that.
learn sort of
Some
modern
student
workplace
athletes
habits.
make roughly
They
200
to get well, but to show care about people that they
and all the money would go
go
to
to
football and basketball.
the nation.
The revenue,
But to show your allegiance.
those are the ones
Tried.
because the revenue generating sport is most in need
Is a useful function
of those
for a
high
social animal.
profile athletes. Your
It's
ball
just
team,
not
the basketball team,
playing.
you go to
Now,
NC tournaments, and if your basketball
are
team,
more
you go
zeros
to a bowl
or have
game,
waste
that
that
is
for
for
the
the
institution
institution.
like to admit.
That's why it's
Not
really
aware
important
or
to get
show
top
off.
talent. Now, if you're the water
And
polo
showing
team,
off is often
or
waste.
you're the lacrosse team, it's
Like
nice that you
going
went
all
to
those years to
school,
school
but
just
you're not
to show
bringing in
off
the type of money
and just
that the
how
big
much you
sports
are.
are. Yeah, you think you play,
It's-
you're on the swimming
But
team.
it's not always.
You're not generating revenue.
It is important
The university image and likenesses deals with all these players. You want to make sure that keep them happy. It's
and
Wild Wild West out there.
large
You
social
can now
village
transfer from
to
school to school.
show
It
up, judge
used to be if you transfer, let's say you transferred from USC to UCLA, you have to sit out.
So
You couldn't transfer in 2025
feathers
and play to be. Now, ever since COVID and also these lawsuits against NC2A, they changed it
that
where
predator comes after you.
free agents
Usually survive.
you go
even
to a
though
school
carrying
1 year,
around
you
this
go to a school
dangerous
next
thing.
year, you go to another school the third year, and not have to sit out.
But those feathers,
There is really no deterrent. Without getting into all the specifics, there's really
many of the capabilities
no real deterrent for an athlete
required
not
to
to
show
transfer.
off are actually more
There's no
useful
real
for
deterrent
maybe
for
evolution
athletes to
just
held out and expect a bigger bag of money. But that bigger bag of money doesn't come from the
something
institution or it's spread by somewhere
allowed
else.
us to do enormous things.
Now, universities can go tap their own pockets and pay direct. Now, this is not exclusive of
or language. So,
the
for example,
coalition of
most people
businesses which raise money to
Because they
also
show
help
off
buy these players. This
a
is
larger
buying these players.
and I noticed I use
You don't have to do
just like
the funny accounting.
showing
You
off.
can pay directly.
Bigger
But when you talk about a school like UCLA,
words are
you
useful.
talk about talking about
Society,
which are
who are rich,
being funded
they
by
show off by
in part by our
things
taxes.
from
So
far away.
when you see those UCLA
things
athletes
that
start
local people wouldn't
talking
have.
about
Not necessarily trade
you see Santa Cruz, you see Santa Cruz athletes, know then
war is
that
actually the
some of our taxes are
drivers
going
of
to pay
innovation over the last 2,000 years.
quarterback for
Nevertheless,
UC school for
has
our
in
tax
fact
dollars.
driven a
And
lot
some
of
people may not be comfortable with that. I get it.
So
You think, wait a minute, I'm not asking for UCLA to have a, I'm not asking for UC Irvine to have a great baseball team. But if my taxes going to that, well, you don't have a say in that.
yeah, one
You
of the
just
most
have
absurd examples I
money,
thought
just
of
money goes
is
to
the
institutions.
idea of the
And
elephant
then
in the
they
brain
can
of
steal
Eli
our
Musk.
money.
You
So
just
just
have
know
this
that watch TV
crazy
and you
Flint,
watch
the richest man in the
UCLA
world, and he also builds rockets and wants to make some interplanetary.
in the form
Or
of
does
payments
Or does he just want money in
the whole idea.
right here, right? Because at the same time, whether that is his drive or the things that he's accomplishing are very important to us.
In some
Personal, I would say that what we impressed with what takes place.
Mark Bonner has
That's all.
24-hour newsroom.
And we've been showing a lot of companies will fail, but
County. Now 95%
but yes,
of our city is stopped.
humanity
Spreading
is on a tear,
warnings have been lifted.
and we have a bright future ahead of us, even if we are now wasting enormous fractions of our civilization. And in some sense, that makes the prospects even brighter. Right? You could get even more. How far do you go into simulation theory and your books? What are your simulation theory? So many decades ago, simulation was a common theme for analysts. Point one of the was on the philosophy paper based on Foster, and then that inspired me to write a paper. So there are many of these topics in the technology itself, but I have as possible where they define social implications. So I think about the social implications. Like different so I do that paper on that. The key idea here is therefore possible solutions are getting more that and some of those creatures would be like past of that, or these are set up so if there was a creature set in a fictional world, if that fictional world is in the past of that civilization, then you are sitting here in your world. I'm not that creature. I could apply the principle, that future creature who thinks they're in this current day is actually in the future. They simply have to straight to look at their path. So the relative chances that I am a simulation like that really comes down to a numbers game. So how many people are there here today? People would there be in the future simulating my time? And that's like those relative numbers in order to guess the idea of simulation. So if you think there are relatively few people in the future simulations in the past, then it's not very likely that I'm in a simulation. Enormous numbers. It's pretty likely, right? We should first notice, like, if you're simulating the past, you're not going to need selection past. So when we do games,